the hell are you doing?" "Jesus," Eric said. "You scared the crap out of me." "How about answering my question? Why the hell were you going through my drawers?" "I was looking for a stapler," Eric said. "I wanted to put up some flyers in the coffee shops up the street. I do have to find some new housing. Now, do you want to see my flyers, too?" Ben pulled open a desk drawer, pulled out a stapler, and handed it to Eric. Eric took the stapler and started for the door. "Thanks for all your help." Rick glanced at his watch as he strolled through the lobby of the Washington Hilton. Stepping into the elevator, he readjusted his tie and rested his hands in the pockets of his brown tweed suit. When he reached the 10th floor, he was exactly 15 minutes late. As he wandered through the corridors, he caught sight of his visitor, waiting outside room 1027. "You're late." "I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure none of your friends were lying in wait for me," Rick explained as he opened the door to the room. "I'm a very popular guy, you know." Walking inside, he waited for his visitor to follow. When they were both in the room, Rick closed the door. "Stand right there." "What?" "It's just a precaution," Rick said as he pulled a thin black metal detector from his briefcase. Waving the detector across his colleague's body, he said, "I'm sure you understand." When he was satisfied that there were no recording devices present, Rick headed to the living room of the suite, where he took a seat on one of the room's 2 identical couches and motioned for his guest to be seated as well. Rick got right to the point. "I don't mean to be short, but do you have the decision?" "I have it." "Do you have the money?" "Most of it," Rick said. "What do you mean, most of it? How much is most?" "So far, exactly 1 million is in the account. Naturally, you can call to verify." "And what about the other 500,000? "I'll deposit that after our next meeting, as long as you keep me informed about Ben." "That wasn't part of the deal." "Yes, it was," Rick said matter-of-factly. "When I first approached you, I said that part of the deal was for you to keep Ben at bay. The best way for you to do that is to keep me informed of his whereabouts. Simply stated, when I tell him I don't need his help, he's going to be livid, and he'll make every attempt to figure out how I got the decision without him. So you want me to rat on him for another month? Believe me, it's no worse than what you've done so far." "Thanks. I appreciate the moral advice." "Do we have a deal?" Rick asked. "Not yet. First, I want the money within the next 2 weeks. I'll tell you what Ben's up to, but this isn't going to be an ongoing job. Once the decision is announced, you're on your own." Rick crossed his legs and leaned back on the sofa. "That's fair. Second, I want you to know that I am not simply the least expensive option. If you went with Ben, you'd not only spend more money to get the decision, you'd also have to worry about his resourcefulness during every meeting. The only reason he continued to deal with you was so he could ID you, and it was only a matter of time before he succeeded. Believe me, Ben was never close to succeeding." "I doubt that. I saw your mouth drop when I explained about his yearbook plan." "Believe what you want," Rick said. "But you should know that the only reason I went with you is because Ben was becoming too unstable. When it came right down to it, I didn't think he would hand over the decision." "You may be right," Rick's visitor said, pulling the Grinnell decision from a paper bag. "Fortunately for you." When the 30-page document hit the glass coffee table, Rick leaned forward and picked up the pile. He flipped through it. Unbelievable. The court actually found that the regulation was a taking. I didn't think Justice Veet had it in him. Reaching the last page, he added, "It's too bad Grinnell doesn't know he's sitting on a gold mine. If he did, he wouldn't be as excited about taking on new partners." "That's great. Now when would you like to get together next?" As he put the document in his own briefcase, Rick said, "I'll be in touch." Rising from the sofa, he walked to the door and opened it. When they were both in the hallway, Rick said, If you don't mind, I'm going to take the elevator on the other side of the building. Whatever makes you happy. As he headed down the hallway, Rick turned around. By the way, congratulations. You're now a millionaire. Chapter 13. Washington National Airport Executive Center, can I help you? The operator asked. Yes, I have a silly problem that I was hoping you could help me with, Ben said in his most ingratiating tone. I was supposed to attend a meeting this Saturday in one of the airport's executive meeting rooms, but I lost my daily planner and now I have no idea where the meeting is. I'm sorry, sir, but the airlines are responsible for scheduling space in the meeting rooms. Do you know which airline you were dealing with? I have no idea, Ben said. It was all in my planner. What about the company's name? Maybe I can find that. It's a startup company, Ben explained, hoping to convince the operator that she was his only hope. They haven't incorporated yet, so it's all under the CEO's name, which I can't remember for the life of me. And since I can't remember his name, I can't find him in the telephone directory. Believe me, I've tried everything. I'm sorry, but I don't think there's anything I can do to help you. Please don't hang up, Ben pleaded. You have to do something. If I don't show up for this interview, I'm dead. Isn't there a master list somewhere? Anything you have may save my life. I'm sorry, the operator said. I'm not supposed to give out that information. Please. Ben tried to sound pleasant. I'm not some kind of lunatic. I'll give you my name and address and home phone number. I'll give you my mother's number. You can call her and ask her how nice I am. I just don't want to lose this job over something stupid. Well, please, if you help me, I'll be forever in your debt. I'll send you flowers and chocolates and individually wrapped kielbasa from Hickory Farms, anything. Here's what I can do, the operator finally said. I can give you a list of the companies that are meeting in the suites that are run by the airport. There are only 6 of those, but you may find your company in there. If not, you'll have to call all the airlines and beg each of them individually for the information. You're the greatest, Ben exclaimed. How can I thank you? Name your price. Diamonds? Pearls? Kielbasa? How about you just leave me alone? The operator answered. You got it. These are the companies that have reservations, she said. Texaco has one room, and Brennan, Light & Zara has the other. Isn't that a law firm? Ben asked as he put a star next to the firm's name. I'm not sure, the operator said. Are there any other companies? That's it, she said. The other 4 rooms are still open. Oh well, Ben said. I guess I'm off to beg. Thanks for all your help. You're welcome, the operator said, sounding relieved. 14 phone calls later, Ben had a list of 34 reservations for executive suites. 22 of the reservations were made by major companies, 8 were for individuals, 3 were for law firms, and 1 was for Congressman Cohen from Philadelphia. Ben pulled up the Lexis database on his computer, logged onto the periodical's bulletin board, and entered the name Stuart Moore, one of the 8 individuals who had reservations for Saturday. As the computer scanned through more than 4,000 current periodicals, Ben knew the search was futile. Rick's too smart to make a reservation in his own name, he thought, staring at the computer screen. Eventually, the words 26 items found appeared on the screen. Scanning the first item, Ben read a Wall Street Journal article about Stuart Moore, a Chicago bank president who recently restructured his company's finance division. When he read that Mr. Moore was 55 years old, he knew he hadn't found Rick. As he typed the second name into his computer, Lisa entered the office. What's going on? Ben asked, looking up from his screen. Lisa was silent. Hello? Earth to Lisa, what's going on? How are you doing? Why aren't you responding? Again, silence. Oh, come on, Lisa. Lighten up already. I said I was sorry about a dozen times. Then I completely forgive you, Lisa said coldly. Be serious. Okay, the truth. I'm pretty pissed off that you don't trust me anymore." "What are you talking about?" Ben asked. "I trust you." "Ben, look at it from my perspective. For the past 3 months, we've spent every waking minute talking about how we were going to catch Rick. Now I can't get a single word out of you. What the hell am I supposed to make of that?" "You can make of it whatever you want. But the truth is that there's nothing to tell. I haven't heard from Rick in weeks, and until I do, there's nothing to talk about." "You're a liar," Lisa said. "What do you mean I'm a liar?" "I'm not a moron. I know when you're lying, and I know what you're thinking. But if you think I'm the one who's leaking information to Rick, you're crazy. I'd never do that to you." "I don't think you'd. Just do me one favor." Lisa walked over and sat on the corner of Ben's desk. "Look me straight in the eyes and tell me you trust me. But you're not going to believe. If you tell me the truth, I'll believe you." "Lisa, I swear I trust you," Ben said, looking directly at his co-clerk. "If I had anything to tell you, I would." "One last question. What were you working on when I walked in?" "What?" "On your computer," Lisa pointed. "What were you working on?" "I was reading the Wall Street Journal online. Is that okay?" "Then how come you're reading a week-old paper?" Lisa asked. Ben looked at the top of his computer screen and saw that the on-screen article listed the previous week's date. "It sucks to be caught in a lie, doesn't it?" Lisa challenged. "I bet you wish you could take those words back." "I don't believe it," Ben said. "You didn't care what I said to you. You sat on my desk just to see what I was reading." "I definitely did," Lisa said, hopping off Ben's desk. "And now I finally have my answer. But don't bother. It'd be a waste of both your breath and my intelligence. And when you see Rick, tell him I hope he kicks your ass." An hour later, Ben and Lisa were silent, each of them reading a third version of Osterman's Grinnell opinion. Ben's phone rang, startling them both. "Hello," Ben answered. "Justice Hollis's chambers." "Hello, Ben. How's your day, Ben?" Recognizing Rick's voice, Ben tightened his fist around the receiver. "What do you want?" "I wanted to talk about our meeting on Saturday," Rick said. "Then I'm glad you called," Ben said, "because I don't like the airport. I really don't care what you want," Rick interrupted. "I just wanted to tell you that our meeting is canceled. I no longer need what you have to offer." "But I thought—" "Like most of your theories, you thought wrong," Rick said smugly. "So have fun searching through your little yearbooks, and good luck on your lie detector test. I don't believe we'll be speaking again, although I'm sure I'll hear about all the results." "Wait, Before Ben could even get the words out, Rick was gone. "Who was that?" Lisa asked, noticing Ben's panicked look. Ben said nothing. He pushed himself away from his desk, stormed toward the door, grabbed his jacket from the closet, and left the office. He walked down the main steps of the court, down First Street, and approached the nearest payphone. Picking up the receiver, he inserted a few coins and dialed Nathan's phone number. "Andrew Lukens, can I help you?" "I'm sorry," Ben said, recognizing neither the voice nor the name. "I was trying to reach Nathan." "Nathan's been promoted to another office. Can I help you instead?" "This is his roommate, Ben. Do you know his new extension?" "Hey, Ben." Andrew's voice warmed up. "I've heard a lot about you. How's everything at the Supreme Court? Change any laws today?" "No, nothing today," Ben said. "We only change laws on Wednesdays. On Mondays, we just try to speak to our roommates." "Yeah, Nathan said you had a sarcastic sense of humor," Andrew said, showing no sign that he intended to transfer Ben's call. "By the way, I've been meaning to ask Nathan, how'd that prank go with your other roommate?" "Which one?" "You know, the one you needed the microphones and cameras for. Nathan said you guys were trying to catch your roommate doing the deed." "Oh, yeah," Ben said, quickly remembering how Nathan had swindled the high-tech equipment out of the State Department. "It went fantastic. I'll have to remind Nathan to bring you some of the pictures. They were a bit blurry, but they're pretty funny. Well, if the pictures suck, tell him to bring in the audio. I'm sure the briefcase mics picked up every moan and groan. Ben paused. Briefcase mics. How do those mics work again, Andrew? The same as the cordless ones. The only difference is that they're built into a briefcase. They're used when someone is concerned that the regular microphones might get exposed. Pound for pound, I'd say they're about as close as we get to a James Bond movie. They're still only at the prototype stage, but Nathan thought you'd get a real kick out of them. Oh, they sure were awesome, Ben said as a cold sweat covered his brow. We got to hear everything we wanted to hear. Well, let me transfer you to Nathan, Andrew said. I'll tell you what, Ben said. I'm running late, so I'll just give him a call later. Do you want me to tell him you called? No, Ben said. I'm going to be busy all day. I'll see him at home. Ben hung up the phone and leaned his head against the phone booth. Shutting his eyes, his mind searched for a reasonable explanation. When he couldn't come up with one, his breathing quickened. With his eyes still shut, he slammed his head against the metal booth. I don't believe this, he screamed. He picked up the receiver and searched his pockets for more loose change. As he was about to deposit the money, he paused. Damn, he screamed, slamming the receiver back in its cradle. Rubbing his forehead, he mentally replayed his conversations with Rick and Andrew. Struggling to make sense of both exchanges, he stood silent. 10 minutes later, Ben stepped out of the shadow of the phone booth and returned to the court. When Lisa heard the door of the office slam shut, she quickly turned her head. After throwing his coat into the closet, Ben stood directly in front of Lisa's desk. What? She asked. What did I do now? Listen, I'm going to tell you this, but I'm only telling you because I need your help, Ben explained. A week ago, Rick contacted me. I knew it, Lisa interrupted. I knew he... Lisa, please give me a chance to explain, Ben pleaded. When I spoke with Rick, he asked me for the Grinnell decision. In exchange, he was going to give me $3 million. Obviously, I would never give him the decision, but I was hoping that when we met for the exchange, I'd be able to finally ID him. Our meeting was supposed to be at the airport this Saturday, probably in one of the executive lounges. And now you need my help to make a plan? I already had a plan, Ben said. I had called all the airport lounges to see which ones were reserved for this Saturday. When I got that list, I started doing background checks on any names I didn't recognize. That's why I was reading a week-old newspaper. I figured if I could anticipate which room Rick and I were supposed to meet in, I'd be able to wire the room or bug it or do something to it in advance. Anyway, just as I start feeling confident that this'll be the time I nail Rick, I get a surprising phone call from our favorite scumbag. That was Rick who called before? Yep. And he told me that I can go scratch myself because our meeting is canceled. He said he didn't need my help, and then he hung up on me. Obviously, he got the Grinnell decision from someone else. If you think he got it from me, you're on crack. To be honest, I did think it was you, Ben admitted. I figured you were the only other person who had access to the decision. Ben, I swear. Let me finish. After I got Rick's call, I went to a payphone to call Nathan. I ended up talking to one of his coworkers, who asked me how the briefcase microphone worked. What briefcase mic? Exactly, Ben said. And now, just because Nathan withheld a piece of equipment, you think he's the one talking to Rick? What else can I think? This wasn't just any piece of equipment. If I had the briefcase mic, I would have been able to get Rick on tape when we met at the restaurant. I'd have everything documented by now. Rick's offer, his explanation of the original CMI scam, everything I needed to get me off the hook. But Nathan somehow managed to not include it in his little bag of tricks. You don't think that's suspicious? I don't know. I've tried to come up with a reasonable explanation. But I can't for the life of me explain why Nathan wouldn't say word one about it, especially when it's such a cool thing to talk about. But if Nathan was working with Rick would have known about the briefcase, Mike, so it wouldn't have posed any real threat. I thought about that, Ben said as he walked toward the file cabinet. But I keep coming back to the idea that Rick couldn't have kept the briefcase out of the limo. If he hadn't let me bring it in, I wouldn't have gotten in myself. I'd have said that I couldn't abandon the briefcase in an alley since there were vital court documents inside. And at that point, Rick had to get me in the car. That's not a bad theory, Lisa agreed. So now I have to figure out if it's really Nathan, Ben said, leaning on the cabinet. Ben, let me ask you one question. 15 minutes ago, you thought I was selling your soul to the devil, and now you walk in here and pour your guts out to me. Why the change of heart? Lisa, the God's honest truth is that I have absolutely nothing to lose by telling you. Rick's cut me loose. He presumably has the Grinnell decision. I don't have any more meetings with him, and therefore I have no hope of catching him. Even if you are working with Rick, there's nothing to tell him. I'm lost. I have no suspect, no clues, and a lie detector test in 2 days. More importantly, I have no one else I can trust. What about Ober? Believe me, he was the first person I thought about. But I realized he really wouldn't be able to help. Ober's great, and I love him like a brother, but he couldn't find his ass with a map and a pickaxe. I need an extra brain to figure out what to do from here. So if Nathan is in on it, how'd he get the decision? For all I know, he could have used some State Department supercomputer to break into our computers here. Or he could have just as easily gotten it from my briefcase. All he had to do was take it out in the middle of the night, photocopy it, and return it before I got up. Don't you have a lock on your briefcase? Especially after what happened with Eric? Of course I have a lock. But Nathan knows the combination. He used it for his interview at the State Department. Well, no offense, but your choice of friends is worse than Julius Caesar's. Thanks for the advice, Ben said, returning to his desk. Now will you help me? That depends, Lisa said. Do you trust me? At this point, I don't trust my own mother. Last time I was home, she started looking a little shifty. Are you at least sorry for your accusations? More sorry than you'll ever know, Ben said, tearing the corners off Osterman's Grinnell opinion. Now will you please help me? Of course I'll help you. Lisa pulled the Grinnell opinion out of Ben's hands, put his hands flat on the desk, and covered them with her own. Regardless of what you may think, I really do care about what happens to you. If you were booted out of here, I'd have double the amount of work. That's funny, Ben said dryly. You sure do crack me up. You can hide behind all the sarcastic remarks you want, but I know you appreciate my help. Of course I appreciate it. My life is falling apart. My career is approaching meltdown, and my friends are acting like the charter members of the Benedict Arnold fan club. At this point, I'd appreciate election tips from George McGovern. What the hell else am I supposed to do? Well, I just hope you realize that you still have some real friends that care about you. Thank you, Lisa Marie. I really do appreciate the help. I mean it. It's okay, she said. But don't think for a second that I forgive you. You have to get raked over another 20 sets of coals before I forget about the emotional distress you've caused me. That's a deal. And you can pick out the coals personally. Taking a few steps backward, Lisa sat on the office sofa. Now, are we going to catch this motherfucker or not? Smiling, Ben pulled a legal pad from the corner of his desk. I think our only option is to make a list of people Rick might approach at Grinnell & Associates. I can take care of that, Lisa said. I'm pretty sure the clerk's office keeps a record of every party's ownership interests. That should give us a likely list of possible sellers. If we keep an eye on those individuals, we'll know when Rick makes his move. We don't even have to keep an eye on them, Ben said, clearing his computer screen for a new search. Lexis has its own public records database. All real estate transactions and deed transfers have to be reported to the county clerk's office. If we have the names of the sellers, we should be able to track them directly from here." "Perfect," Lisa said. "I'll be back with the names." As Lisa left the office, Ben called out, "By the way, I do trust you." "I know," she shouted back. When the door closed, Ben pulled his chair toward his desk and dialed the number of the phone company. "Hi, I was wondering if you could help me out. By mistake, my wife threw out all of our phone bills. Since we need them for tax purposes, I was hoping we could get copies of them." "That shouldn't be a problem, sir," the operator said. "I just need your name and phone number." "The phone number is under my wife's name, Lisa Schulman." Ben told the operator Lisa's phone number and added, "I was also wondering if you could send the bills directly to my accountant, since he needs them as soon as possible." "We're not supposed to." "It's my phone," Ben said. "It's just under my wife's name. If it makes it easier for you, I'd be happy to talk to a supervisor." "It should be fine. Let me just make a note of that, and then I'll need the address." After giving the operator Ober's work address, Ben said, "Thanks for the help. I really appreciate it." Late that afternoon, Ben stared intently at his computer screen. You'll probably go blind if you keep staring like that," Lisa said. "I should be so lucky." "Stop worrying. You keyed in every name on the ownership papers. If someone sells, you'll see it change." "We'll never see it," Ben said, turning away from his computer. "You saw those documents. Grinnell is owned primarily by 4 limited partnerships, which are owned by 8 more limited partnerships, which are owned by 16 S corporations. We pulled out every name we could find. And if we couldn't find them, what do you think the chances are that Rick could find them?" Ben shot Lisa his "you must be joking" look. "Okay," Lisa said. "So Rick could probably find anything. But that doesn't mean we're not on the right track." "It's not that I don't think we're on the right track," Ben said. "I just feel like this is a very passive plan. We're just sitting here and waiting." "Well, that's all we can do now. If you're so anxious, why don't you start looking through the Harvard and Michigan yearbooks?" "What are you talking about?" Ben asked. "They haven't arrived yet." "Yes, they have. I told you earlier that there were 2 boxes in reception for you." "You never said that," Ben said, rising from his seat. "I definitely did. When I got back from getting the ownership documents, I told you there were 2 boxes waiting for you. You were probably too caught up in your computer screen." Ben walked to the closet and pulled out his coat. "Rather than bring the yearbooks home to Nathan, I think I'm going to leave them here. I'll go through them tomorrow." "Where are you going now?" Lisa asked, noticing that it wasn't even 5 o'clock yet. "I want to speak to Ober before Nathan gets home. Can you cover for me in case Hollis calls?" "Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it." When Ben arrived home, the hum of silence revealed that the house was empty. Taking off his coat and throwing it on the sofa, Ben checked the kitchen, peeked into the first-floor bathroom, and opened the door to the basement. "Is anybody here?" he called out. When he got upstairs, he peeked into Eric's and Ober's rooms, as well as his own. After looking in the second-floor bathroom and every hall closet, Ben opened the door to Nathan's room. Without turning on the lights, he slid open Nathan's closet and poked his head inside. Convinced that he was alone, Ben then approached Nathan's desk, focusing on the small stack of papers arranged in a neat pile. Not making a sound, Ben flipped through the pile. Grocery list, things to do list, birthday list, movies to rent list. Nothing of consequence. After returning the papers to their original position, Ben held his breath and cautiously pulled open the center desk drawer. Picking up the organizer that kept all the pens, pencils, and erasers in place, Ben slowly and methodically searched for anything that might lead to Rick's whereabouts. After closing the drawer, Ben picked up the address book on Nathan's nightstand. Reading each entry, he struggled to account for every name in the book. "What the hell are you doing with my address book?" Startled, Ben dropped the book and looked up, surprised to see Ober laughing in the doorway. "Don't do that," Ben yelled, picking up the book and returning it to its place. You should have seen your face. You were... Is anyone with you? Ben asked, rushing out of Nathan's room. No, why? What's wrong? Listen, I'm going to tell you something, but you have to swear you'll never say a word. I swear, Ober said, pulling off his tie. I'm not joking, Ben warned. Not a word to anyone. Not Nathan, not your parents. I swear, Ober repeated as they walked down the stairs toward the living room. Just tell me. After explaining the entire story to his roommate, Ben said, So tell me, what do you think? I can't believe what you're saying. Ober's eyes were wide with disbelief. You expect me to believe that Nathan is in on this whole thing? What else am I supposed to believe? No way. Ober slumped into a chair at the kitchen table. Now you're crazy. I mean, if you said Eric, I'd understand. In fact, last week I saw him in your room going through your garbage. Did you ask him what he was doing? He said someone took his classified section, so he wanted to see if it was you. Well, it wasn't, Ben said. You should have sent him to Nathan. He's the untrustworthy one around here. There's no way in hell Nathan would do that, Ober insisted. I don't believe it for a second. Well, I do, Ben said. And at this point, that's all that really matters. Lisa and I are trying to find... How can you suddenly trust Lisa with everything? Ober interrupted. I mean, you always say I'm dense, but you must be a moron to tell her stuff again. Listen, I don't trust her for a second, Ben said, walking over to the sink. He turned on the water and splashed some on his face. As soon as she left the office, I started investigating her as well. Then why tell her anything at all? It's simple. First, she can't do me any real harm. Second, and I know you'll never understand this, but she helps me think better. I don't understand. I really can't explain it, but when I brainstorm with her, I wind up with my best ideas. Well, I hate to be the one to break it to you, but this isn't just some Supreme Court decision you two are working on. This is your life, buddy boy. It is? Ben said sarcastically. And here I thought it was just a big old game of Parcheesi. Dang. I think you're way off in space with this one, Ober said, shaking his head. Fine, I'll take your advice into consideration. Now, are you going to help me or not? I'm surprised you trust me. I mean, I may be in on it too. No offense, but I thought about it. Thanks, Ober said. I really appreciate the vote of confidence. Listen, don't get offended. I'm telling you, aren't I? I just don't understand why you're telling me. Because I need you to do me a favor, Ben said. I had all of Lisa's phone bills sent to your address at work. It was the only address I could think of that Nathan, Rick, and Lisa don't have access to. When you get the bills, will you let me know so I can go through them? Of course, Ober said. One last question, though. If the house is bugged, why are you still telling me all this? There's nothing Rick's heard that he can use against me, Ben explained. Lisa's bills are already on their way, and if Nathan's on his side, he already knows. Ben heard a key in the lock of the front door and fell silent. Don't say a single word, he warned, whispering over his shoulder as Ober followed him into the living room. You promised. When the door opened, Nathan walked into the room. My friend, you are going to be thrilled with me, he said to Ben as he hung his jacket in the closet. He put his briefcase on the coffee table and sat down next to Ober. Thanks to yours truly, you are now going to pass the marshal's ever-alarming lie detector test. And how's that? Ben asked. Well, let's just say that I made a number of phone calls today, and I was able to get everything we need to beat the test. Nathan opened his briefcase and pulled out a single sheet of paper. I spoke to some of the technicians in the security division, and they explained it all. First and foremost, you're right about the test not being admissible in court. I know, Ben said curtly. They've never been admissible. What's wrong with you? Nathan asked. Ober looked at Ben. It's nothing, Ben said. I'm just nervous about it. What else did they say? This is the way the test works, Nathan said, consulting a sheet of paper. When you first walk in, they almost always have the machine set up in the middle of the room. They try to make it look imposing, since the theory is that most people will confess because they're so terrified of the machine. They then ask you questions for at least an hour before the machine is even hooked up and turned on. On average, this is where most people crack, Nathan said, looking up from the paper to accentuate his point. They said that the shadow of the box is enough to intimidate the average criminal. Hey, Ben's far more than average, Ober said. He's at least in the 90th percentile of criminals. Ignoring his roommate, Nathan continued, the machine itself measures 3 things: respiratory rate, blood pressure, and galvanic skin response, which is the skin's response to electric current. Lying usually has a positive correlation with sweating, so the machine picks up your sweat levels. Not that you'd have any problem with that. Just tell me how to pass the test, Ben said impatiently. Relax, Nathan said. After the hour of questions, they'll hook you up to the machine. And when they attach it, the machine will take baseline readings of your breathing and respiratory levels. This is the place where the undereducated always try to cheat the machine. They'll try to breathe heavy and fidget around, doing anything they can to convince the machine that their heart rate is higher than it actually is. But the guys in security said that a good machine operator will easily recognize this and will quickly account for it. After the initial adjustment, they pull out a deck of cards, and they ask you questions about the cards. This is just to convince you that the machine works. Then they ask you 3 questions, and you're supposed to answer no to each one, even if the real answer is yes. That's how they see if you're lying. They ask if you're over the age of 21, if you smoke, and if you've ever done anything you're ashamed of. After that, finally, they ask you a maximum of 3 questions about whatever it is you're accused of. And that's it? Ben asked skeptically. That's it. But what about the way it works in the movies? Ober asked. Where you see the suspect getting grilled with dozens of questions while the needle thrashes across the scrolling paper. Doesn't happen in real life, Nathan said. In the real world, it can only test the truthfulness of 3 statements in a session. So how does that help me? I'm glad you asked, Nathan said, reaching back into his briefcase. He pulled out a small brown medicine vial and threw it to Ben. Those are the pills that I told you the military uses to beat the tests. Ben read the label on the vial. Prenadolol? It works, Nathan said. You're supposed to take 1 pill as soon as you wake up in the morning, and if your test is after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you should take another pill at lunch. How did you get these? Ben asked, pulling off the cap to see 5 pills inside. I told the technicians that my younger brother had to take a lie detector test for his job in the mall. When they heard that, they just offered the pills to me. How do they work? They're supposed to moderate your heart rate and blood pressure, Nathan explained. Doctors usually give them to people who have recurring heart attacks, and politicians use them to beat stage fright, but the military realized that they could put them to much better use. Are these experimental, or are they FDA approved? If they were approved, everyone would have access, Nathan said. So they're experimental, Ben said. They're fine, Nathan said. Do you really think they'd give me something that was potentially dangerous? I think it'd be cool if they were dangerous, Ober said. Then you grow an extra nostril in your forehead and we could sue the government for billions. Or maybe it'd cause me to grow a brain, Ben said. Looking back to Nathan, he continued, Now tell me how this helps me pass the test. It doesn't guarantee you'll pass, Nathan said. It significantly increases your chances, but it's still primarily up to you. While you're in the room, you have to be as calm as possible. Don't fidget and don't get nervous. The technician said that if you're a good liar, you should do fine. If you're a bozo, you'll probably freak out and fail regardless. Oh man, you're dead, Ober said to Ben. Ben put the vial in his pocket and stood up from the couch. I'm going to make some pasta, he said coldly. Anyone else want some? Hey, you're welcome, Nathan said, making a face. I'll say thank you if I pass the test, Ben said, heading to the kitchen. What the hell is that supposed to mean? What's wrong with you anyway? I just want to be sure I can trust you about these, Ben said. He turned around and looked directly at Nathan. I mean, they're not placebos, are they? What are you talking about? Ben, don't accuse, Ober began. No, let him finish, Nathan said, standing from his seat. Accuse me of what? Well, today I got a phone call from Rick, who said that he no longer needs my help. Apparently, he already got a court decision from someone else. And you think I'm the one that gave it to him? Nathan asked, his voice rising with anger. Have you thought about your little friend Lisa? Or is all the blood that was once in your brain still being used by your dick? I actually did think it was Lisa, Ben shot back as he returned to the living room. And when I called you so that we could talk about her, I had an enlightening conversation with one of your office mates named Andrew. He was telling me all about the briefcase microphone that we were supposed to use during our first meeting with Rick. He told me how great they work and how wonderful they are and how they pick up everything. So you can imagine my surprise when I realized that I hadn't heard a single word about this marvel of technology. And now you think I'm the one who's in on it with Rick? Nathan asked, laughing. I'm not joking, Ben said. Look at the facts. The facts show nothing, Nathan yelled. And beyond that, have you even thought about actually asking me why we didn't use the briefcase mic? And I suppose there's a perfectly logical explanation. Of course there is. The briefcase mic is a prototype, and regardless of what Andrew said, it works like crap. The leather muffles the sound, and you can't hear a thing. The only reason we have it around is because everyone likes the idea. I just figured that we might as well go with equipment that works. I'm crazy like that. And I'm supposed to believe that? Believe what you want, Nathan said. But that's the truth. Nathan, let me tell you something, Ben said, pointing a finger at his roommate. I know you. I probably know you better than I know myself. And if you even had the chance, just the possibility of using a briefcase that concealed a microphone, you'd grab it in a second and bring it right to us, even if it hadn't ever worked. And how do you figure that? Because I know you love to show off. And I know you love to strut like a peacock when you have something no one else has. You would have loved walking into Lisa's with that briefcase mic. You'd have looked like Q from James Bond. And even if you couldn't get it to work, you'd have brought it home just to show us you could. I mean, think about it logically. Any of us would have loved to show off with that thing. But now you want me to believe that not only did you not want to bring it home, but you didn't even think it was worth mentioning? Please, Nathan. You're way too competitive and your ego's way too big for me to believe that you'd ever keep it quiet. Are you done? Nathan asked calmly, his arms crossed in front of him. I think so. Then you can go fuck yourself, you paranoid little piece of shit. I busted my ass to get you that equipment. I risked my job by lying to everyone in my office, and I drove myself crazy trying to figure out a way for you to get out of this nightmare. But when you have the gall to accuse me before you actually even speak to me, well, you can ride the Hindenburg alone. I know you're in a tough situation, but I have better things to do than take abuse from you. Listen. No, you listen. This thing has made you absolutely insane. And the fact that you accused me and not Lisa shows me that you're not only way beyond reason, you're also only a few beats away from the nuthouse. When you regain your senses, I hope you'll have the integrity to apologize. Nathan turned away from his roommates and walked out of the living room. As he approached the stairs, he turned around and added, and when he and Lisa shatter your existence, just know you'll be sweeping up alone. When Nathan was out of sight, Ben remained silent. You shouldn't have accused him like that, Ober said. That was dead wrong. What was I supposed to do? No matter how I started, I knew we'd wind up in this position. Still, there are better ways to pick a fight. Some of that stuff you said is unforgivable. I don't want to hear it, Ben said. If Nathan were in my position, he'd have done the exact same thing. You know, Eric said the same thing to you when he wrote his story. And just like Nathan, you told him to fuck off, Ober said. He got up from the sofa and moved toward the stairs. Pretty eerie, huh? So you're going to take the pills? Lisa asked, sipping coffee at her desk the following morning. Of course I am, Ben said, flipping through a Michigan law school yearbook. What choice do I have? You can decide not to take them. And I can also decide to fail the test, Ben said. Even if they have no effect, I might as well take them. It's not like they're mini cyanide pills and they'll kill me. How do you know what they are? They can contain anything. Cyanide, no-dose, truth serum. That's enough, Ben interrupted. I'll take my chances, thank you. I'm serious, Lisa said. Who knows what Nathan gave you? You don't believe that. You're just mad because I told you he was the one who suspected you. Of course I'm mad about that. Screw him. Come on now, be nice. Be nice? Lisa asked. You want me to be nice? You're the one who spent last night alienating your closest friends. Thanks for pointing that out. I had almost gone a full 2 minutes without thinking about it. I'm surprised they're still letting you live there. If I were them, I'd have thrown you out on your ass. It definitely wasn't Happy Town at breakfast this morning. Eric, Nathan, Ober, and I were all eating at the same time, and no one said a word to anyone else. If someone wanted more milk or more napkins, they just pointed at them. It was like living with a family of mimes. If you want, you can stay at my place for a while, Lisa said. I appreciate the offer. But if I'm home, I can keep an eye on things. Lisa took another sip of coffee. Have you ever thought that you might be wrong? That your friends really aren't against you? Of course I have, Ben said, looking up as he turned a page of the yearbook. Why do you think I couldn't sleep last night? So I keep coming back to one idea. What if I'm wrong? As soon as I ask that question, I'm back where I started. Nodding, Lisa motioned toward Ben's reading material. Does anyone look familiar? They look familiar in the sense that everyone looks like a boring lawyer. But beyond that, nobody looks like Rick. Ben closed the yearbook. It's hopeless. He's gone and I'm lost. Don't say that. Pick up the next book and keep looking. I don't even know why I bother, Ben said, opening another yearbook. This plan is ridiculous. Listen, don't put all your faith in the yearbooks. If you find him, great. If not, we'll find him when someone at Grinnell decides to sell. Besides, finding Rick should be secondary at this point. If you fail that lie detector test, you'll have bigger problems than Rick. I'll pass the test. Suddenly, you're so self-assured? I'm serious. The average person fails the test because they're terrified of the machine. And naturally, you're much more competent than the average person, Lisa said. I am. I may be scared shitless, but that doesn't mean I'm going to let a silly piece of machinery intimidate me. If the machines were so great, they'd be admissible in court. Until then, they're obviously beatable. Besides, the nature of being a lawyer is arguing what you don't necessarily believe. But you're not a lawyer. You're a clerk. Did I pass the bar exam? Ben asked. I'm a lawyer. You're terrified is what you are. Whenever you get scared, you start acting like a pompous ass, as if that's a solid form of defense. Okay, maybe. But I still know that I haven't done anything wrong. Rick tricked me out of that first opinion. I didn't give it to him intending for him to use it to make money. I was a pawn, a fool, a knave. In my wildest dreams, I never thought Rick would use the information for personal gain. I thought I was speaking in the closest confidence. So if anyone is the victim here, it's me. That's a nice speech, Lisa said, applauding. You should write it down somewhere. And why's that? Because if you fail that test tomorrow, you're going to need it for the opening arguments of your dismissal hearing. After work, Lisa and Ben left the court, walked up First Street, and made a right on C Street. Passing the Dirksen Senate office building, they saw a band of young Senate staffers empty onto the sidewalk, all of them dressed in tan overcoats and toting leather briefcases. Ben counted the months until spring when the sun would shine again. Although it hadn't snowed for a week, the leftover slush, blackened from automobile exhaust and other pollution, covered Capitol Hill with a filthy winter veneer. 10 minutes later, the two clerks reached Saul and Evie's drugstore, the oldest operating pharmacy in the entire city. Are you sure they have it here? Ben asked, opening the door that was covered with peeling white paint. I'm positive, Lisa said as she walked inside. In the small, cramped store, sun-faded maps and decade-old advertisements decorated the walls. It smells like my grandmother's house, he said. This place is historic, Lisa said as she headed to the back of the store. Have some respect. Trust me, I love places like this. Where else can you find expiration dates that match your birthday to the year? You have to take a look at these maps, Lisa said as she pointed to the walls. I don't think a single one lists Alaska or Hawaii as states. I believe it, Ben said. The one near the front door didn't even have the Louisiana Purchase on it. Ah, those 13 states of ours. When Ben and Lisa reached the back of the store, the pharmacist behind the counter rose from his rusted metal folding chair. What's your ache? Just her, Ben said, motioning to Lisa. We're okay, thanks, Lisa said. She pointed to the freestanding blood pressure machine next to the counter. Here it is. I told you they had one. Do you really think this'll work? Ben asked, handing his overcoat and suit jacket to Lisa. How should I know? Do I have to get undressed for this? Ben asked, already rolling up his sleeve. Read the directions. After glancing at the paragraph of directions, Ben pulled a quarter from his pocket, unrolled his sleeve, put his arm into the cuff, and inserted the coin in the machine. You can do it over your shirt? Lisa asked. According to the directions. Suddenly the cuff tightened around Ben's arm. Breathing deeply and remaining silent, he waited as the cuff slowly loosened. A set of red numbers appeared on the screen of the machine. 122/84. Crap, Ben said. What do you normally? 125/85. The damn pills had almost no effect. My heart rate's the same. My pressure's the same. I'm a dead man. Don't say that. Besides, you only took them 2 hours ago. Maybe they haven't kicked in yet. Ben put on both of his coats and grabbed his briefcase. Maybe. But for some reason I doubt it. Don't let it get you upset, Lisa said as they left the store. If you expect to pass the test, you have to focus on being calm. Chapter 14. At 10 a.m. Wednesday, Ben stretched out on the deep red office sofa. With his eyes closed, he stroked his favorite polka dot tie. How do you feel? Lisa whispered. I'm okay, Ben said, sitting up and taking a long, deep breath. He looked at his watch. I guess it's time. Just stay calm. Think of long walks in the woods, scuba diving, anything that keeps you relaxed. I'm focused, Ben said, standing up. I'm a picture of calm. I'm intensely zen. Good luck, Lisa said as Ben walked out the door. Thinking it would be the least traveled route, Ben took the spiral marble staircase to the basement. Slowly he descended into the heart of the building, counting each step to take his mind off his destination. When he reached the basement, he walked to the marshal's office and told the receptionist that he had an appointment with Carl Lungen. You can go right in. He's expecting you. When Ben entered Lungan's office, he was hit by the stench of cigars. "Nice to see you, Ben," Lungan said, leaning back in his leather chair. "Have a seat." "I thought this was a smoke-free building," Ben said, refusing to look Lungan in the eye. "It is a historic monument, you know." "Well, you know how it is," Lungan said, rubbing his beard. He pointed to the chair in front of his desk. "Sit." "No offense, but can we get on with this?" Ben asked. "I have work to do. Besides, cigar smoke gets my blood pressure worked up." Lungan got up from his seat and headed for the door. Following him out of the office, Ben was led back to the receptionist's desk. "I'll be in the interrogation room if anyone needs me," Lungan announced. He then led Ben back to the main area of the basement. Walking toward a door marked Storage, Lungan pulled a wad of keys from his pocket and opened the door. The large, windowless, musty room measured about 50 feet in both length and width. The walls were lined with surplus desks, chairs, file cabinets, and other office equipment. Fluorescent bulbs illuminated the dust-filled air. "So I guess this is a storage area for most of the year, and an interrogation room when you need to scare people," Ben said. "That's it," Lungan said. "You've got us all figured out." In the center of the room were a wooden desk and 3 wooden chairs. On the desk was the lie detector machine, which reminded Ben of his office's laser printer, except with more wires. Dennis Fisk was untangling the large cluster of wires and didn't look up until they approached the equipment. "Are we ready yet?" Lungan asked. "Almost there," Fisk said. He glanced at Ben with a smirk. "Take a seat, buddy." Ben sat down, crossed his legs, and said nothing. "So tell us what's been happening with your life," Lungan said. "How's your friend Eric?" "I have no idea," Ben said. "I haven't spoken to him in weeks." "That's too bad," Lungan said, sitting in one of the 2 chairs behind the desk. Lungan leaned forward so that his elbows rested on his knees. "But you still live together, don't you?" "Not for long," Ben answered. "He's moving out the first of the year." "I guess he's moving to a bigger place now that he's a hotshot at the paper. I saw that he's covering all Supreme Court stories." "He's moving out because I'm making him move out," Ben said, struggling to remain composed. "I know what you mean," Fisk said, still fidgeting with the wires. "If I were you, I'd definitely be mad that my roommate wrote about my involvement with the whole CMI thing." "Listen, you better control your sidekick," Ben said to Lungan. "If he wants to make an accusation like that, he'd better have proof. Otherwise, I'd be thrilled to slap your office with workplace harassment and defamation suits." "Fisk didn't mean anything," Lungan said defensively. "We're all just a little anxious." "Well, I told you before, and I'll tell you again, I was as surprised about the CMI fiasco as you were." "But you do still admit that you leaked information to Eric about Blake's resignation?" Lungan asked. "I definitely did," Ben said, his voice even-tempered and steady. "And as far as I know, there's nothing illegal about that. I was just trying to help my friend." "So now Eric's your friend again?" Fisk interrupted. "No, not at all. The Blake incident took place before Eric wrote the CMI story. In case you're having trouble with temporal relationships, that means it happened before I was mad at him." Smiling, Ben watched as Fisk's jaw shifted slightly off-center. "Now, I know you're supposed to intimidate me with an hour of questions, but can we get on with this?" "Hook him up," Lungan told Fisk. Fisk rolled up Ben's sleeve and wrapped a Velcro pad around his arm. "I thought you needed an expert to administer the test," Ben said. "I'm trained to do it," Fisk shot back. "Oh, then I know I'm in good hands," Ben said sarcastically. "Your middle name is Impartial. Dennis Impartial—" "Shut up." When the rest of the instruments were attached, Fisk sat in the empty seat on the other side of the desk. "I want you to take 10 deep breaths," Fisk instructed. "On the 10th, just remain as calm as possible. Then we'll take your baseline reading." Following Fisk's instructions, Ben took 10 deep breaths. When he saw Lungen pull a sheet of notes from his jacket pocket, Ben tried to remain tranquil. Closing his eyes, he ignored the image and thought about hang gliding in the south of France. When he heard the machine whir with electronic buzzes and beeps, Ben opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. Out of the corners of his eyes, he saw Lungen writing on the sheet of paper. Fisk opened one of the drawers in the desk and pulled out a deck of playing cards. "Look over here," he said to Ben. So predictable, Ben thought, struggling to remain in control. "Here's the thing," Fisk explained. "I'm going to hold up a card and you're going to tell me what the card is. If you tell the truth, you'll see the little pencil on the machine stay still. If you lie, the pencil will scribble a bit wider." "Are you sure you're trained to tell the difference?" Ben asked. "That's funny, smartass. We'll see who's laughing in an hour." "Calm down," Rick said, cradling the telephone between his shoulder and chin. "I'm serious. I want my money. I told you. You'll get the rest as soon as I'm sure Ben is out of my hair." "How much more out of your hair do you want him? I told you everything he knows, everything he's doing, everything he's thinking, and when I complete my transaction, you'll have your money." "I can't believe how scared you are of Ben. For such a know-it-all, you can be a real coward." "It has nothing to do with fear," Rick said, switching the telephone to his other ear. "It has to do with being realistic. Ben's too resourceful to be left unchecked. Listen, you can call it anything you want, but take it from me. Just because you complete your transaction doesn't mean Ben is going to give up the trail. If he has to, he'll be after your ass forever. He's stubborn like that." "You're definitely right about that," Rick agreed. "But if Ben can't find me in Washington, what makes you think he'll be able to find me when the search goes global?" In her office, Lisa stared at the government-issue oversized wall clock above the sofa, wondering what was taking so long. She'd already had 2 cups of coffee and was now on her first cup of tea. The phone rang. Lunging at the receiver, she picked it up before the first ring finished. "This is Lisa," she said. Listening for a moment, she continued, "No, of course I remember. I'll have it to you as soon as possible." Looking back at the clock, she continued, "Ben should be back any second. I'll make sure he—" The office door flew open and Ben stepped in. He looked haggard, his face even whiter than his usual winter pale. Staring at the floor, he walked right past Lisa and collapsed on the sofa. "He just walked in. I'll speak to you soon," Lisa said. Hanging up the phone, she raced from her seat. "So what happened?" "I failed," he said. "You failed? Are you kidding me?" "I absolutely am," he said, jumping from the sofa. He raised his hands in the air. "I passed with flying colors." "That's fantastic," Lisa screamed, hugging him as they both jumped up and down. "Whoa, whoa, whoa," Ben said, breaking their embrace. "I think I'm getting excited. My penis is expanding." Laughing, Lisa pulled away. "So tell me what happened. What did they say? Were they mad?" "They were so pissed. Fisk was biting his nails so much I thought he was going to gnaw all the way to his knuckle." "How'd you pass? What did you say?" "They made me look at all these playing cards," Ben explained. "And if the card was an ace of spades and I said it was an ace, the machine just scrolled forward. But then when I lied and said it was a king, nothing different happened." Both Lungen and Fisk were beyond irate. They couldn't believe it. So they unhooked me and started all over. They asked me about 10 minutes of questions without the machine on, and then they hooked me up again. And this time, when they got to the cards part, the machine went nuts when I lied. I think it was because I was so excited about beating the machine the first time around. "You must have been dying." Lisa sat on the sofa. "I was," Ben said, unable to stand still. "I thought I was going to wet my pants. When Fisk was putting away the cards, I closed my eyes and just thought about G-rated movies. I don't know how it happened, but I started regaining the calm I had when I walked in there. Do you think it was the pills? It could have been, Ben said. To be honest, that's what I was thinking about when I closed my eyes. I just imagined that the pills were working, and I started thinking about the day of my brother's funeral. With those two thoughts in my head, my body basically shut down. That sounds terrible. It was no thrill, Ben said, but it did completely calm me. Whenever I need to bring anything in perspective, all I have to do is think about death. Everything else pales in comparison. Whatever works, Lisa said, leaning on the arm of the sofa. So what did the marshals ask you? I have to admit, Nathan was right on the money. They asked me if I was over 21 years of age, and I had to answer no. When the machine didn't do anything out of the ordinary, I knew I was home free. Did the marshals say anything? To be honest, I did everything in my power to avoid looking at them. I was worried that if I saw their disappointment, I'd get excited and fail the last part. So then what did they ask? After my age, they asked me if I smoked. When I said no, the machine didn't do anything. Then they asked if I had ever done anything I was ashamed of. That's when I thought about having sex with you. The machine was so silent I thought they had shut it off. That's very funny. Then finally they asked me whether I knew about the information that was leaked to Eric or whether I knew anything about Eric's story. To be honest, I'm not exactly sure what they asked. Whatever it was, I tried to zone out of it. Then when I heard silence, I just answered no. After the third question, when the machine didn't go crazy, I turned toward the marshals. At that point, I could actually feel the rage seething from Fisk's little pea-brained head. I asked them if I checked out okay, and Lungen said I was all finished. He thanked me for my time and apologized for the inconvenience. Do you think they knew you were lying? Hold on a second, Ben said, opening the door to their office. Maybe you can say that a little louder? I don't think everyone in Maryland was able to hear you. You know what I mean. Ben let the door close. Let's put it this way. I don't think for a second that they think I'm completely innocent. But until they find some proof, they really can't do anything. Walking to his desk, Ben said, By the way, who were you talking to when I walked in? Huh? Lisa asked. When I came in, you were on the phone with someone. You said he just walked in and then you hung up the phone. Who were you talking to? Oh, that was Nancy, calling from Hollis's office. Hollis sent his final version of Grinnell, and he wants both of us to do one more read on it. He needs our final copy by Friday. He wants to submit it to the clerk's office by the end of the week so they can announce it this Monday. And that's all she said? That was it. Lisa noticed the skeptical expression on Ben's face. Don't give me that bullshit. What bullshit? I know what you're thinking, Lisa said, rising from the sofa. Sorry to disappoint you, but I wasn't speaking to Rick. Who said you were speaking to Rick? Believe me, I know your suspicious look. I don't care how well you did with the marshals downstairs, I can always tell when you're lying. Well, you don't have to worry. I'm not suspicious. If you say it was Nancy, it was Nancy. Well, it was Nancy. Then I believe you, Ben said. It really was. I said I believe you. Ben, Listen, if I really thought you were lying, I'd pretend to go to the bathroom and then I'd go up to Nancy to ask her if she called you. I trust you, Lisa. If you say it was her, it was her. By late Friday afternoon, Ben had been staring at his computer screen for 3 consecutive hours. I can't believe he hasn't made a move yet, he said, rubbing his now bloodshot eyes. The only way to make money is to buy the property. For the 8th time since Wednesday, Lisa reread the final draft of Grinnell. Maybe Rick never got the Grinnell decision. Maybe he got a different decision. No way, Ben said. He definitely got Grinnell. I can feel it. Oh, you can? Lisa asked, her eyes still glued to the page. And assuming your supernatural powers are correct, what makes you so sure that Rick's seller will even report the sale? He may just hand over the deed and run. The seller may do that, but Rick won't. It's in Rick's best interest to report the sale. Otherwise, the seller might be able to renege on the deal. By reporting the property, Rick will guarantee the transaction, and he's too smart not to do that. Intrigued by the logic of Ben's hypothesis, Lisa put down the decision and turned toward her own computer, which was also logged on to Lexus's public records database. As the two clerks sat mesmerized in front of the property records, their silence was interrupted by the ringing of Ben's phone. "Hello, Justice Hollis's chambers," Ben answered. "Hey, is this Ben Addison? The same Ben Addison that worked at Wayne and Portnoy 2 summers ago?" Rolling his eyes, Ben recognized the voice of Adrian Alcott. He forced a congenial tone. "How are you doing, Adrian? Great to hear your voice." "Yours too," Alcott said. "We haven't spoken in a while. How's everything at the court?" "Busy, busy, busy," Ben said, annoyed that his attention was taken from his computer screen. "So I hear," Alcott said. "I've heard it gets really crazy there as the year comes to a close." "Absolutely. They try to get out as many decisions as possible so everyone can enjoy their holidays." "Don't I know it," Alcott said. "Even here we try to—" "Ben, you better take a look at this," Lisa yelled, pointing to her screen. Ignoring Alcott's ramblings, Ben turned back to his screen where he struggled to find the source of Lisa's outburst. "So, have you decided on your career plans for next year yet?" Alcott asked. When he didn't get an answer, he added, "Ben, are you there?" Yeah, I'm here," Ben said, scrolling through the list of more than 100 identifiable owners. "I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part." "I just wanted to know if you had decided on your career plans for next year," Alcott repeated. "Not yet. I've been too busy to think about next week, much less next year." "Go to the top of the list," Lisa called out. "I totally understand," Alcott said. "As long as you're keeping us in mind, that's all I ask." As he scrolled to the top of the alphabetical list, Ben searched for the most recent addition to the register of Grinnell property owners. When he finally saw the newest entry, his heart dropped. He didn't want to believe his eyes, but there it was at the top of his screen. Addison and Company. "Listen, Adrian, I have to go." "Is everything okay?" Alcott asked. Before Alcott finished the question, Ben was gone. "I don't believe this," Ben said, his hands pulling at his hair. "I can't believe this is happening. I'm completely screwed." "Don't say that," Lisa said, walking over to calm her co-clerk. "It's not. Lisa, when this decision comes down on Monday, a company with my last name attached to it is going to make millions because of a decision I worked on. You don't think that's something to worry about?" "Ben, there's no way to link that company to you. You didn't create it. You have nothing to do with it. Besides, who else besides us is actually watching the public records database for current changes in Grinnell ownership?" Ben's phone rang. Frozen, he looked at Lisa. Again, the ring cut through the room. "Are you going to answer it?" Lisa asked. Again, the phone rang. "It's the marshal's office," Ben said. "They know." He raced toward the closet and grabbed his coat. "Where are you going?" Lisa asked. "I have to get out of here," Ben explained, picking up his briefcase and heading for the door. "Switch IDs with me." "What?" "I said switch IDs," Ben demanded, throwing Lisa his court ID. "Hurry!" Lisa ran back to her desk, pulled her ID from her desk drawer, and threw it to him. As soon as he caught it, he was gone. "Call me when you get home," Lisa yelled as the phone continued to ring. Running full speed down the main staircase, Ben was in a deep sweat. When he reached the main floor, his pace slowed and he tried his best to maintain a casual walk. Avoiding the main exit, he stayed in the north wing of the court and headed for the only unmanned door in the building. As he approached the exit, he thought he heard someone behind him. He turned around and saw no one, but he picked up his pace. His heart racing, Ben reached the ID machine that would grant him access to the locked exit. He pulled out Lisa's card, held his breath, and swiped it through the machine. Nothing. With shaking hands, he ran it through again. Finally, a click of recognition. He pressed forward and pushed open the side door of the building. Once outside, he let out his breath and dropped his briefcase on the ground, relieved to feel the bitter wind on his face. Bent over, with his hands on his knees, Ben took a minute and struggled to compose himself. Running his fingers through his hair, he closed his eyes and tried to think. He picked up a handful of snow from the ground, rubbed it across his forehead, and put the rest in his mouth. Walking a few blocks up Maryland Avenue, Ben stopped at a payphone and dialed Lisa's office number. "Hello, Justice Hall—" "Lisa, it's me." "What the hell happened to you?" "I'm sorry. I just had to get out of there. I felt sick to my stomach." "What the hell did you need my ID for?" "I thought the marshals were going to put a lock on mine so I couldn't leave the building. That's how they got me last time." "So now I'm stuck here?" "No," Ben said, checking over his shoulder. "You can still use mine. If the marshals lock you in, it means they know about Grinnell. If not, I'll know they're clueless." "But that doesn't answer my question. If they lock me in, how am I supposed to get out of here?" "Just walk to the main exit and tell them you can't find your ID. They'll look you up manually and you'll get out. Meanwhile, have you figured out who Rick bought the property from?" "I went through the list we printed out last week, and there was only one name missing. Addison and Company replaced a company called the Micron Group." "And the Micron Group is?" "I ran a Lexis search on them and it came up blank. All I could find was that they were a limited partnership chartered in Delaware about 5 years ago. The original incorporation papers were registered to a Murray Feynman, but when I looked up Feynman, the only story on him was his obituary. He died late last year at the age of 84. Micron was probably created solely to make pre-death investments, and I have no idea who runs it now." "And you couldn't find anything else?" "What the hell else do you want? I mean, all I have to work with is Lexis, which means I'm limited to periodicals and public records. I was impressed I found as much as I did." "I'm sorry. I'm just freaking out," Ben explained as a small group of guided tourists walked past him. He waited until the last of the group was gone before he said another word. "Do you think we can find Rick by looking at Addison and Company?" "I don't know. I looked up the name, and it's not incorporated anywhere. My bet is he's either incorporated in another country or Addison and Company is a subsidiary of a company that we don't know the name of. Obviously, Rick used the Addison part just to piss you off. I think it was more than that. Shining a light on me means that no one will be looking for him." "That may be true. So what are you going to do now?" "I'm going to wait here until you get off work. That way I'll know if the marshals are after me." "You're going to wait there for 2 hours?" "Screw 2 hours. Just leave now. Hollis doesn't care. The Grinnell decision is fine. Send it to Nancy. Besides that, we have nothing else to do." "So I guess we don't have about 50 cert petitions to go through?" "Come on, Lisa, it's Friday. Just leave." Fine, she said. "Tell me where you are." "I'm at the payphone on the corner of Maryland and D." "You got it. I'll see you in 10 minutes. When Lisa arrived on the corner, she was concerned when she couldn't find Ben. Looking around, she saw a few dozen people fighting their way through the recently shoveled sidewalks, none of them resembling him. Spotting the payphone on the corner, she approached it and was surprised to see a sheet of paper sandwiched between the receiver and its cradle. She picked up the phone and removed the paper, which contained a note written in Ben's handwriting. "Hail the black and beige taxi across the street." Lisa crumpled up the paper and looked over her shoulder, wondering if she was being followed. Crossing the street, she saw the black and beige taxi. "Taxi?" she yelled. When the driver nodded back, she opened the back door and got inside. Before she could say a word, the car headed down Maryland Avenue. "Excuse me, but do you know where we're going?" Lisa asked. "So was there a problem?" Ben asked as he popped his head up from the front passenger seat. Lisa jumped back in her seat. "Holy crap, you scared the hell out of me," she yelled. "Why the hell were you hiding on the floor?" I didn't know if someone was going to follow you or if you were going to come out alone. Well, you don't have to worry. Your ID worked with no problem. I think the marshals are lost. Or maybe they knew I was already gone. Ben, you have to calm down. No one but us knew to watch that database. The marshals don't know dick. You said it yourself. They're morons. Whatever. Ben's eyes were focused on the back window behind Lisa. Lisa turned around. Stop it already. No one is following us. I just can't believe this is happening, Ben said, shaking his head. My life is ruined. Let's not talk about it now, Lisa said, motioning with her chin toward the taxi driver. We can discuss it when we get home. 15 minutes later, they arrived at Ben's house. See? You're home free, Lisa said as Ben put his key in the door. If the marshals really wanted you, they would have jumped us as soon as we got out of the taxi. When Ben opened the door, he was surprised to see Ober watching TV in the living room. Hey, why are you home so early? Ober asked. Oh, now I see, he added when he saw Lisa follow Ben inside. What's new with you, Missy? Nothing really, Lisa said, taking off her coat. You? Not much, Ober said. What are you doing here anyway? Ben asked his roommate. Aren't you supposed to be working? I am, Ober said, shutting off the TV. I'm just taking a long lunch. It's almost 3:30, Ben said. It is? Ober said, turning the television back on. Then I have at least another half hour before I have to show my face. Do you realize that our tax dollars are paying for you to sit around? Lisa asked as she took a seat on the couch. Go back to work. Hey, my tax dollars are paying your salary too, Ober said. Aren't they? It doesn't matter, Ben said, collapsing next to Ober on the couch. What happened? Ober asked, still staring at the TV. After explaining the entire story, Ben said, and once the decision comes down on Monday, Grinnell and Associates is going to make millions and every finger is going to point to me. And they should, Ober said. You are the president of Addison and Company. This is not the time for jokes, Ben said. Then can I ask you a favor? Ober said. If Monday is going to be your last day at the court, can I come along to watch the decision being announced? Do you really want to come? Ben asked. Absolutely, Ober said. If you're not going to be there anymore, I figure this will be the last time I'll be able to get backstage. There's no stage, Lisa said. The justices sit behind a bench. Then back bench, Ober corrected himself. So will you take me? Sure, Ben said, shrugging his shoulders. Why not? He turned toward Lisa and added, By the way, I guess the Addison and Company purchase answers your question about whether Rick was going to take part in Grinnell. I just don't understand it, Lisa said. How could Nathan do that to you? You have no proof it was him, Ober interrupted, suddenly angry. Oh, yeah? Lisa asked. Then how come we never saw that briefcase, Mike? Don't ask me, Ober said. But if you want to talk about Nathan, do it elsewhere. I don't want to hear that crap anymore. That must make you hear no evil, Lisa said. Now, if we only could have gotten Nathan and Eric to play Speak No Evil and Print No Evil. Listen, you bony little bitch, you can... Both of you, stop it, Ben interrupted. I don't have time to play mediator now. Save it for later. How can you let her get away with that? Ober asked. These people are still your friends. Me? Lisa asked, pointing to herself. What about you? Listen, I don't care if it's Nathan, Ben said. I don't care if it's either of you. In fact, I don't even care if it's my own damn mother at this point. The bottom line is that come Monday, it's all over. Ober pulled his jacket from the couch. Ben, I'll talk to you about it later, when she's gone. I really have to get back to work. Good riddance, Lisa shouted as Ober slammed the door. Listen, I really should get going too. We'll talk about this later? Sure, Ben said. Just abandon me now. It's okay. Come on, Ben, don't give me guilt. You know that we have to get those cert petitions done. At least this way one of us will be working on them. No, you're right, Ben said. It'll be good for me to have some time alone. That way I don't have to share my burden with anyone else. Don't say that, Lisa said. You know I care about... I'm just joking, Ben interrupted. Go ahead. We'll talk about it later. Avoiding the main lobby of the Washington Hilton, Rick slid his coded key into the computerized lock and walked into the side entrance that adjoined the parking lot. As he headed straight for the elevators, his pace was brisk and confident. Getting off on the 10th floor, he made a sharp right turn toward room 1014. Sliding his key into the lock, he turned the knob and stepped inside. Where the hell have you been? You're a half-hour late. Where I've been is none of your business, Rick said, a faint smile lighting his features. So you made a lot of money. Big deal. It was definitely a big deal, Rick said. He sat back on one of the canary yellow couches and kicked his feet up onto the coffee table. It was a plush suite. 3 rooms, oil paintings on the walls, deep cream carpet, and a full bar. Did you know that President Reagan was shot at this hotel? I didn't know that, but I'm sure the information will someday come in handy. It's true, Rick said. Locals still call it the Hinckley Hilton. That's great. I'm thrilled. What are you so pissed about? Rick asked. Listen, I don't have time for this. I have to get back to work. Is the money transferred or not? The last $500,000 will be there at the end of business today, Rick said. He reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a small sheet of paper, and slapped it on the coffee table. Here's the account number. I hope you enjoy your winnings. I definitely will. And to think, Rick said, all of this happened because you don't like your roommate. You have it all wrong. Just because I took a decision from Ben's briefcase doesn't mean I don't like him. I just saw a golden opportunity that I couldn't walk away from. Sure. And you're a great friend otherwise. That's the real reason you told me about the lie detector and the yearbooks and the... I meant to ask you, how come Ben couldn't find you in the yearbooks? I thought that was a foolproof plan on his part. Then you're as big a fool as he is, Rick said. The flaw with the yearbook plan is that it assumes I went to a top law school. Being the intellectual snobs you are, you can't fathom the possibility that smart people exist at non-Ivy League schools as well. You're definitely right. You fooled me. Slapping himself on the knee, he rose from the couch. Oh well. You win some and you lose some. Well, I guess you won this time. That's for sure. It's been a pleasure doing business with you, Rick said, extending his hand. You too, Eric said as he walked into the hallway. Maybe I'll see you on the beach. Chapter 15. At 9:30 Monday morning, Lisa and Ben prepared to go down to the courtroom to watch the justices announce the decisions to the public. I still think you should turn yourself in, Lisa said, putting on her beige and black striped suit jacket. No way. Ben tightened his gold and navy tie. Not at this point. Why not? I'm sure they'd go easy on you. It doesn't matter. That's not a viable option as far as I'm concerned. Even if I don't go to jail, they'll have to fire me from the court. And if they have to take me out of this place, you better believe I'm going out kicking and screaming. I refuse to serve myself up on a platter. It's your life. I just think you're making a mistake. A light knock on the door interrupted the debate. Come on in, Ben said. The door opened and Nancy entered. Ben, your visitor's here. Ober moved around Nancy and walked into the room with his arms outstretched. Booby! So this is where the big boys play, huh? Ober asked, his hands brushing over everything he passed. The books on Lisa's desk, her computer monitor, Ben's pencil sharpener, his telephone. Ben pointed to the sofa and offered Ober a seat. I guess you had some trouble getting in. Not at all, Ober said, taking off his coat and throwing it on the sofa. It was easy. The security guard downstairs said that the courtroom was full today, and then I told him that I was here to see Ben Addison. Well, let me tell you, the man checked his clipboard and bingo, I was inside and at the front of the line. After I got through the metal detector, another guard led me up here. Ober looked around the room. This is a pretty good setup here. It feels like the White House. Everything is old and serious. It is the Supreme Court, Lisa said. Perhaps you've heard of it? Did someone say something? Ober asked, looking at Ben. I thought I heard a whiny bitch, but it must have been my imagination. Ober, you promised, Ben scolded. Fine, I'll be good, Ober said, sitting on the sofa. How are you today, Lisa? I wish a pox on you. Why, thanks for saying so. I just had it cut last week, Ober said, touching his hair. This is a great sofa, he noted, bouncing up and down on its springy cushions. And you guys have a lot of privacy. So have you ever, late at night after the cleaning lady leaves? Can you please show some decorum, Ben begged. Can I ask you a question? Lisa said to Ober. How can you be so damn festive when you know your friend is scared to death? Don't judge me, Ober warned. You help Ben your way and I'll help him mine. Both of you, stop it, Ben said, heading for the door. Let's go downstairs. In the great hall, the slowly diminishing crowd filed through 2 metal detectors, while Ben, Lisa, and Ober walked straight into the main courtroom. He's with us, Ben explained to a security guard who was staring at Ober. This is amazing, Ober said when he finally entered the room packed full of spectators, reporters, and court staff. If you want pomp, we've got pomp, Ben said as they walked to a roped-off section of seats on the right side of the room. Is everyone in front of us a clerk? Ober asked, noticing that they all seemed to be his age. Ben nodded. Only clerks and roommates of clerks can sit here. As the remaining spectators were ushered into the room, Ober said, Well, Ben, I have to admit, the court looks the same as when I worked here. The clerk in front of Ober turned around. Who'd you clerk for? Osterman, Ober said. Me too, the clerk said, clearly excited. Extending a hand, he said, I'm Joel. Nice to meet you, Joel, Ober said, his voice growing deeper. What's he saying now? Lisa asked Ben. Nothing, Ben said, amused. Let him go. Hey, if he puts you in a good mood, I'm in a good mood, Lisa said. So, what did you think of the big man? Joel asked Ober. He was always the nicest in my book. Really? Ben asked. Because Osterman's usually known as being the biggest asshole on the court. Well, that's what I meant, Ober said. He was nice in that mean asshole sort of way. Your friend wasn't a clerk, was he? Joel asked Ben. When Ben smiled, Joel said, Fuck you, Addison. You think you're so funny, don't you? No, Joel, Ben replied. I know I'm funny. He is very funny, Ober said. When Joel turned around and ignored him, Ober continued, Nice to meet you too. A buzzer sounded, ending every conversation in the room. Is this where I'm supposed to be quiet? Ober whispered. Shh, Ben said. The marshal banged his gavel, and every person in the room stood at attention. The Honorable, the Chief Justice, and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States, the marshal announced. Within seconds, the 9 justices strode through openings in the burgundy velvet curtain and moved to their respective seats on the bench. Very cool, Ober whispered. When the justices took their seats, the marshal announced, Oyez, oyez, oyez. All persons having business before the Honorable, the Supreme Court of the United States, are admonished to draw near and give their attention, for the court is now sitting. God save the United States and this honorable court. Once again, the gavel fell, and everyone took their seats. From the center seat, Chief Justice Osterman said, Today we have a longer docket than usual. We will be handing down the decisions of Doniger v. Lubetsky, Anderson v. United States, Maryland v. Schaff, Galani v. Zimmerman, and Grinnell and Associates v. New York. Justice Blake will be reading our first 3 decisions, and Justice Veet will be reading the remainder. Get comfortable, Ben whispered. Blake's going to take his own sweet time. Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, Blake announced in his signature Southern drawl. Reading from his prepared statement sheet, he announced with painful slowness each of the decisions of the court. How do they pick who speaks? Ober asked. It depends, Ben whispered. Blake wrote the first 3 decisions, while Veet was chosen because he was instrumental in the last 2. When Blake finished, Osterman said, Thank you, Justice Blake. Justice Veet. Justice Veet pulled his microphone close to his mouth and announced the first of his 2 decisions. A small man with stark, dyed black hair and gaunt features, Veet was known for his writings on American legal realism, which made him popular with legal scholars and uninteresting to the popular media. Although he had heard that Veet was one of the nicest justices sitting on the court, Ben at this moment couldn't muster anything but hate for him. How are you doing? Lisa asked, noticing the lack of color in Ben's face. I'm fine, Ben whispered back. With his hands still on the microphone, Veet cleared his throat and announced the decision. In the case of Grinnell and Associates v. New York, we agree that the burden borne by the plaintiffs is a great one indeed. However, the importance of historical preservation of this country's landmarks cannot be overstated. The historical value of the property, combined with the limited expectations of the plaintiffs when the property was purchased, leads us to conclude that New York City's landmark law does not constitute a taking of the plaintiff's property. We therefore find for the defendant and reverse the appellate court's decision. The marshal banged his gavel to close the session. The tourists left the room, and Ben leaned back in his chair, a wide smile of relief flushing his face. Congratulations, Lisa said, hugging her co-clerk. I don't understand, Ober said, confused. I thought you said that Grinnell was... Not here, Ben interrupted, holding up his hand and indicating the other clerks who were still filing out of their seats. Ben rose from his chair. Let's get out of here. Wait a minute, Ober said. What the hell is going on? Just shut up and walk, Lisa said, pushing Ober from behind. The 3 friends fought their way through the crowds that lingered in the great hall and made their way to the stairs on the north side of the building. As they walked upstairs to Ben and Lisa's office, Ober struggled to make sense of the last 5 minutes. Hold on a second, he demanded, stopping on the stairs. Just wait, Ben said, refusing to stop for his roommate. I'll explain in a second. When the justices took their seats, the marshal announced, Oyez, oyez, oyez. All persons having business before the Honorable, the Supreme Court of the United States, are admonished to draw near and give their attention, for the court is now sitting. God save the United States and this honorable court. Once again the gavel fell, and everyone took their seats. From the center seat, Chief Justice Osterman said, Today we have a longer docket than usual. We will be handing down the decisions of Doniger v. Lubetsky, Anderson v. United States, Maryland v. Schaff, Galani v. Zimmerman, and Grinnell and Associates v. New York. Justice Blake will be reading our first 3 decisions, and Justice Veet will be reading the remainder. Get comfortable, Ben whispered. Blake's going to take his own sweet time. Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice, Blake announced in his signature Southern drawl. Reading from his prepared statement sheet, he announced with painful slowness each of the decisions of the court. How do they pick who speaks? Ober asked. It depends, Ben whispered. Blake wrote the first 3 decisions, while Veet was chosen because he was instrumental in the last 2. When Blake finished, Osterman said, Thank you, Justice Blake. Justice Veet. Justice Veet pulled his microphone close to his mouth and announced the first of his 2 decisions. A small man with stark, dyed black hair and gaunt features, Veet was known for his writings on American legal realism, which made him popular with legal scholars and uninteresting to the popular media. Although he had heard that Veidt was one of the nicest justices sitting on the court, Ben at this moment couldn't muster anything but hate for him. "How are you doing?" Lisa asked, noticing the lack of color in Ben's face. "I'm fine," Ben whispered back. With his hands still on the microphone, Veidt cleared his throat and announced the decision. "In the case of Grinnell and Associates v. New York, we agree that the burden borne by the plaintiffs is a great one indeed. However, the importance of historical preservation of this country's landmarks cannot be overstated. The historical value of the property, combined with the limited expectations of the plaintiffs when the property was purchased, leads us to conclude that New York City's landmark law does not constitute a taking of the plaintiff's property. We therefore find for the defendant and reverse the appellate court's decision." The marshal banged his gavel to close the session. The tourists left the room, and Ben leaned back in his chair, a wide smile of relief flushing his face. "Congratulations," Lisa said, hugging her co-clerk. "I don't understand," Ober said, confused. "I thought you said that Grinnell was—" "Not here," Ben interrupted, holding up his hand and indicating the other clerks who were still filing out of their seats. Ben rose from his chair. "Let's get out of here." "Wait a minute," Ober said. "What the hell is going on?" "Just shut up and walk," Lisa said, pushing Ober from behind. The three friends fought their way through the crowds that lingered in the great hall and made their way to the stairs on the north side of the building. As they walked upstairs to Ben and Lisa's office, Ober struggled to make sense of the last 5 minutes. "Hold on a second," he demanded, stopping on the stairs. "Just wait," Ben said, refusing to stop for his roommate. "I'll explain in a second." When they entered the office, Ober waited for the door to close behind him. "Now tell me what the hell just happened down there?" Ben's phone rang. "I knew it," Ben said to Lisa. "I told you it wouldn't take 10 minutes. "You were right," Lisa said as Ober looked on, still bewildered. "I thought for sure he would try to sell the property first." "Hello," Ben said. "Justice Hollis's chambers?" "You're a dead man, Ben." "Ah, Rick, how are you doing?" "Everything's just swell here." "Make all the jokes you want," Rick said. "But you're now—" "Let me tell you something, you piece of shit," Ben interrupted. "You're the one who picked this fight. You're the one who approached me. You're the one who lied to gain my trust, and you're the one who screwed me at the first opportunity you got. If you thought for a second that I wouldn't try to screw you back, then you never understood me. You thought you were so damn smart that you'd make fools of the Ivy League imbeciles. Well, I got news for you, my friend. You were outsmarted. I'm not some spoiled, gullible rich kid. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. I was born with an iron foot, and right now I'm sticking it straight up your non-Ivy League ass. In the future, pick your opponents more wisely. Now, I have to go celebrate with my real friends, so enjoy your shitty property and know that we beat you." Ben slammed down the receiver, caught his breath, and then looked at his colleagues. "Wow," Lisa said. "Why didn't you say what's on your mind? The catharsis will do you good." Rick was, how shall I say, concerned, but otherwise thoughtful, Ben said, struggling to catch his breath. "And he sends his love to everyone." "Just tell me what the hell is happening," Ober demanded, shaking Ben by the shoulders. "I thought you said Grinnell was supposed to win." Ben sat down in his seat. He was. "Are you saying that you knew the decision was going to come out the other way?" "Of course I knew," Ben said. "Lisa and I wrote the opinion." "But I thought you wrote the dissent," Ober said, scratching his head. "I'm completely confused." "Here's the deal," Ben explained. "When the justices first voted on the decision, it came down 4-4. Justice Veidt was undecided. Then Osterman convinced Veidt that if he voted for Grinnell, the decision, when it was written, would barely limit future government regulation. At that point, Veit sided with Osterman, who now had enough votes to form a majority. Since Hollis was in the minority, Lisa and I started writing the dissent. And at that point, Grinnell was supposed to win. Ober leaned on the corner of Ben's desk. Exactly, Ben said. Now, when the majority opinions are finally written, they're passed around to all the justices so they can all see what it is they're actually voting for. And that's when Veit switched sides, Ober said. Exactly, Ben said. Oh my God, I think he's actually learning, Lisa said, patting Ober on the back. Ben couldn't contain his smile. When Veit saw Osterman's opinion, he realized that the decision was taking a bigger step than he had signed on for. Osterman had basically written a ranting condemnation against government regulation. So Veit told him that if he didn't rewrite it, he was going to jump ship. Eventually, Veit realized that there would be no way to take a small step, so he came over to our side. With that extra vote, our dissent became the majority opinion. It happens all the time, Lisa interrupted. Justices say one thing in conference, but when it comes down to putting it on paper, they don't agree, so they switch sides. So wait a minute. What does this do to Rick? Ben put his feet up on his desk. Let's put it this way. He just paid a great deal of money for a crappy piece of property. Is the property worthless? It's not worthless, but the only thing that pushed the price up so high was the possibility that the owners could turn it into a giant revenue-creating mall. And as you could see from my conversation with Mr. Scumbag, that possibility is totally shot. There's still one thing I don't understand, Ober said. How did Rick get the wrong decision? Eric took it from my briefcase, Ben said. Eric? The one and only, Lisa said. I don't believe it, Ober said. So, since you knew the decision was going to be stolen, you planted the wrong decision in your briefcase. Exactly, Ben said as someone knocked on the door. I just left it in the old dissent form. Come in, Lisa yelled. Nancy walked in. I have someone here who says he has an appointment with you. Stepping aside, she let Eric enter the room. Ben rose from his seat. Yes, I know him, Ben said to Nancy. Thanks for bringing him up. When Nancy left the room, Eric stared at Ben. I just heard that Grinnell lost their case. Can you believe it? Ben asked as he rushed toward his roommate. Congratulations. Eric embraced Ben. You too, Ben said. We couldn't have done it without you. Eric hugged Lisa. Thanks for all the help. Did you have any trouble getting in downstairs? Ben asked. Not at all, Eric said. I told them I was Nathan, just like you said. Wait a minute, Ober said, his eyes darting to everyone in the room. What the hell is going on here? Yesterday everyone hated each other, and today you're having a love-in? Take a seat, Sherlock. Ben pointed to the sofa. This is where it gets good. Looking at Eric, Ober asked, So you've been... Just listen, Ben interrupted, sitting on the edge of Lisa's desk. If you remember, Rick and I were supposed to meet, so I could give him the Grinnell decision. Apparently, Rick was worried that I'd try to trap him, which I would have, so he started looking for other sources that could get him a decision. And since he knew Ben and I were on the outs, he approached me, Eric said, sitting down next to Ober. I guess he figured that if I wrote the CMI story so I could get a promotion, I'd definitely steal some documents for $1.5 million. He offered you over $1 million? Ober asked. He should have come to me. Funny, Eric said. So a few days before Thanksgiving, I'm sitting at my desk and I get a call from Rick. He tells me that he wants to speak to me about our mutual friend, Ben, and he asks me to meet him at this hotel. When I get there, he offers me over $1.5 million to keep an eye on Ben and to somehow snag the decision. Are you kidding me? Ober asked. What did you say? I can't believe you didn't tell him to screw off right there, Lisa said. No way, Ben said. Eric's way too opportunistic to do that. Turning to Ober, Ben continued, That night, Eric slipped a note under my door telling me the whole story. He said he was sorry about what happened between us and he wanted to make it up to me. We were so afraid that the house and all of our phones were bugged, we started communicating through notes until we eventually worked out this plan. That's what I was looking for when you caught me rummaging through Ben's garbage, Eric said to Ober. So you knew all along that you were giving Rick the wrong decision? Ober asked. Yes, Eric said. And Rick believed you since he thought you hated Ben. Exactly. And all of you were in on it? Yep. And now you've basically screwed Rick to the wall since he bet on the wrong decision. You got it. This is the greatest plan of all time, Ober screamed, throwing his hands in the air. You guys are geniuses. We try, Lisa said. Ober jumped from the sofa. We have to celebrate. This is the best ever. So you're not mad we didn't tell you? Eric asked, knowing the answer. Yeah, Ober said, calming down. Why didn't you tell me? We just wanted to keep you safe, Ben said. That's not it, Ober said. He didn't tell you because you're a bonehead who can't act, and you probably would have screwed up the whole plan, Lisa said. Oh, give me a break, Ober said. I'm a great actor. I'm sure you are, Ben said, but there was too much at stake to fool around. For the past month, Eric and I had to act like we were still at each other's throats. We couldn't risk involving everyone. Did Nathan know? Ober asked. No, Ben said, looking at Lisa. You can say it, Lisa said. She turned to Ober and explained, that part was my idea. I'm the one who said not to trust Nathan. There, it's out. Are you happy now? Ben looked back at Ober. Believe me, I was dying to tell him. But in the end, I felt the fewer people who knew, the better. And when we found out about that briefcase, Mike, well, that sealed it. We were convinced that Rick had contacted Nathan as well. So you really did suspect him, Ober said. Absolutely, Ben said. Especially when Eric told me that he never told Rick about the yearbook plan, but Rick somehow knew about it on his own. I was terrified. I thought Rick was using Eric to get the decision and that he was using Nathan to keep a closer eye on me. But why couldn't Rick get that information from Eric? Ober asked, sitting in Ben's desk chair. Why pay two friends? Because at that point I wasn't speaking to Eric anymore, Ben explained. And Nathan was the person I was spending the most time with. We still don't know Nathan's innocent, Lisa pointed out. Oh, man, Ober said to Ben. He is going to be pissed at you for not telling him. And when you combine that with what you said to him last week, you'll be lucky if he ever forgives you. Ben stuffed his hands in his pockets. Thanks for the reminder. Don't worry about it, Eric said, waving his hand. You can deal with Nathan later. We should be celebrating right now. This was a tremendous victory. I'm telling you, Ober said, pulling open Ben's desk drawers. I've got to get a job here. This is the most exciting day of my life. Where can I pick up an application? The brass polishers have their own union, Lisa said. My guess is you'll have to go through them. Ignoring the comment, Ober asked Eric, so what was it like being the inside man? Risking your life, seeing danger around every corner, but forging ahead because you knew that... Wait a minute. He stopped. What happened to all the money you got? It's in some bank in Switzerland. It was supposed to be released to me after the decision came down. I called a minute after the decision was announced, and I still couldn't get access. My guess is we'll never see that money. Do you know what we could have done with $1 million? Ober groaned. We could have bought a small nation. We could have owned Guam. We could have built the world's biggest hoagie as a monument to the sandwich gods. Darn, Eric said sarcastically. I never thought about the hoagie monument. Maybe I can get it back. Turning toward Ben, he added, Meanwhile, I'm surprised you haven't heard from Rick yet. I thought for sure. He already called, Ben said. He did? When? About a minute after we got back here. He was completely dumbfounded. "You should have heard it," Ober said. "Ben tore him apart. I just wish we had a video phone so we could have seen his expression." "I don't know if you should have told him off like that," Lisa said, taking a seat in her own chair. "To be honest," Ben said, "I really don't give a shit right now. I'm just happy to have my life back." "Whatever you say," Lisa said. "But I suggest that you watch your back. He's not going to just go away." Eric looked at his watch. "I want to hear exactly what you said to him, but I really have to get back to work. We'll talk about it later?" "Definitely," Ben said with a smile. "But don't think that just because you saved my ass, I'm not still pissed at you for writing that story." Yeah, you'll never forgive me," Eric said as he walked to the door. "I've heard it all before." "Hold on," Ober said to Eric. "Did you drive here?" "Yeah, why?" "Because you have to drop me off at work," Ober said, grabbing his jacket and following Eric to the door. "By the way, Ben, thanks for bringing me in today. It wasn't as exciting as you said, but it was okay." "I'll see you guys later," Ben said. When the door closed behind Eric and Ober, Lisa looked at Ben. "So how do you feel? Top of the world, Ma?" "I feel unbelievable," Ben said, banging his desk. "You should have heard Rick on the phone. He was so pissed." "I still think you shouldn't have." "Lisa, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to lose this mood. I feel mighty. I feel authoritative. I feel like I can command a small army of rebel soldiers on a quest for the perfect tetherball court. I have to admit, the ego boost suits you. I haven't seen you this happy since I let you drag me into bed." "That's funny," Ben said, "because the way I remember it, you were the one doing the dragging. Or was it begging?" "That's right. I forgot your major in college was revisionist history. I should have known better." "Trust me, the facts have not changed," Ben said as he strolled to the sofa. "You were the one who was begging for it. In fact, as I remember it, the quote was, 'I've been waiting to jump your bones since the moment I met you.' Does that ring any bells?" "Oh, please," Lisa said. "I just made that up to make you feel better. It was a lie and you know it." "Let me ask you one question," Ben said. "If you were so reluctant to get into bed with me, how come you were the one who wasn't wearing any underwear that night?" Lisa flushed red. "I told you. I forgot to pack extra. I ran out on the first day. That was the only reason." "Sure it was," Ben said, amused. "And if I were a complete moron, I might even believe that." "Good thing you're only a partial moron, then." "Huh. And what else did you say that night?" Ben asked. "That whenever I wanted to go again, you'd be ready?" Stretching out on the sofa, he announced, "I'm ready." Lisa approached the sofa. "You're serious, aren't you?" "I am." "Are you wearing your lucky underwear?" "I most certainly am. Today was a big day for me." As Lisa sat down on the sofa, Ben said, "You know you want to. It's all over your face." "It is?" she asked as her face approached his. "It definitely is. Besides, you heard what I said before. I'm ready." "You're dreaming is what you are," Lisa laughed as she pulled away. "Do you really think that just because you had your macho victory, you can get your hormones worked up and talk me into bed?" "Pretty much," Ben said. "Then you're on some serious hallucinogens," Lisa said, heading back to her desk. "You may have pulled off one miracle earlier today, but that doesn't mean you can do two." Sitting up, Ben readjusted his tie. "Does this mean we're not having sex on the sofa?" "That was unbelievable," Ober said as he and Eric stepped out of the elevator and into the great hall. "I can't believe you guys pulled it off." "It was all Ben," Eric said. "The moment I told him about Rick, he had the whole plan designed within a few hours." "The boy's no dummy," Ober said. "All I can say is thank God he's no longer mad at me. He can be a devious bastard when it comes to revenge." Do you think Nathan will forgive him? Not a chance in hell, Eric said as the two friends walked past the security guard station and out the front entrance of the court. Are you sure that was him? Lungen asked as Eric and Ober left the building. Are you kidding? Fisk said. Of course that's him. I had my friend point him out last time I was at the Herald. And he didn't sign in under the name Eric Stroman? Lungen asked the security guard who manned the main entrance. Nope, the guard said, flipping through the pages of his clipboard. When he found what he was looking for, he pointed to the sign-in sheet. See? He said his name was Nathan. That's the other roommate, Fisk said. Ben's been blowing smoke since the beginning. I told you he's a liar. I want you to call our friend at the Herald, Lungen said. If Eric and Ben are on speaking terms, I want to know why. Returning home from work, Ben dreaded his inevitable confrontation with Nathan. Maybe he won't be home until later, Ben thought, slowly walking up the never-shoveled, ice-covered front path. As he opened the door, he wondered how he would break the news to Nathan. So you set up the whole thing and trusted everyone but me and Ober? Nathan asked before Ben could pull his key out of the lock. I guess you heard the good news, Ben said. I have one question for you, Nathan said, standing face-to-face with Ben in the middle of the living room. Why did you trust Lisa over me? Ben stepped around Nathan and toward the kitchen, hoping to somehow diffuse the situation. I didn't trust Lisa over you. In fact, I didn't tell her about the plan until 3 days ago, when Rick finally invested his money in Grinnell. When I found out Rick bet on the wrong decision, I knew Lisa was innocent. If she was working with Rick, she would have told him that he had the wrong decision. But that didn't mean you had to tell her everything. Yes, it did, Ben said. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stopped talking about how Rick bet on the wrong decision, which was something I didn't want anyone saying out loud. Fine. Thank you, Nathan said, heading for the stairs. That's all I wanted to know. Wait, Ben said, turning back toward the living room. Where are you going? Nathan didn't answer. When Nathan was out of sight, Ben looked at Ober. What did he want me to say? Oh, come on, Ober said. You're a grown-up. You know what you did. Did you really expect to hug and make up? Yeah, but please, the silent treatment? It'll only last a while, Ober said. Don't worry. I'm sure he'll come around eventually. I mean, he's still your friend. But that's such an immature way to... Look at it this way, Ober said. At least he's not asking you to move out and find a new roommate. Oh, that's very funny, Ben said sarcastically. I just hope he comes around in time for New Year's. Why? Are you actually going to have some time off to enjoy it? Well, we still have piles of cert petitions to go through, but the justices are gone for the next few weeks. We're basically closed down until the second week of January. Do you still have to go to work every day? Are you kidding? Justice never sleeps. It doesn't even nap. And if it does doze off, you can bet it never hits the snooze bar. I get the idea, Ober said, getting up from his seat. Just tell me when you're going to be off so I can figure out where to make plans. I'll probably take off on Christmas Day and New Year's Day, but that's it. Then I guess we'll make plans around here, Ober said as he walked to the kitchen to make dinner. I don't care where we celebrate, Ben said, following Ober to the kitchen. All I want is for next year to be less stressful than this one. Striking a match, Ober turned on the gas and lit the stove. Don't count on it. Chapter 16. 2 weeks later, at 7:30 in the morning, Ben read through the newspaper at his desk. Wearing jeans and an old wool crewneck, he was thrilled that the absence of the justices also meant casual dress for all court staff. Reaching the op-ed page, he leaned forward and pored over the opinions of Washington's top columnists. He looked up when Lisa entered the office. "Happy New Year," she said. Lisa had spent the previous week in California, celebrating Christmas and New Year's with her family. Although she was wearing a stark black sweater and faded jeans, the first thing Ben noticed about his co-clerk was her deep brown tan. "You look great," Ben said, kissing her on the cheek. "Thank you. You look pale." She opened a briefcase and dumped a 6-inch pile of paper on her desk. "You got through all of those?" Ben asked, amazed. "What can I say? I'm that good." As she started to organize the pile of papers, Lisa noticed a memorandum on the corner of her desk. "What's this about?" "Clerk lunches," Ben explained. "Since we're halfway done with our term, they're starting to organize private lunches with the justices so we can get to know them better." "That's really nice," Lisa said. "It should definitely be interesting," Ben said. "Besides Hollis, I don't think I've said 2 words to any of them." "So we get to rub elbows and the court picks up the tab? What a deal." Leaning on the back of her chair, Lisa stared at Ben. "Speaking of deals, I can't stop thinking about this whole Grinnell thing." "What can I say? It was a great plan." "No, it wasn't," Lisa said coldly. "It was completely stupid. The more I think about it, the more I realize it was the dumbest thing you could have done." Ben sat up straight in his chair. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing's wrong with me," Lisa said, shuffling papers. "I just think the plan was stupid." "How was it stupid?" Ben asked, annoyed. "It was stupid because all you did was piss off Rick. When everything was said and done, the plan accomplished nothing else." "It did more than that." "Really?" Lisa challenged. "Tell me what else it did." "It got Rick off my back." Lisa stopped shuffling the papers on her desk. "Let me ask you a question," she said. "When you designed the whole Grinnell thing, what was your actual goal?" "What was my goal?" "Your goal," Lisa repeated. "What did you hope to accomplish?" "There wasn't a true goal," Ben explained. "Rick approached Eric, then Eric approached me. From there, I kind of planned it out so Rick wouldn't win." "But what was your number one concern? What was going through your head?" "Tons of things were going through my mind," Ben said. "Excitement, fear, anxiety, anger, revenge." "Exactly," Lisa interrupted, pointing a finger. "Revenge." "What's wrong with revenge? After everything Rick put me through, I was pissed." "And you have every right to be pissed," Lisa said. "But since this thing started, you've been so obsessed with revenge, you've stopped thinking about how you'll actually get yourself out of this mess." "Don't give me that," Ben said. "Getting out of it was my first priority." "Then why didn't you try to get Rick arrested? If you knew where Eric was meeting with him, why didn't you stake the place out with the authorities?" "We didn't know where they were meeting," Ben explained. "Rick always called Eric moments before they met. Eric would be in the lobby of one hotel, and then he'd get a phone call to go to the lobby of another. It was impossible to track Rick down. Besides, even if I wanted to, I couldn't go to the authorities. They'd arrest me in a heartbeat." "See, there's the main flaw in your thinking. You can go to the authorities, you just don't want to." "You're damn right I don't want to. No offense, but I like my job." "Forget about your job. Your life is more important." "Lisa, I don't know why you're so crazy. The past 3 weeks have been perfectly calm. I have no worries. Nothing's hanging over me. Rick is gone." "Rick is not gone," Lisa said, raising her voice. "When are you going to get that through your head? Rick may be pissed off, and he may be broke, and he may be angry, but he is certainly not gone. And if you just screwed me over for a few $1 million, you can bet your ass that I'd be plotting some serious revenge of my own from the moment it happened." "What are you getting so nuts about?" "I just want you to see what's going on. You're not safe." "So what do you want me to do? Run to Hollis and ask for help?" I don't know if Hollis is the right person, but I think that's the right idea. Otherwise, you're never getting out of this mess. I mean, this guy has already slashed your father's tires. Do you really want to wait to see his next move? Saying nothing, Ben grabbed a calculator from his desk. Nervously, he started tapping its keys. You know I'm right, Lisa added. Throughout this whole disaster, you really haven't been thinking about getting out of this mess. You've just been obsessed with the fact that Rick outsmarted you. That's not true, Ben said as he continued to tap at the calculator keys. It is true, Lisa insisted, picking up Ben's calculator and throwing it in the garbage can next to his desk. You hate the fact he beat you, and you're obsessing over revenge. But let me tell you, getting revenge is easy. Screwing Rick was cake. The hard part is catching him. To do that, you have to make some sacrifices. So for once in your life, you'll have to admit you can't do it alone. Maybe I can't, but No, we can't, Lisa said. We can't do anything. No offense, but you, me, and all your friends, even with all their little spy toys, do not have the resources to anticipate where Rick's going to turn up next. No matter how smart we are, we're not that good. And until you're willing to admit that, you're never going to get out of this. Ben stared silently at his desk. You think I should turn myself in? Yes, Lisa said. For the past week, I've been thinking about every possible outcome of this scenario. No matter what happens, the authorities are going to find out somehow. That's the one truth you have to accept. Unless we get something on Rick. It doesn't matter if we get something on Rick. Rick doesn't care if we tell the police he's the mastermind. They can't find him, but they can always find you. And as long as Rick's out there, you'll always have that hanging over your head. But what if we catch Rick ourselves? It wouldn't matter, Lisa said impatiently. Even if we caught Rick on our own, we'd have to turn him over to the police at some point. It's not like we can lock him in our basement forever. And the moment we turn Rick over, you can be sure he's going to blame everything on you. Then I'm screwed no matter what. That's my point, Lisa said. So you might as well go to the police and preempt whatever Rick can do to you. Maybe they'll go easier on me because I'm the one approaching them. Possibly, Lisa said. And if we give them a solid enough plan, they might let you walk away so they can catch Rick in the act. Pausing as he processed the information, Ben eventually said, If I go in, I can kiss my job goodbye. Not necessarily, Lisa said. For all we know, you may get a medal for your bravery. You know what? Let's just stop, okay? Ben said, turning his chair away from her. What's wrong? What did I say? Nothing, Ben said, refusing to turn around. Are you mad at me? I'm not mad at you. I'm mad at myself. I should have ended this weeks ago. That's easy to say now. Things were different weeks ago. Sure they were, Ben said sarcastically. Lisa walked back to her desk. So, what are you going to do? I don't know yet, Ben said. Let me think. At 7:45 that evening, Ben left the court and made his way to Union Station. He took the escalator down into the dimly lit, underheated, advertisement-decorated hall and was surrounded by fellow overachieving, business-clad Washingtonians. Ben started counting blue pin-striped suits, brown leather briefcases, and black wingtips in his immediate vicinity. The majority of those with all three were losing their hair, and only one had actually loosened his tie since leaving work. Ben suddenly felt claustrophobic and walked to the far end of the platform. What the hell am I doing to myself? He wondered, staring at his peers. When the silver train hissed into the platform, Ben got on board and found an empty seat. 2 minutes into the ride, the train came to an abrupt halt. We regret the inconvenience, but we have another train in the station ahead of us, a grainy voice announced through the public address system. We'll be moving again in a few minutes. The crowd let out a simultaneous groan, and Ben settled back in his seat. Every day, sighed the passenger sitting next to Ben. I mean, can't they ever time it right? It's not like there's never been a rush hour before. Yeah, Ben muttered, glancing in acknowledgement at the young man. He couldn't have been more than 16, even though he was wearing a suit and tie. Why is it the same story every night? The boy asked. Why can't they fix it? I have no idea, Ben said, and I'm too tired to think about it. Don't talk to me about tired, the boy said in a slight Massachusetts accent. Run from the Senate buildings to the House buildings 20 times a day and then talk to me. So you're an intern? The boy proudly pulled open his coat and showed off the laminated Senate ID card that hung around his neck. I prefer to be called a page. And just so you're aware, if you need to know the coffee preferences of any senator, I know them all by heart. The peons are the people, huh? That's what they say. But I won't be for long. And why's that? Ben smiled. Because I'm good at what I do. I solve problems. The boy motioned to the front end of the train. That's what's wrong with the people who set the train schedules. None of them are problem solvers. They're boring, staid, reactive. That's why we're sitting here right now. No one goes after the problem proactively. So what's your solution? It's not so much a solution as it is an approach. In my mind, if you really want to deal with a problem, you have to go straight to the heart of it. But no one in this city ever does that. They just dance around everything defensively. And that's your grand plan? I never said it would change rail travel as we know it, the boy snapped. I'm just telling you my approach. You planning to go to law school? Ben asked. How'd you know? I can smell lawyers a mile away. They have a distinctive scent. Don't mock what you don't understand. Being a lawyer is the only way to be taken seriously these days. Without a law degree, no one will listen to a single thing I say. But if I'm a lawyer, they'll give me real responsibility. You think so? I know so, the boy insisted as the train started moving. Good ideas can only get you so far. You need credibility to get real work. If you're suffocating at your job, you should think about it. Law school's for everyone. It'll open up your future. I appreciate the advice, Ben said as the train arrived at its next stop. I'll give it some thought. I hope you do, the boy said. It may change your life. The boy got up and walked to the door. Well, here's where I get off. Enjoy the rest of your night. You too, Ben said as the boy stepped out. Seconds later, the subway doors slid shut and the train pulled away. When Ben arrived at home, Eric and Ober were washing dishes in the kitchen. Finally, Ober said the moment he saw Ben. Don't tell him, Eric said, running a dish towel across the outside of their large ceramic pasta bowl. He'll hate it. No, he won't, Ober said, his hands foamy with soap. He'll love it. As Ben put away his coat, Ober called across the room, We thought of a whole new way to organize the judicial system. That's great, Ben said dryly as he approached the kitchen. What happened to you? Eric asked when he caught sight of Ben. You look terrible. Thanks, Ben said. Everything okay at work? Eric asked. It's the best, Ben said, pulling some leftover Chinese shredded beef out of the refrigerator. Every day is a pleasure. You didn't hear from Rick, did you? Not yet. Ben grabbed a fork from the utensil drawer. Screw Rick. He's gone, Ober said, rinsing a plastic mug. Now listen to this idea. Here's what we propose. To make the judicial system more efficient, wouldn't it be great if everything, every case, every motion, every hearing, was decided by arm wrestling? Just think about it for a second, Eric said. Don't dismiss it too quickly. Consider the possibilities, Ober said. Law firms would be populated with huge wrestlers. They'd recruit at all the best gyms. It'd be a return to Darwinism, Eric interrupted. Survival of the fittest. Instant justice. Your Honor, I object. 1, 2, 3. Case dismissed, Ober said, pretending to be beaten by an imagined arm-wrestling opponent. So? Eric asked as Ben sat down at the kitchen table. What do you think? Pretty good idea, eh? Ben stared down into the carton of shredded beef. Do you think I should turn myself in? He asked. What? Eric asked. You heard me. Do you think I should turn myself in? Why would you do that? Eric asked. So I could get out of this mess. You wouldn't get out of this mess, Eric countered. All you'd do is get in deeper. The moment you told anyone, you'd be fired. So what? Is my job worth all this headache? Eric threw his dish rag on the counter and approached Ben. Are you feeling okay? He asked. You have the best legal job on the planet. Why would you want to jeopardize it? What do you think? Ben asked Ober. If you're actually serious, I agree with Eric. Why risk it all now? Rick's beaten. He's gone. What's to worry about? What if he comes back? Ben asked. What do I do then? I've no idea, Ober said. But if you're going to wreck your life, I'd at least wait until Rick showed his face again. Otherwise, you're throwing it all away for no good reason. Maybe, Ben said as he stabbed at his shredded beef. Although I'm not sure that's true. Lying in bed that evening, Ben tried to fall asleep. His feet were clammy from sweat, and he searched endlessly for a comfortable sleeping position. Lying on his back, he thought about open green meadows. Shifting to his side, he pictured the tumbling of sapphire ocean waves. Turning on his stomach, he fantasized about sex with a long-legged redhead. But in the end, the meadow always became the Supreme Court. The waves always crashed too loudly, and the redhead always became Rick. His eyes long since adjusted to the darkness of his room, Ben eventually got out of bed and sat down at his desk. On one of his bookshelves, he spotted the cheesy metal scales of justice his mother had bought for him when he first got his clerkship. He grabbed the scales from the shelf and smiled. Alternating his fingers, he tipped each side of the scale, hoping the repetitive movement might lull him to sleep. 5 minutes later, he was still wide awake. He opened his top drawer looking for a new distraction and pulled out erasers, paper clips, highlighters, and other desk accessories. He placed a staple remover on the left balance of the scale and watched justice tip toward the left. Adding a paper clip to the same side, he said, "This is all that is good in the world." Adding a highlighter, he said, "This is all that is bright." Smiling as he added a small bottle of whiteout, he whispered, "This is my honesty." Slowly, he added pencils, extra staples, rubber bands, and an eraser to the balance. His intelligence, his integrity, his happiness, and his future. He grabbed his wallet from the corner of the desk and held it over the still empty right side of the scale. "And this is the Supreme Court," he announced as he dropped the wallet into place. When it hit the scale, the desk accessories flew through the air. "Are you sure?" Lisa asked, surprised. "Not entirely," Ben said early the following morning. "But I'm 90% there. Just tell me what you think the next step is." "It depends who you trust," Lisa said, sipping her coffee. "You can probably go to Hollis." "I was thinking about that," Ben explained, hoping that his cup of tea would calm his nerves. "But I don't think he's the right person to turn to. He may be able to smooth things over if he takes me to the authorities, but he certainly won't be able to help me catch Rick." "I agree. Hollis may be a great justice, but there's no way he'll let you use your position on the court to trap Rick." Ben wrapped the string of the tea bag around a pencil to squeeze the tea bag dry. "So who does that leave?" "I wouldn't go to Lungen and Fisk. They'll never help you." "No question about it. They'd arrest me the moment I opened my mouth." "What about going over their heads? Go talk to the head of the marshals." "That's what I was thinking last night. I need someone with authority who isn't looking for a promotion. That way they'll be more concerned with catching Rick than with simply turning me in." Then you've got to go to the head of the marshals. Then that's that. Lisa leaned back in her chair. I can't believe you're going to turn yourself in. What are you talking about? You're the one who suggested this whole thing. I know. I just can't believe you're doing it. What put you over the top? The next head of the D.C. Transit Authority. What? Lisa asked. Nothing. Forget about it, Ben said. When it came right down to it, I thought your argument yesterday really made sense. For the past few months, I haven't been in control. So when are you going to do it? I think during lunch. I just have to find out the name of the chief marshal. Have you thought about how you're going to get in to see him? I'll tell his secretary that I have to personally deliver a vital message from Justice Hollis. The moment I get in his office, I can explain the real story and ask him if he'll help us catch Rick. When Lisa nodded her approval, Ben continued, So that means we only have one more thing we need to do. Which is what? We have to figure out how to catch Rick. At noon, Ben grabbed his coat and headed for the door. So this is it? Lisa asked, handing Ben his briefcase. It could be, Ben said. If he buys the plan, we'll have some more time. But if they arrest me, I'm sure they'll buy the plan, Lisa interrupted. It's their best option. Maybe I should call my parents first, Ben said. That way they won't be surprised if they see their son on the news tonight. You're not going to be on the news, Lisa said. The marshals will love the plan. Lisa noticed the panicked crease in Ben's forehead. But are you okay with all this? I guess I am. I mean, this is what we planned. I shouldn't be so worried. But you are. Of course I am, Ben said. It's my life. In the next hour, I'm going to take it and flush it down the toilet. For some silly reason, that doesn't sit well with me. Do you want me to come down there with you? Ben paused. No. I'm coming, Lisa said, opening the closet. No. I'm fine, Ben insisted, his voice shaking. There's no reason to get you involved. Are you sure you're okay? Lisa asked, coat in hand. I'm perfect, Ben said firmly. You don't have to come. Be careful. I will, Ben said, noticing that his briefcase handle was damp with sweat. Just be sure to look for me on the news tonight. I'll be the one in leg irons. Don't say that, Lisa said. You'll be fine. Thanks for lying, Ben said. And thanks for all the help. Anytime, Lisa said as Ben walked out the door. As Ben rode the metro to Pentagon City in Virginia, his stomach churned with both anxiety and anticipation. For months he had done everything in his power to avoid this moment, and now he was actively riding toward it. As the subway crossed into Arlington, Ben wondered if he was crazy and if this current plan was really the best way to solve the problem. Steeling himself against indecision, he reassured himself that he was right. There was, after all, no other way. Ben got out of the train and stood facing the Pentagon City Mall. Following the instructions he had been given by the receptionist, Ben walked toward the offices of the United States Marshals Service. Housed in a 12-story contemporary office building, the U.S. Marshals Service was headquarters to 95 presidentially appointed marshals, including the director of the Marshals Service. Responsible for protecting the federal judiciary, they ensured the safety of federal judges as well as federal witnesses. Although Carl Lungen and Dennis Fisk protected the Supreme Court justices while they were in the District of Columbia, the main office assigned individual marshals to protect those justices who ventured outside the district. Ben took a deep breath and pulled on the glass doors of the office building. Walking inside, he was stopped by a security guard. "Can I help you?" the guard asked. "I have an appointment. Ben Addison." "With who?" the guard asked suspiciously. "Director Alex DeRosa." Checking his clipboard, the guard turned to his desk and picked up the phone. "I have a Ben Addison here to see DeRosa," the guard said. "Okay, I'm sending him up." Looking at Ben, the guard said, "It's the 12th floor. You can't miss it." Minutes later, Ben exited the elevator on the 12th floor. A receptionist was seated in front of the glass entryway that led back to a series of offices. "Can I help you?" she asked. "I have an appointment with Director DeRosa. I'm Ben Addison." "Yes, he said to leave Justice Hollis's message with me." "I'm sorry, I can't. I have strict instructions to deliver the message personally." "You can deliver it to me, sir. Director DeRosa is very busy today." "Let me explain something to you," Ben said, his agitation turning to annoyance. "Justice Mason Hollis is also very busy. He has 3 personal assistants and 2 legal clerks, not to mention the 300 Supreme Court employees who are also under his direct authority. Any of those people could have typed up the message and sent it over here, but Justice Hollis decided I should deliver it verbally. Now, if a Supreme Court justice has a message that is so important he's not even going to put it on paper, do you really think it's okay for me to simply leave it with you?" Ben stared at the receptionist until she picked up her phone. "I have a Mr. Ben Addison to see you, sir. Justice Hollis asked that the message be delivered in person." The receptionist paused. "Yes, he is quite serious about it." Listening for another minute, the receptionist hung up the receiver and pushed a small button that unlocked the glass doors to the offices. "You may go in, Mr. Addison. He's in the far right corner." Following the hallway, Ben tried to act as calm as possible. As he reached for the handle to DeRosa's door, the door flew open. "This better be damn good," DeRosa said, blocking the entrance to his office. Short and squat, Alex DeRosa was known for both his ruthless intellect and his lack of patience. With his sleeves rolled up to reveal thick, hairy forearms, DeRosa pointed to the single chair that was in front of his desk. "Sit." Military awards decorated DeRosa's office. Framed medals, ribbons, commendations, and diplomas from the Naval Academy and Columbia Law School. On the right wall of the office were photographs of DeRosa with 2 past presidents. "So tell me this top-secret message," DeRosa barked, sitting down behind his desk. "This is a matter of great importance. But it's not from Justice Hollis," Ben began. "Then what the—" DeRosa asked, rising from his seat. "Get your ass out of here. I'm going to call Hollis personally and make sure that you—" Ben stood as DeRosa rounded his desk. "No one knows this, but a clerk's been leaking information from inside the court," he blurted. "Charles Maxwell knew about the CMI merger before it came down." DeRosa stopped in his tracks and narrowed his eyes. "Sit." Ben sat. "Now start from the beginning. Who's the clerk?" Ben paused. "I am." "I'm still listening," DeRosa said. A few weeks into the fall term, a guy named Rick Fagan, who said he was one of Hollis's former clerks, called the office to help ease us into the position. Lots of old clerks do the same thing. It's hard getting started there, and— "I know how it works," DeRosa interrupted. "Anyway, thinking Rick was an old clerk, I was talking to him one day, and he asked me the outcome of the CMI case. I told him I couldn't tell him, but he promised he'd keep it secret. He knew all about the ethics code we signed, and he had helped us for over a month with all our court stuff." Sensing DeRosa's impatience, Ben continued, "So I casually told him the outcome of the CMI case. A few days later, Maxwell bet on a legal victory. When I tried to find Rick, he'd disappeared. His number was disconnected. His apartment was abandoned. When I tried to track him down, I found out that Rick Fagan was never a Supreme Court clerk. And for the past 4 months, he's been trying to get another decision out of me." Still standing, DeRosa scratched his chin. "Have you given him anything else?" "Last month, I purposely gave him the wrong outcome to the Grinnell case. But that was just to piss him off." DeRosa snickered. "It got him off my back for a while. But I'm sure he's going to approach me again." Silent as he thought about Ben's predicament, DeRosa finally said, "So you violated the foremost rule of our highest court, and now you want me to save your ass? Give me one good reason why I shouldn't have you taken into custody and charged with judicial interference. Ben looked straight at DeRosa. I can help you get Rick. DeRosa walked to his chair and sat down. Keep talking. 2 hours later, Ben returned to the court. What happened? Did you do it? How'd it go? Lisa asked before Ben was even through the door. I did it. I told them. As Ben sat in his chair, Lisa sat on the corner of his desk. What did they say? Tell me already. Calm down. I will, Ben said, his voice sedate. Don't tell me to calm down. Tell me what happened. I think it went okay. He wanted... Who's he? DeRosa? Yes, Ben said. He's the big man there. He wanted to hear every detail. And I mean everything. How I beat the lie detector, how Eric was contacted by Rick, how Rick reacted to Grinnell. It took me over an hour to tell it all. And after that, I told him our plan. Did he like it? Was he impressed? I don't think he's ever impressed. He's one of those stone-cold ex-military types. No matter what I told him, I couldn't get a reaction. He obviously wants you to help him catch Rick, though. If he didn't, he wouldn't have let you walk out of there. That's what I'm hoping. But all he said was he wanted to think about it. He's definitely going to go for it, Lisa said. If he didn't believe you, you would have left his office in handcuffs. You know what I was wondering? Ben asked. What if Rick was watching me today? What if he saw me go into the marshal's building? I doubt it, Lisa said. That was the whole purpose in being proactive. Rick's too busy setting things up to waste time watching you. I hope you're right. So, did DeRosa say when he'd be in touch? He said he'd get back to me, and he told me not to go to anyone else with the story. He knew the media would freak if they got wind of it. So that's it. For the time being, you're set. For the time being, Ben said. Don't worry about it. You did the smartest thing you could do. You finally put your head in front of your heart. This is the first step in the best direction. Later in the week, Ben squeezed into a crowded subway car heading downtown. Ben always arrived at the metro station at exactly 6:45 in the morning and had started to recognize many of his equally early-rising co-commuters. Though they shared 15 minutes of every day together, few, if any, of them actually spoke to each other. On most mornings, like this one, they spent their time lost in thoughts of the business day ahead. Ben, however, was thinking about the marshals. Why the hell haven't they called, he wondered. After the train unloaded a handful of commuters at Farragut North, Ben found an empty seat and sat down. He stared at his briefcase in his lap. Maybe they're not going for it, he worried. When the train reached Metro Center, dozens of commuters crisscrossed through the car. The woman standing directly in front of Ben reached into her pocket and handed him a letter-sized envelope. Did you drop this? She asked. I don't think so, Ben said, studying the blank white envelope. The woman stared insistently at him. I saw you drop it. Switching to a warm, congenial tone, she repeated, Are you sure it's not yours? Actually, it is, Ben said, taking the envelope and putting it in his briefcase. It must have slipped out of my coat. Thanks. As the train once again started moving, Ben looked up. The woman was gone. As the metro pulled into Union Station, Ben calmly stepped out of the train and headed for the escalator. Although he was dying to open the envelope, he knew that whatever was inside was something he shouldn't read in public. He slowly weaved through the hundreds of commuters flooding Union Station until he spotted a sign for the men's bathroom. He looked over his shoulder before going in. No one was behind him. He checked under each of the 5 stalls. No one there. Walking into the corner stall, he locked the door and ripped open the envelope. Trying not to skip to the end, he read, Finding Rick is our foremost concern. However, our agreement is wholly contingent on your promise to aid us in our search. Your protection is guaranteed only so long as you help us find everyone involved with Rick. We have included a list of potential suspects. You must not tell anyone on the list about our agreement. We believe this is necessary to ensure the arrest of all parties involved. If you ignore this restriction, our deal is off. When Rick asks you for a new decision, you must stall him until the Sunday before the decision comes down. Only then should you actually hand over the decision. If you decide to accept our agreement, you will be under our surveillance. As long as Rick acts as predicted, we see no reason for further concern. From this point on, communication will be limited to when we contact you. If something goes wrong, call the 800 number at the end of this letter. It will notify our field agents that you need their immediate assistance. This should be used only in the event of an emergency. Your complete assistance will ensure your future. I hope the next time we talk, it is under better circumstances. Ben turned the page to see the list of potential suspects. Suddenly, the door to the bathroom flew open. Through the space between the door hinge and the stall, Ben saw a figure rushing toward him. The man banged on Ben's stall, screaming, "Get the hell out of there! I know who you are!" Panicking, Ben crumpled up the letter and stuffed it down the front of his pants. "Get the hell out!" the man shouted. "I know you're trying to find me out." Ben noticed a slight slur in the man's voice. "Who are you?" Ben asked. "You know damn well who I am." Ben stepped out of the stall with his briefcase. Before him was a shabbily dressed street person with a long, dirty beard. The man banged on the next stall. "I know you're in there." Ben approached the man. "Are you? Give me $1. The man pushed his palm under Ben's nose. Convinced that the man was neither a marshal nor a threat, Ben opened his briefcase and pulled out his regular turkey sandwich. "It's not $1, but—" "Thank you," the man said, grabbing the sandwich. "You're a good man." After rushing through court security, Ben avoided the elevator and ran up the stairs to the second floor. When he arrived in his office, he threw his briefcase on the sofa, reached into his underwear, and pulled out the letter. He smoothed it flat and passed it to Lisa. "I hope you don't expect me to touch that," Lisa said from her desk. "Someone passed me this on the subway," Ben explained, his voice racing with excitement. "The marshals went for it." Quickly reading through DeRosa's missive, Lisa flipped the page and scanned the list of potential suspects. Included were Lungan and Fisk, Nancy, fellow legal clerks, and a variety of other Supreme Court employees. The first 3 names on the list were Nathan, Ober, and Eric. "Do you think this is real?" Lisa asked, looking up at her co-clerk. "What do you mean, is it real?" "Of course it's real." "The only reason I'm asking is because it's so cryptic. I mean, it's not addressed to you. It's not signed by anyone. It makes no reference to the fact that you already met. For all we know, it could be from Rick." "It can't be from Rick," Ben insisted, snatching the letter back. "It's from the marshals." "Hey, if you're satisfied, I'm satisfied," Lisa said. "Well, I'm satisfied," Ben said, "completely satisfied." "What do you think of their list?" "I don't know what to think," Ben said, rereading the list of suspects. "But I don't think my roommates are the ones we should be worried about." "I don't know about that," Lisa said. "I mean, who else could have told Rick about our plan with the yearbooks? Who knows? It might have been the people in the mailroom. They received the packages. Anyone could have gone through them before we picked them up." "Maybe," Lisa said. "But you're not telling your roommates about this, are you?" "No way," Ben said. "You read the letter. Without my full cooperation, we don't have a deal. In the end, my roommates will be pissed for being left out, but what they don't know won't hurt them." "Exactly," Lisa said. "That's—" Ben's phone rang. "Hold on a second," Ben said, picking up the receiver. "Justice Hollis's chambers, can I help you?" "Hi, I'm looking for an Alvy Singer." "This is Alvy," Ben said hesitantly, remembering the fake name from his P.O. box. "Hey, Alvy, this is Scott over at Mailboxes and Things. I wanted to let you know that your payment is once again overdue on your second P.O. box, and we need a payment as soon as possible, or we'll have to turn it over to a collection agency." Ben realized that Scott was talking about the box that Rick had opened. "I'm real sorry about that," Ben said. "It just slipped my mind. When do I have to make the payment?" "All it says here is that they want it by the end of the month," Scott explained. "And if I can give you a piece of advice, I'd make it as soon as possible. If the owner doesn't get her payments, she'll confiscate the mail that comes in for you. It's not my policy, but that's the way it works." "You know that's against the law," Ben said matter-of-factly. "It doesn't matter what it is. That's her policy. In fact, she wanted me to tell you that you're not getting your package until you pay your bill." "What package?" "Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you knew. We have a package here for you. That's probably why she had me call." "Can you see what the postmark says?" Ben asked nervously. "I want to know if it's anything important." "Sure, hold on a second." Ben turned to Lisa. "You won't believe this one." "Alvy, are you there?" Scott asked. "I'm here," Ben said. "It's postmarked a few days ago, but it probably came in yesterday." "Thanks for the help," Ben said. "I'll be in to pay the balance by the afternoon." "You got it. We'll have your package waiting behind the counter." Ben hung up the phone and headed straight for the door. "What's wrong?" Lisa asked. "Where are you going?" "There's a package waiting in my P.O. box." "So what? That doesn't mean anything." "Of course it does," Ben said. "Rick's the only one who communicates that way." "Big deal. The marshals have it covered." "I don't know about that," Ben said, his hand on the doorknob. "The package has a postmark from a few days ago. The marshals may not have put everything in motion until today." "I'm sure they—" "I wouldn't be sure of anything," Ben shot back as he opened the door. "If Rick started before we did, we're in serious trouble." 20 minutes later, Ben returned to the office holding a small manila envelope. Before he could say a word, he noticed the disturbed look on Lisa's face. "What's wrong?" he asked. "Dennis Fisk from the marshal's office was just up here. He said he wanted to speak to you as soon as you got back." "Did he say anything else?" Ben asked, throwing the envelope on his desk. "He asked me why Eric was in our office the day Grinnell was announced." "I don't believe this," Ben said as he picked up his phone. Could more things go wrong today? Furiously dialing their number, he waited for the receptionist to answer. "Hi, this is Ben Addison. I want to speak to Carl Lungen." Moments later, Lungen picked up. "Hi, Ben. Long time no speak. How was your new year?" "Let me tell you something," Ben said, enraged. "If you suspect me of something, I expect you to have the decency to tell it to my face. Don't send Fisk up here to scare me. I passed your damn lie detector test and answered every one of your questions." "First, why don't you take a deep breath and calm down?" Lungen said. "I don't want to calm down. I want to know what this is all about." Fisk wasn't trying to scare you. He was just passing along a message. "I have voicemail. I assume you've grasped the function of a phone." "Listen, Ben, I think we've been more than fair with you since this whole thing started." "What thing?" Ben interrupted. "You're always talking about some thing, but you can never exactly say what this mysterious thing is." "Let me put it to you this way," Lungen said. 3 weeks ago, you swore to us that you and Eric weren't speaking. A couple days after that, Eric was in the court and in your office. Not only that, but he also used Nathan's name to get in here. Now, do you want me to tell you what I think, or do you want to finally tell me the truth?" "You got me," Ben said. "You figured it all out. Eric and I are friends again. Alert the local militia." "This isn't a joke." "You're damn right it's not a joke," Ben interrupted. "It's my life you're playing with. For the past 2 weeks, you've obviously been racking your brains trying to come up with my crime. But let me tell you, it's not against the law to make up with your roommate. So until you can actually prove something, I'd appreciate it if you just stayed the hell away from me." Tell me why Eric was in the court that day. He's the reporter who's assigned to the court. What do you think he was doing here? Why did he use Nathan's name? To be honest, because I told him that if you guys found out we'd made up, you'd be all over our asses. What a surprise. I was right. That still doesn't. Listen, I'm done with this conversation. No matter what I say, you're still going to suspect me. I've done nothing wrong, and I have nothing to hide. If you don't believe that, I'm sorry. But if you're committed to interfering with my life, you'd better get proof or go away, because I swear, if this doesn't stop, I'll slap your office with a workplace harassment suit faster than you can say forced retirement and bye-bye pension. Now, if you don't mind, I have to go do some work. I hope I won't hear from you soon. Before Lungen could respond, Ben slammed down the phone. When he noticed Lisa staring at him, Ben asked, "What?" "Nothing," she said. "I'm just admiring your ambassadorial abilities. Always calm and level-headed, never once losing your temper." "What the hell was I supposed to do?" "Take it easy," Lisa said. "Forget about the marshals. They don't have anything on you." "Of course they don't. If they did, I'd be out of here by now." Ben grabbed the manila envelope from his desk and threw it to Lisa. Now, back to the original crisis. Dumping the envelope's contents on her desk, Lisa saw a miniature cassette tape and a small stack of photocopies. She picked up the copies and looked at the first page, which resembled the first page of a bank book. There was a single entry for $150,000, and the words "City of Bern" were in fine print at the bottom of the page. "As far as I can tell, it's a Swiss bank book," Ben said. "Is this Rick's account?" "In truth, it is," Ben explained. "But take a look at the last page." Lisa reached the final page in the stack, titled Registration of Account, and saw that the account holder's name was Ben Addison. "I know," Ben said, noticing Lisa's distressed reaction. "He took out all the vital information, like the bank's name and the account number, but he made damn sure we saw my name in there." November 17th. Lisa looked at the date of the first and only deposit. What happened then? "I wanted to check that," Ben said, grabbing his desktop calendar. He flipped back toward November. "It's what I thought. That's the day the CMI decision came down." "Any idea what's on the cassette?" Lisa asked, putting down the papers. "None," Ben said. He reached into his desk drawer and pulled out his dictaphone. "But I bet it's not James Taylor's greatest hits." Ben put the tape in the small recorder. "What's happening with the CMI merger? Doesn't that come down next week?" "Actually, it probably won't come down for another few weeks. Blake and Osterman asked for more time to write their opinions. You know how it is. Merger cases always wind up confusing everyone. It takes forever to sort through all the regulatory nonsense." "So who wins?" "It was actually pretty amazing. When the justices were voting in conference, it was 5-4 against CMI. At the last minute—" "Shit," Ben said, stopping the tape. He taped the whole conversation. "Was that when you first told him the decision?" "No, it was when we were exchanging recipes. Of course it was the time." Damn," Ben said, slamming his desk with his fist. "How could I be so stupid?" "Listen, there's no way you could have known," Lisa said. "You thought Rick was a friend. But if I never said anything, you probably wouldn't be in this mess. You're right, you wouldn't. We've been through this before. The point is, for the first time, you're finally in a position to get out of it. I don't even know if that's true anymore. What if the marshals didn't set everything up in time?" "I'm sure they did," Lisa said. "I'm sure they started working on it the moment you left DeRosa's office." "I hope so," Ben said, staring at the small tape player on his desk. He looked up at Lisa. "You have to admire the way Rick set it up, though. Before today, the only thing at risk was my job. All he could prove was that I broke the court's ethics code. But by combining the tape with the bank book, Rick's created a whole new reality. Now it looks like I was paid for the information. He's created proof that I was paid. That's more than an ethics violation. Accepting a bribe as a public official is a federal offense. I wouldn't worry about it, Lisa said, walking over to Ben's desk. She opened his dictaphone and pulled out the tape. We'll send this to DeRosa just to be safe. Do you think DeRosa would ever believe it happened that way? Ben asked. That he'd see this and think I really took a bribe? Not anymore, Lisa said, dropping the tape in an envelope. By going in and being honest about it, you've preempted that conclusion. Mailing him this just seals the deal. As Ben wrote a quick note to DeRosa, Lisa asked, Do you think DeRosa is listening to us talk right now? No way, Ben said. He'd only bug us if he thought I was lying. And if he thought I was lying, there's no way I'd still be working at the court. They can't risk another breach like that. This is the one place we can actually feel safe. Lisa went to her desk, picked up the copies of the bank book pages and handed them to Ben. He inserted the copies in the envelope. So what do we do now? Lisa asked. We sit here and hope Rick calls. Oh, he'll definitely call, Lisa said. Mark my words. He's going to make sure you got his package of incriminating evidence, and then he's going to blackmail you. My guess is he'll threaten to distribute the tape and the bank book unless you give him a new decision. I never thought I'd say this, but I hope he does. At 6:30 that evening, Ben returned to the office. Anyone call for me? Not yet, Lisa said. How are you holding up? I'm okay, Ben said. Antsy, but okay. By the way, in case you were wondering, I flipped through the U.S. Code and confirmed that accepting a bribe usually carries a sentence of 5 to 15 years. Great, Lisa said wryly. Any other vital bits of... Ben's phone rang. When he didn't grab it, she said, What are you waiting for? Pick it up. Should I? Pick it up! Hesitantly, Ben lifted the receiver. Hello, this is Ben. Hey, Ben. It's Adrian Alcott calling. Before Alcott even identified himself, Ben had recognized the voice of Wayne and Portnoy's most persistent recruiter. It's not Rick, is it? Lisa asked. I should be so lucky, Ben whispered, covering up the mouthpiece of the phone. So how is everything in the old court? Alcott asked. It's fine. We're super busy. I'm sure you are, Alcott said. I just wanted to make sure you were okay there. Last time we spoke, we got cut off abruptly. Yeah, sorry about that, Ben said. We had to get something directly to Hollis, so I had to run. No apology necessary, Alcott said. I mean, who's more important, me or a Supreme Court justice? When Ben didn't respond, Alcott added, By the way, the reason I'm calling is that I wanted to tell you that we're going to be there in 3 weeks. We're arguing for the respondent in Mirsky. That's great, Ben said, struggling to act surprised even though Alcott had told him the news on 3 previous occasions. It looks like it's going to be a hard one, too, Alcott said. After Osterman's majority in Cooper, no one's had any luck with Sixth Amendment cases up there. No comment, Ben said coldly. You know I can't talk to you about pending cases. Oh, that's right, Alcott said. I apologize. I didn't mean to. No apology necessary, Ben said. It's just one of the perks of working here. Well, I hope you'll let us show you the perks of working here, Alcott said, sounding proud of his transition. It's not the Supreme Court, but we do okay for ourselves. Speaking of which, the other reason I called was to set up another lunch meeting. We haven't seen you in a while. I'd love to, but can I get back to you in a week or two? I got so much on my plate right now, I'm afraid I'd be a terrible guest. Definitely, Alcott said. You take care of whatever you need to. I'll give you a call in the next few weeks. That'd be much better, Ben said, doodling a picture of a gun pointed at the head of a man in a suit. Hopefully things will be calmer by then. When Ben hung up the phone, Lisa asked, Wayne and Portnoy? You got it. Let me guess. They're hoping to stick their head farther up your butt, and they want to give you another 10 grand to do it? They just want to take me to lunch, Ben said as he added another gun to his doodle. Hey, cheer up, Lisa said. You should be happy that prestigious firms are still interested in you. There are worse things in life. You mean like having a psychopath dangling your biggest fuck-up in front of the whole world? Exactly. Having a personal psychopath is so much better, Lisa said. Meanwhile, are you going to tell your roommates about the cassette Rick sent? Probably not, Ben explained. If I do that, I have to act upset all night. And you're not upset? I'm trying not to be, Ben said as he added a third gun to the doodle of himself. Hopefully, everything's going according to plan. Ben walked up the block toward his house and took in the silence that winter brought to the city. It was cold but clear, no snow and all stars. Taking deep breaths of crisp air, he paused on the front steps. It's almost over, he thought. He eased his key into the lock and turned the knob. Where the hell were you? Nathan asked. Lisa said you left the court almost an hour ago. We're in deep shit, Ober added from the couch. This is the final straw for me, Nathan yelled, waving a piece of paper in front of Ben's face. I'm done. What's going on? Ben asked, dropping his briefcase on the floor. Read this, Nathan said. He handed Ben the piece of paper. Dear Mr. Bachman, Ben read to himself. Since October of last year, Nathan Hollister has illegally used the following equipment for his own personal use. Scanning down the list that included the telescopic camera lens, the wireless microphones, and even the prenatolol for the lie detector test, Ben's eyes darted to the letter's closing paragraph. Although I am unwilling to reveal my identity, you can rest assured that this information can be verified by checking the equipment records in the Office of Security. There is no reason for a member of the policy planning staff to have access to such equipment. I hope you will investigate this matter. A copy of this letter has been sent to your supervisors, as well as the Secretary of State. Crap, Ben said, looking up at his roommate. Mr. Bachman is your boss? He's the general counsel, Nathan said, which means that if Rick sent this letter, it was entered into Bachman's correspondence log the moment it was opened. And that means Rick can get proof the letter was received. So Bachman will have to start an investigation, Ben said. Exactly, Nathan said. If Bachman doesn't investigate, he's at risk since there's clear proof that his office opened the letter. It'll look like he ignored the whole thing. And after that disaster with his confirmation hearings, he's terrified of looking like he sat on a scandal. Rick did his homework here. When do you get that letter? Ben asked. It came in the mail today, Nathan explained accusingly. One from me, another for Ober, and a third for Eric. Damn, Ben said, pushing the letter back in Nathan's hands. As soon as I got the letter, I tried calling you, Ober explained, holding his own letter. When I heard you left, I called Nathan and Eric and told them to rush home. Did Rick send anything else with it? Ben asked, terrified by the fact that his friends were not only deeply involved, but were in serious trouble. Nothing, Nathan said. No instructions, no explanation, just the letter. It's not clear whether he sent it to Bachman or not. What did yours say? Ben asked Ober. I'm dead, Ober said. He passed Ben the sheet of paper. Mine's addressed to my staff director. It tells her that the death threat written to Senator Stevens was written by me, and it says I did it to get myself a big promotion. Which you got, Nathan said indignantly. Looking at Ben, he continued, You better do something, because this just got out of hand. What do you want me to do? Ben asked as the room started to spin. I got my own letter today. in the form of a cassette tape and a bank book. Ben sat on the sofa and wiped his brow with his shirt sleeve. But there's no reason to believe that anyone else has gotten copies of any of it. What did Eric's letter say? Eric's was addressed to the New York Times, Nathan explained. But I'm sure Rick plans to send it out to everyone in the national press. What did it say? Ben asked, putting his hands to his head. Eric's letter explains the whole story start to finish. It talks about how you leaked the information about CMI, and it names you as Eric's source for his first story. As far as I can tell, it doesn't really have any devastating effect on Eric. Except it shows that he was lying to his bosses about not knowing anything, Ben interrupted. Does Eric even know yet? He was out on assignment when I called, Ober said. He'll wander in soon. Letting Ben have a minute of silence to process the information, Nathan said, So I guess this means you're finally going to the authorities. What? Ben asked, looking up at his roommate. You are going to turn yourself in now, aren't you? Nathan asked. No, Ben said coldly. I'm not. Ben, don't get mad at me, Nathan said. What choice do you have? We can wait for Rick to make his next move. I'm sure he hasn't sent the letters out yet. If he wanted to get us all fired, he could have done that months ago. Who do you think you are? Nathan demanded. This isn't just your life you're playing with anymore. This is mine, and Ober's, and Eric's. But if I go to the authorities, Rick can still mail the letters, Ben pointed out, which means you're implicated no matter what I do. Not if you tell the police you're the one at fault. If you cooperate with them, we have a better chance of getting off. Before Ben could respond, the front door opened and Eric walked in. Looking around the room, he asked, What's wrong? Who died? We got some mail today, Nathan said, as he and Ober handed Eric the letters. When he was finished reading all three, Eric asked, What are we going to do? We don't have to do anything, Nathan said. It's up to Ben. He thinks I should turn myself in and take my punishment, Ben explained. No way, Eric said. You'll be fired in a heartbeat. Forget about being fired, Ben interrupted. If the bank book gets out, I'm going to jail. If that's the case, then you should take your chances trying to catch Rick, Eric said, finally taking off his overcoat. Don't give us that macho bullshit, Nathan interrupted. You have the least to lose. How do you figure that? Eric asked. If your letter gets out, you'll probably get credit for breaking the story, Nathan pointed out, which means it's in your best interest to egg Ben on. You are unreal, Eric said, shaking his head. Do you really think I'm that much of a scumbag? It wouldn't be the first time your self-interest interfered with your judgment. You can go fuck yourself, Eric shot back. Looking at Ober, Ben said, You've been way too quiet. What are you thinking? I guess I lean toward Nathan, Ober said. I'm sorry. That's crazy, Eric began. It's ridiculous to argue, Ben interrupted, hoping to end the conversation. I can't do anything until I hear from Rick. But I'm sorry, but that's my decision for now, Ben said. All I can say is trust me. I would never do anything to put you guys at risk. Do you have a plan in the works? Nathan asked suspiciously. Because if this is like Grinnell, there's no plan, Ben interrupted. I don't have a plan, but I want you to know that I wouldn't do anything to hurt you guys. I swear, I wouldn't. Fine, Nathan said. He grabbed his coat from the closet and headed for the door. Where are you going? Ben asked. Out, Nathan said. I'm hungry and I need to get some dinner. When the door closed, Ober turned to Ben. Ben, you're forgetting what's right. You better talk to him when he gets back. But if you talk to him, be careful what you say, Eric pointed out. What's that supposed to mean? Ober asked. It means that if I were Ben, I wouldn't trust anybody. So you still suspect Nathan? Not at all, Eric said. I just think a better friend would have offered a bit more support. You can be a real jerk, Ober said as he got up from the couch. You, of all people, should never talk about what a better friend would do. Before Eric could respond, Ober was halfway up the stairs. Let him go, Ben said, grabbing his coat from the closet. Where are you going? Eric asked. I need to get some air, Ben said, closing the door behind him. As he inched up the block, Ben kept looking over his shoulder. Scrutinizing every person he saw, he wondered where DeRosa's agents were and if they were even in place. When he reached the commercial section of his neighborhood, Ben ducked into Jumbo's, the area's best late-night eating spot. He sat down at the counter and ordered one of the daily specials. He then got up and walked to the payphone at the back of the restaurant. Ben inserted the required change and dialed Lisa's number. Come on, be home. Be home, be home, be home. As the phone rang, Ben thought about everything he wanted to tell Lisa. How scared he was about Rick's new letters. How apprehensive he was about lying to his friends. How nervous he was for their safety. How anxious he was to talk to someone he could trust. But when the answering machine picked up, Ben knew Lisa wasn't home. He was alone. His eyes rapidly scanning the customers in the restaurant, Ben hung up the phone. He reached into his back pocket and pulled out the phone number from DeRosa's note. Maybe I should call, he thought, and picked up the receiver. No, nothing terrible has happened yet. The plan should still work. He hung up the phone. For all I know, Rick will do everything else as expected. Agitated but ever cautious, Ben stepped away from the phone and walked back to the counter. But if anything else goes wrong, I'm pounding that panic button. Chapter 17. I can't take it anymore, Ben said. Staring into the mirror in the office closet, he picked at a deep shaving cut on his chin. Why hasn't he called? It's only been a week, Lisa said. The longest week of my life, Ben said as the cut started bleeding. You'd think by now he'd tell us what he wants. Maybe he's trying to wear you down. He's obviously trying to wear me down. The longer he waits, the crazier I get. Typical Rick mind game. I'm not surprised Rick hasn't called. I'm more surprised you haven't heard from DeRosa. Don't even start me on that. The guy promises to keep me informed and then he doesn't send a single message. For all I know, the marshals aren't even out there. Do you feel like you're being watched? Not at all. Which means they're either extremely good or they lied to me. You better get moving, Lisa said, looking at her watch. You're going to miss your first free lunch. They're lucky it's free. Don't give me that, Lisa said. You're about to go to lunch with the Chief Justice of the United States. Don't pretend you're not excited. No, you're right, Ben said. I'm very excited. I mean, who wouldn't want to spend an hour having their intellect crushed? Don't pay attention to what his clerks say. Their backbones are so weak they barely stand erect. Well, I'll have you know I stand very erect, Ben said proudly, sticking out his chest. Super erect. You're a one-man erection, Lisa said as Ben walked to the door. He paused when his phone rang and looked at Lisa. Let it ring, she said. Go enjoy lunch. When she saw him turn around and head for the phone, she added, Relax, it's not him. Hello, Justice Hollis's chambers, Ben said as he picked up the receiver. Hi, Ben, Rick said. How's everything in the big house? Closing his eyes, Ben said, Tell me what you want. What I want? Rick asked. Who says I want anything? I called to say hello. Come on, Rick, I really don't have the time for this. What's the story this time? What's the matter there? Rick asked. You don't sound as confident as the last time I spoke to you. I'm fine, Ben said through clenched teeth. I assume you and your roommates got my package? Yes, we got the damn package. Now what do you want? Down to business, Rick said. He cleared his throat. I want the American Steel case, and I want it tonight. But that case comes down Monday, Ben said, panicking. I know when it comes down, Rick said, and I want it personally delivered by you to me. I need to think about this, Ben said. You have a half hour. I won't be here in a half hour. I'll be at lunch with Osterman. I'll call you back at exactly 2:00, Rick said. At that time, I want an answer. Obviously, from my recent mailing, I'm sure you understand the consequences. Wait a minute, Ben said. What about... There's nothing else to talk about, Rick said. Goodbye. What did he say? Lisa asked as Ben hung up. I have to go, Ben said, looking at his watch. I'm late for Osterman. Tell me what happened, Lisa said. Ignoring her, Ben left the office and ran down the stairs to Osterman's office on the first floor. You're 2 minutes late, the secretary said. Expect him to mention it. Great. Ben walked into Osterman's office, the largest in the court. Across the sea of burgundy carpeting, Osterman was seated at his desk, which was a perfect replica of the one used by John Jay, the first Chief Justice. In an ornate gold frame on the desk was Oliver Wendell Holmes's 1913 description of the court. We are very quiet there, but it is the quiet of a storm center. In no mood to acknowledge the accuracy of the quotation, Ben stood in front of the desk and waited for the Chief Justice to look up from his stack of papers. After waiting almost a minute, Ben cleared his throat. Osterman abruptly looked up at his guest. You're late. Now give me a moment. Small and lanky, Samuel Osterman had thick glasses and a thin comb-over of black hair. At 59, he was one of the youngest Chief Justices in history, but his poor selections in eyewear and hairstyle made him look old beyond his years. Looking back up at Ben, he said, Rather than facing the weather outside, I've asked that our food be delivered to us. He pointed to the antique table on the right side of the room. I figured we'd eat up here. That's fine with me, Ben said. Sit, please. Thank you, Ben said, easing himself into the leather chair opposite Osterman's desk. Columbia, Yale Law, and some time with Judge Stanley, Osterman said, recalling the facts from memory. So how has your term been so far? Very enjoyable, Ben said. Nervous about something? Osterman asked, pointing to Ben's foot, which was tapping against the carpet. No, Ben said as he stopped tapping. Just a bad habit. How was your vacation? It was fine. And yours? Wonderful, Ben said dryly. Tell me, Osterman said, any new cert petitions come through that sound worthwhile? Actually, there's one that challenges the president's new farm subsidy program. It seems intriguing. Farmers are Jeffersonian reactionaries who haven't had a progressive thought in their lives, Osterman said. That's one way to look at it, Ben said, surprised by Osterman's reaction. But don't you feel that... Ben, don't feel. Law is not about feeling. If you learn one thing during your time with the court, you should learn that life is a tragedy for those who feel and a comedy for those who think. And it's a musical for those who sing, Ben offered. When he saw Osterman's eyebrows lower behind the rim of his eyeglasses, Ben quickly added, I know what you mean, though. Before Osterman could say another word, the office door opened and his secretary walked in. Lunchtime. An hour later, Ben returned to his office. Finally, Lisa said. Tell me, what did Rick say? What did he want? How was lunch? Taking the easiest question first, I'd say lunch was a complete disaster, he said, collapsing on the sofa. And you know how everyone says Osterman has Coke bottle glasses? He doesn't. He has bank teller windows attached to his face. Forget about him, Lisa said. She had picked up a huge salad from the deli and was eating it at her desk. What happened with Rick? Oh yes, asshole number 2. He wants American Steel. But that comes down Monday, Lisa said. It's already Friday. I assume that's the point, Ben said, slumping on the sofa. I'm sure the last thing Rick wants is to have us try to scheme around him. Do you think everything will be ready? Lisa asked through a mouthful of greens. Ben paused. I honestly have no idea. What do you mean you have no idea? I have no idea, Ben said, raising his voice. I have no idea where the marshals are. I have no idea if they're doing anything right. I don't even know if they're on my side anymore. For all we know, they could be the ones working with Rick. That's bullshit. How is that bullshit? Ben asked defensively. They promised to contact me, but I haven't heard from them in a week. Rick is demanding a brand new case, and he wants it 2 days earlier than we can give it to him. He has information that'll get my friends fired and put us all in jail. I'll be disbarred, and every single thing we've worked for will be gone. If the plan doesn't work out perfectly, I face those consequences. Now, where's the bullshit part? It can still work out perfectly. It's already screwed up. Involving my roommates makes the whole thing a mess. I don't want to have this argument. It can still work out. Now, what else did Rick say? Ben looked at his watch. He should be calling back any minute. That's when I have to tell him whether I'll hand over the decision. Was he adamant about getting it tonight? He seemed to be. Try and stall until Sunday. That way we can contact. There was a knock at the office door. Come in, Ben yelled. Nancy stepped into the room. And how are you two doing today? Nancy asked, carrying a small pile of books and papers. Don't you look tired? She said to Ben as she handed Lisa a thin manila folder. Are these the corrections for the commercial speech dissent? Lisa wiped the salad dressing off her hands with a napkin before she picked up the folder. You got it, Nancy said. Walking past Ben's and Lisa's desks, she approached the back wall of the office and straightened the framed picture of the justices. She then turned toward Ben, who was still stretched out on the sofa. Have you been getting enough sleep? Oh, yeah. I got a full hour last night. You really should take a day off, Nancy said. Every year I watch the clerks here kill themselves. It's just not worth it. I know, Ben began. His phone started ringing. He jumped from the sofa and put his hand on the receiver. Thanks for the delivery. I'll give you the rewrite before the end of the day, Lisa said to Nancy. Take your time. He doesn't expect it until Monday, Nancy said, leaning on Lisa's desk. So do you have any interesting plans for the weekend, or are you working? Convinced that Nancy was not leaving the office anytime soon, Ben reluctantly picked up the phone. Justice Hollis's chambers, he said. This is Ben. Are you ready to deliver? Rick asked. Hey, how are you doing? Ben said as he struggled to sound as cheerful as possible. I'm not joking anymore. I'm fine. Ben forced a laugh. I'm just visiting with some colleagues. What's your answer? Rick asked. Ben turned his chair away from Lisa and Nancy. I need more time. This isn't Grinnell. You don't need more time. I do, Ben said. It's not done yet. Don't bullshit me, Rick warned. I know that decision is finished. I swear, Ben began. Rick hung up. Hello? Are you there? Replacing the receiver, Ben turned around and faced Lisa and Nancy, who were staring at him. Is everything okay? Nancy asked. Yeah, fine, Ben said nonchalantly. I got disconnected. Don't worry, Nancy said. They'll call back. Walking to the door, she added, Lisa, I'm serious about the corrections. I can tell Hollis won't look at it until Monday. Thanks, Lisa said as Nancy left the room. As soon as the door closed, Lisa looked back at Ben. What did he say? The son of a bitch hung up on me, Ben said. He asked for the decision. I tried to stall, and he hung up. I don't believe it. Ben and Lisa waited for the phone to ring again. After a full minute, Ben said, He's not calling back. What the hell is going on? He's just trying to make you crazy, Lisa said. It's working, Ben said. What should I do? Relax. I'm sure he'll call back." "He's not calling back. What the hell is going on?" "He's just trying to make you crazy," Lisa said. "It's working," Ben said. "What should I do?" "Relax. I'm sure he'll call back." Smiling as he paced across Lungan's office, Fisk was thrilled that the microphone was finally working. "I don't know what they're up to, but there's no way this kid is innocent." Lungan's eyes were focused on the small charcoal gray speaker on his desk. "I don't know," he said. "Whoever this Rick is, he's got Ben terrified. It sounds like he's being blackmailed. Blackmailed or not, he broke the law." "We don't know that," Lungan said. "I still think we're missing half the story." "You must be kidding," Fisk said as he stopped pacing. "Within the first 5 minutes we put this thing on, we hear them talking about leaking a decision to an outside party." "We shouldn't jump to conclusions." "Who needs to jump? The answer is staring us in the face. Regardless of how they got involved, these two are up to no good." The microphone was just installed last night. It took us until lunch to finally get it working, and we've heard a total of 5 minutes of conversation. All I'm saying is that we should give it a bit more time. I want all the facts before we run in with guns blazing. "Trust me, we'll get the facts," Fisk said as he turned up the volume on the speaker. "The way these two are talking, by next week, Justice Hollis will be interviewing new clerks." "That's it," Rick said, slapping shut his cellular phone. "I've had enough of his shit." He opened the passenger side door and got out of the car. Getting out of the driver's side, Richard Claremont, American Steel's executive vice president of marketing, asked, "What did he say?" Slamming the car door shut, Rick looked up the block, where he had a perfect view of the court. He was trying to stall. Unfazed by the frigid wind that whipped down First Street, Rick didn't even button his overcoat. He sounded nervous, but he was definitely trying to stall. He should be nervous. From everything you've said, it sounds like his life is ruined. "I don't want him to be scared, though," Rick explained, approaching the court. "If he's scared, he'll go to the authorities. But if he still thinks he has a chance of catching me, we have a better chance of getting the decision." "So you think he may still go to the police?" Claremont asked. "Actually, no," Rick said, watching a busload of bundled-up tourists snap pictures of the nation's highest tribunal. "Ben's too concerned about his resume to do that. That's the reason I picked him in the first place. He's got a great deal to lose." "Then why didn't you pick Lisa? From your file on her, she's got a similar background." "Ben's a much better mark. Between the two, Lisa's smarter. She never would have given up the original decision. Ben's more anxious to please. I knew he'd bite." "If you say so," Claremont said, "though it sounds like he hasn't been as predictable as you'd hoped." "He's had his moments," Rick said. "But this week has really worn him down. He's exhausted." Rick reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. "Besides, he's about to realize that this is no game." "Even two-dimensional, you look good," Ober thought as he admired the most recent photocopy of his face. Sitting at his government-issued desk, he pulled open the bottom left drawer, removed a thick file folder, and added that day's photocopy to the 326 other photocopies already in the folder. Every day, Ober placed his face on the photocopier and posed for the world's quickest portrait in an attempt to create a photo album unlike any other. After writing the date on his newest copy, he placed it in the folder with the others. As he returned the file to its drawer, he saw Marcia Sturgis, the staff director for Senator Stevens, standing in the doorway of his office. "Ober, can I see you in my office?" Marcia asked abruptly. A Capitol Hill veteran, Marcia had started as a receptionist for Senator Edward Kennedy soon after she had graduated from college, then spent almost 20 years working her way through the bureaucratic ranks. In her view, the years of toiling in obscurity were well worth it. She was currently the most important member of Senator Stevens's staff. With a workday that began at 6 in the morning and ended at 11 at night, Marcia controlled most of what the senator saw and heard. She attended committee meetings, organized floor appearances, and edited the senator's speeches and press releases. She was also responsible for the most important decisions affecting the senator's staff. Following Marcia to her office, Ober tried to guess what he had done wrong this time. Since his promotion to administrative assistant, visits to Marcia's office had become commonplace. There was one when his reply letter to an irate constituent simply said, "Relax." There was another when he misspelled Mrs. Stevens's name on a letter to another senator. And there was another when Marcia caught him making prank calls to Republican staffers, telling them to give up. As he stepped into Marcia's office, Ober noticed the stiff-shouldered stranger sitting in one of the chairs facing Marcia's desk. When he saw the solemn look on the man's face, Ober knew this visit wasn't about the coffee he had spilled on Marcia's computer. "Take a seat," Marcia said, pointing to the empty seat next to the stranger. "This is Victor Langdon from the FBI." "Nice to meet you," Ober said, extending his hand. "Can we get to the point?" Victor asked. Marcia's eyes were focused on Ober. "I wanted to tell you about an anonymous fax I got a few hours ago," she explained. "It said that the death threat you investigated a few months ago was actually written by you. The fax also accused you of writing the threat to Senator Stevens in an attempt to advance your own career. Considering that your promotion was based on your handling of that situation, we were wondering what you had to say for yourself." "I don't know what you're talking about," Ober said. Crossing his legs, he tried his best not to panic. "I don't want to play that game," Victor said, pointing a finger at Ober. "Ober, don't lie about this one," Marcia pleaded, her hands in tight fists on her desk. "This is serious." "It's not the way it looks," Ober stuttered. "Do you deny it?" Victor asked. "If you didn't write it, and you know who did, tell us," Marcia said. Ober leaned away from Victor. "It wasn't a real death threat. The senator was never in danger." "I already told the FBI that," Marcia said. "Just tell them who wrote it." Trying to figure out a way to avoid implicating Ben, Ober was silent. "If you don't tell us who wrote it, I'll be forced to ask for your resignation," Marcia said. "Attempted assassination means you'll get life in prison," Victor added, grabbing Ober's armrest. Ober pushed Victor's hand away. "It was never an assassination." "Then tell us what happened," Victor said. "Who wrote the letter?" Again, Ober fell silent. "Ober, please make this easier on yourself," Marcia said, leaning on her desk. "That's it," Victor said, standing up. "It's clear we can't do this here. I'm taking him in for questioning." Marcia shot from her chair. "No, you're not. You promised me full jurisdiction with this. It's clear the senator was never in danger." "Why are you protecting this kid?" Victor asked. "I'm not protecting him. I wrote it," Ober interrupted, whispering into his chest. "What?" Marcia asked. "I wrote it," he repeated, his eyes focused on the floor. "I wrote the letter." "You did?" Marcia asked. "I knew it," Victor said, returning to his seat. "Why would you do that?" Marcia asked. "I can't explain it," Ober said, refusing to look up. "I wrote it. That's it. That's all I want to say." Victor grabbed his notepad from Marcia's desk and started taking notes. "Was it a real threat to the senator?" he asked. "No," Ober said. "Not at all. The senator's been nothing but terrific to me." "So it was for the promotion?" Marcia asked. "The fax was right?" "It's not 100% right, but it might as well be true," Ober said. "I wrote the letter, and the letter got me the promotion." As silence filled the room, both Marcia and Victor stared at Ober. Looking up at his two interrogators, Ober's eyes welled with tears. "What?" he asked. "What else do you want me to say?" "I wrote it. Victor turned to Marcia. "If you like, I can take him down to—" "Leave him alone," Marcia said. "We'll handle this in-house. And I expect you to keep your promise. I don't want to see one word about this in the press." "Playing it safe before the election?" Victor asked. "What do you think?" Marcia asked, returning to her seat. She scribbled some quick notes to herself and then looked up at Ober. "If you tender your resignation, we won't file charges." "What if I want to keep my job?" Ober asked, his face now pasty white. "That's not an option," she said. "At this point, you're fired. If you'd like to tender your resignation first, I can save both of us a great deal of headache. Otherwise, we'll have to formally release you, which means documenting the entire story for your personnel file." "But that's the deal," Marcia said as she resumed her writing. Ober realized he had no choice. "I'll resign." "Fine," Marcia said, putting down her pen. "You have 10 minutes to clean out your office. Leave your Senate ID with me." As he walked back to his office, Ober's mind was flooded with the repercussions of the past half hour. After 2 years in Washington, he had nothing to show for it. His first professional success was now gone. His short-lived promotion had given him the slightest taste of victory, but once again he felt himself sliding back toward failure. He could never show his face in the office again. When he saw his colleagues on the street, he'd have to lie about why he quit. His parents and relatives would also have to hear the fabricated excuse for why he no longer worked in the Senate. And it better be a good excuse, he thought as he reached his desk, because my mother is going to kill me. As he collected his personal belongings, Ober's hands were shaking. Removing his diploma from the wall, he was afraid he'd drop it. Although he had been instructed not to take any files from his office, Ober opened his desk drawer and pulled out the only folder that was definitely his. Flipping through the 327 photocopies of himself, he thought about the day he started working for Senator Stevens and how he'd sneaked into the copy room to make the first picture in the pile. He remembered the excitement of starting the photo album and how he wanted to keep it a secret from his roommates until it was finished. I guess it's finished, he thought, staring at the pile of paper in his hands. It's all finished. Now I can finally show Eric and Nathan and Ben. Ben. Simmering in the silence, Ober took the folder and hurled it against the wall, causing 327 pages to fly through the air. What's wrong with me? He wondered, collapsing in his old chair. Then, amid the remains of the paper hurricane that covered his former office, Ober cried. This can't be happening, Ben thought as he sprinted from the metro station to his house. Maybe Eric heard the story wrong. Rounding the corner of his block, Ben stepped on a sheet of ice which sent his body skidding and his right hip smashing into the frozen pavement. Ignoring the pain as he stumbled to his feet, he resumed his mad dash toward the house. He threw open the front door, ran inside, and saw Ober sitting on the sofa. Still dressed in his navy suit with his tie loosened, Ober glared directly at the television, refusing to acknowledge Ben's entrance. I came as soon as I heard, Ben said, dropping his coat on the floor. How are you doing? Are you okay? Pausing but getting no response, Ben tried again. Come on, Ober, talk to me. I'm here to help. There's nothing to talk about, Ober said, his voice quiet and spiritless. I helped you. My boss found out. I got fired. Crossing over to the couch, Ben took a seat next to his friend. Ober, you know I never meant... I know you didn't mean for this to happen, Ober said as his shoulders sagged in defeat. I swear, I thought Rick was bluffing. I never thought he'd actually do it, and I thought... It doesn't matter what you thought, Ober interrupted, his voice still barely above a whisper. I lost my job. That's all that really matters. Ben stared up at Eric's painting, unable to face his roommate. Searching for the perfect reason, the perfect explanation, and the perfect apology, he was silent. In an argument, Ben was never at a loss for words. But when it came to apologies, he was awful. Finally, he came up with, "I'm sorry." Ober's eyes welled with tears. He covered his face with his hands. "I'm so sorry," Ben said, putting a hand on Ober's shoulder. "I can't apologize enough for this. My life is ruined." "It's not ruined," Ben insisted, struggling to get Ober's attention. "You'll get a new job, a better job." "No, I won't," Ober sobbed. "It took me 5 months to find that job. How am I going to get a new one?" "We'll help you find a new one," Ben said. "It really isn't as bad as you think. Between the 5 of us, we can—" "That's not even true," Ober interrupted, wiping his eyes. "You know I'm not like you guys. I wasn't a straight-A student. I'm not a genius. I'm a moron." "Don't start with that. You're as bright as any one of us." "No, I'm not," Ober said, his voice still hushed. "You said it, and it was true. I'm really not." "You are." "No, I'm not," Ober said. "This is the 6th job I've been fired from. It'll take me months to find another job, and it'll be worse than the last one. My life is just like our board game company. One big bust." "Ober, don't be so rough on yourself," Ben said, his hand still on Ober's shoulder. "Life doesn't revolve around SAT scores and grade point averages. Once you start looking, a sharp personality will carry you just as far. And if you have anything, you have that." "I don't even have that," Ober said, pulling away from Ben. "I'm not bright. I'm not resourceful. I don't work well under pressure. Why do you think I can't hold down a job? I've been failing at this one for months. They would have fired me soon anyway. This whole thing with Rick just sped up the process." "That's not true," Ben said. "How do you know what's true?" Ober asked, his eyes once again filling with tears. "You weren't there. You've never seen me at work. Half the time, I don't even know what I'm doing there." "You were an administrative assistant," Ben interrupted. "That was a good job." "It was a below-average job," Ober said, wiping the tears from his face with the back of his hand. "And the only reason I had it was because I investigated a death threat that I wrote. If it wasn't for that, I'd still be answering phones." Catching his breath, he looked into Ben's eyes. "Why did this have to happen?" Surprised by Ober's emotional collapse, Ben almost didn't recognize the friend he'd known since grade school. But as Ober became more hysterical, Ben instinctively stepped forward. "This was all my fault," Ben said, embracing him. "I just want it to be like it was when we first got here," Ober said, his face buried in Ben's shoulder. "Just the 4 of us. No fighting, no arguing." "It will be," Ben said. "I promise." "It won't," Ober said. "It never will again. It's over. We're finished." "No, we're not," Ben said. "We're all still friends. We'll get through it." "No, we won't," Ober sobbed. "Nathan and you barely speak. Eric and Nathan never speak. I'm having the worst day of my life, and both of them are too damn busy with work to even come home to see me. That's not a friendship. It's a joke." "We're not finished," Ben insisted. "Rick won't—" "It doesn't matter what Rick does anymore," Ober wailed. "The damage is done. Nathan will never forgive you for getting me fired. And as long as Nathan is mad at you, Eric will be mad at him. You can't change that." Silent as he stared at Ober, Ben knew his friend was right. "What about you?" he finally asked. "Will you forgive me?" Ober wiped his eyes. "I don't know." "But please don't say anything," Ober interrupted. I don't want to hear it right now." Before Ben could respond, the phone rang. Ben glanced at it, then looked back at Ober. "Pick it up," Ober said. "You know you want to get it." "It's not that," Ben said. "It's just—" "Pick it up," Ober insisted. Ben grabbed the receiver. "Hello?" "So, you still interested in Wayne and Portnoy?" Alcott asked enthusiastically. "Adrian?" Ben asked, annoyed. "Of course," Alcott answered. "You had said to give you a call so we could set up a lunch, so I figured—" "Adrian, why are you calling me at home?" Ben asked, rising from the couch. His movement sent the base of the phone crashing to the floor. "I apologize," Alcott said. "The secretary at the court said you were gone for the weekend, and I wanted to set up something for Monday." "Let me tell you something," Ben said, gripping the receiver. "Don't call me at home. If I'm not at work, I don't want to be bothered by you. In fact, even when I'm at work, I don't want to be bothered. I know all about the firm, and an extra lunch isn't going to get me to go there." Alcott stuttered. "I don't want to hear it," Ben interrupted. "If I want to go to lunch, you'll hear from me. Otherwise, leave me alone. I'm busy." Without waiting for Alcott's response, Ben slammed down the phone. "Who was that?" Ober asked. "No one," Ben explained. The phone rang again. Ben picked it up. "Adrian, I'm sure you're sorry, but I don't want to hear it right now." "This isn't Adrian, and I'm certainly not sorry." "Rick?" Ben asked, knowing the answer to his question. "Sounds like you're having quite a night," Rick said. "Ober gets fired. He's on the verge of a breakdown. You scream at the one person still recruiting you. I have to be honest. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't yell at someone who was offering me a job." Ben turned to Ober. "Rick's been listening all night. The whole place is bugged." He turned back to the phone. "What do you want, Rick?" "You know what I want," Rick said. "The only question is whether you're going to deliver." Ben sat down on the couch. "What do you think?" "I think Ober's breaking your heart. So my guess is you're thinking of turning yourself in," Rick said. "I just want you to know that if you give me the decision, you can still walk away from all this." "Thanks for the tip," Ben said. "I'll take it under advisement. If the decision works out, you'll never hear from me again. Case closed. You get to keep your job. Nathan gets to keep his. I get what I want. All parties are happy." Without giving Ben a chance to respond, Rick continued, "If you're interested, go to the Museum of American History at noon on Sunday. There's a courtesy phone next to the information desk. Wait there, and I'll leave a message where you can meet me. If you're not there, your bank book and Nathan's letter will be hand-delivered to your respective superiors." "I'll see you there," Ben said coldly. Without another word, he hung up. "What did he say?" Ober asked. "I hate that bastard," Ben said. "He's so damn smug." "Just tell me what he said." "Not here," Ben said, looking around the room. "Not another word in this place." Ben got up from the couch. "Let's get out of here." "No way," Ober said. "I'm done with this nonsense. You're on your own." "I'm only going to Lisa's. It's a safer place to talk." "I don't care where you're going. I've had enough." "Are you okay with everything?" Ben asked, picking up his coat from the living room floor. "Would you be?" Ober asked. "I just need to get some sleep." Knowing there was nothing he could say, Ben buttoned his coat, picked up his briefcase, and walked to the door. As he was about to leave, the door flew open and Nathan stormed inside. "Where the hell are you going?" Nathan asked Ben. "Out," Ben shot back, aggravated by Nathan's accusatory tone. "Hold on a second," Nathan said. He turned to Ober and asked, "Did you really get fired?" When Ober nodded, Nathan turned back to Ben. "You're not going anywhere." "Really?" Ben asked. Watch this." Within seconds, Ben was out the door. Running up the block, Ben headed directly for the nearest payphone. Finding one a few blocks away, he pulled a scrap of paper from his jacket pocket, grabbed the receiver, and punched in DeRosa's 800 number. "Answer the damn phone," Ben said before the call had even registered. Impatiently waiting for someone to pick up, Ben was alarmed to hear a recorded voice say, "The number you have reached is no longer in service. Please check the number and dial again." Within seconds, he hung up and redialed the number, carefully checking to make sure he dialed correctly. Once again, he heard, "The number you have reached is no longer in service. Please check the number and dial again." "I don't believe this," Ben said. With his eyes closed and his hands locked around the frame of the payphone, he tried to think of a rational explanation for why the number had been disconnected. There was none. "Son of a bitch!" he yelled, slamming the phone with his fist. His heart pounding, he turned around and screamed, "Are you guys out there? What the hell is going on?" Hoping for a response, but expecting none, Ben silently waited. Nothing. His eyes scanned the area, inspecting every tree, shrub, and hiding spot within his sight. Still nothing. He was on his own. Spotting the on-duty roof lights of an approaching emerald green taxi, Ben jumped in front of the car, which screeched to a halt to avoid hitting him. "What's wrong with you? You crazy or something?" the cabbie shouted as Ben opened the door. "Do you know any cheap motels?" Ben asked, climbing inside. "I know a few," the driver responded, unnerved. "Take me to one," Ben demanded. Following Ben's instructions, the driver headed toward Connecticut Avenue. "You okay?" the driver asked. Ben was staring out the back window, checking to see if anyone was following him. "I'm fine," he said. "Perfectly fine." 10 minutes later, the cab pulled up to the Monument Inn, a plain-looking one-story building with a neon vacancy sign. Ben paid the cab driver, walked into the motel, and approached the front desk. "I need a room." Packing her briefcase with 3 soon-to-be-released decisions, Lisa prepared for a long work weekend. Well accustomed to the fact that as long as she worked in the court, every weekend was a work weekend, Lisa also added 3 floppy disks, Hollis's written comments, and photocopies of a dozen already released decisions that she thought were relevant. She locked her briefcase and scrambled the small combination lock near the handle. As she went to grab her coat, the phone rang. Fearing that it might be Hollis with a new assignment or another rewrite, Lisa didn't immediately answer the phone. As always, however, she couldn't help herself. She had to pick it up. "Hello, this is Lisa." "Lisa, I need you to meet me as soon as possible," Ben demanded. "What?" Lisa asked. "Where are you?" "I'm at the Monument Inn. It's on Upton, near the Van Ness Metro. I'm in room 16. "What happened with Ober? Is he okay?" "I'll tell you about it later," Ben said. "Now please come over here. I don't know what to do." 40 minutes later, Ben heard a knock on the door. "Who is it?" he asked suspiciously. "Open the door," Lisa said. He looked through the eye hole and let her in. "What happened?" she asked, walking inside. Ben peered out of the room to make sure Lisa was alone, then slammed the door and locked it. Lisa scrunched up her face in disgust. "Nice place," she said, noticing the peeling wallpaper. "Why didn't we just meet in a sewer? It's cleaner and safer." "Rick has my house bugged," Ben said, his face glued to the eye hole on the door. "And I wouldn't be surprised if yours was too. I figured we needed a neutral place to talk." "Then tell me what happened," Lisa said, sitting on one of the room's twin beds. Turning around, Ben leaned on the door. "They're not out there," he said. "They're gone. I think they switched sides. That's the only way." "Slow down. One thing at a time," Lisa said. "Who's not out there?" Ben walked over to the other bed and sat down across from Lisa. "The Marshals. DeRosa. They're not out there," he explained. "After talking to Ober, I pushed the panic button and—" "You dialed the number in your house?" Lisa asked. "Are you crazy? Rick probably heard—" I went to a payphone, Ben interrupted. The number's out of service. It's been disconnected. Are you kidding me? But DeRosa said. I know what he said, but it's clear he lied. I think he's been working with Rick from the beginning. Think about it. DeRosa wouldn't let Lungen and Fisk know what's going on, even though they're the marshals assigned to the court. He didn't want me to tell anyone else what I had done. He never took an affidavit from me. He even told me to turn a decision over to Rick. I think Rick approached DeRosa before we did. I don't know, Lisa said, grabbing one of the pillows on the bed. Do you really think Rick has the resources to meet with the head of the Marshals Service? Are you kidding? Ben asked. I walked right in to see him. You don't think Rick can do the same thing? Lisa nodded. But that doesn't mean they're necessarily working together. So where does that leave me? There aren't many options. If I were you, I'd spend tomorrow trying to contact DeRosa. For all we know, the plan is still in effect, and his secretary simply mistyped the phone number. And what if I still can't contact him? Then I'd think about ending it. Go to the press, go to Hollis, go to anyone that'll listen, but get the story out there. That's what I've been thinking for the past hour. If both DeRosa and Rick are against me, I'm dead. Then there's your answer, Lisa said as she threw the pillow aside. If you find DeRosa, great. But if he's switched teams, you'll go to the press and take them all down with you. Either way, you'll be done with this by Sunday. Great, Ben said sarcastically. Now all I have to do is figure out what I'm going to say to my friends. Eric, it's me, Ben said, still sitting on the bed in his motel room. Where are you? Eric asked. Nathan said, I'm at Lisa's, Ben lied. I didn't feel comfortable talking in the house. Are you coming home tonight? No, I'm sleeping here. That's probably a good idea, Eric said. Tell me what's happening. I heard Rick called again. Forget about Rick. I want to get together with you guys so we can talk about what's going on. Tell me the place. I'll be there. I want everyone there, Ben said. You, Nathan, and Ober. Fine. Where and when? Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock. And I want to meet at the place where we celebrated our first night in D.C. At the... Don't say it, Ben interrupted. The phone's not safe. Oh, yeah. Ober told me. Exactly, Ben said. Meanwhile, how is he holding up? He's a mess. I've never seen him like this before. Nathan and I spoke to him for almost 2 hours, and he's still crying like crazy. Has he told his parents yet? He's terrified to call them. You know how his mom is. She'll be on his back the moment she hears what happened. I know. I was thinking about that. To be honest, I think that's what he's most scared of. I don't think he's scared of anything, Eric said. I'm not even sure he's upset about his job. I think he's more devastated by the fact that all of us aren't getting along. He was saying that when I was there. It's because he's such a social animal, Eric explained. He's like a puppy. If everyone's happy, he's happy. But if everyone's sad, he's miserable. Keep talking to him. I'm sure he'll be fine. I agree. It's just that... Ben, is that you? Nathan asked angrily as he picked up the phone in the living room. Where the hell have you been for the past 3 hours? Get your ass... Don't tell me what to do, Ben shot back. If you want to kick and scream, come meet me tomorrow. I told Eric where. Ben hung up the phone. Early Saturday morning, Ben sat up in bed, unable to sleep. In the second bed was Lisa, who was having no such trouble. He looked at his watch and saw that it was 7 in the morning. After taking the longest shower of his life, he turned on the television with the sound off, hoping to be distracted by cartoons. Unimpressed, he shut off the TV and returned to his bed. For a full hour, Ben stared at the white stucco ceiling. At 9 o'clock, Ben took the phone into the bathroom. Sitting on the closed toilet, he called information and asked for the number of the Marshal's service. He dialed the number and asked for Director DeRosa. After a moment, a woman answered the phone. "Director DeRosa's office. Can I help you?" "Is the director in today?" Ben asked in his most genial tone. "I'm sorry, he's not. Is it anything I can help you with?" "You probably can," Ben said, recognizing the voice of DeRosa's receptionist. "My name's Ben Addison. I'm the guy who hand-delivered that message from Justice Hollis a couple of weeks ago. I have another message I'm supposed to relay, and I was wondering if you knew how to contact Director DeRosa." For effect, Ben paused for a second. "It's an emergency." "Hold on a moment," the receptionist said. "I can try to transfer you to his home number." Ben prayed that DeRosa would explain everything, that it was a clerical error, that everything was fine, and everyone was still in place. "Mr. Addison?" "I'm here," Ben said. "I'm sorry, but the director won't take your call. I just spoke to him and he said he doesn't know what you're talking about. He has no idea who you are." "He knows who I am," Ben said. "You know who I am. I met you 2 weeks—" "I'm sorry, Mr. Addison. I spoke to him personally and that's what he said." "What are you talking about? What's your name?" Ben asked. "Have a good day, Mr. Addison," the receptionist said as she hung up. As Ben put down the phone, reality set in. "That's it," he thought. "I'm done." Staring down at the stark linoleum floor, Ben wondered exactly what his next move should be. His thoughts were interrupted when the bathroom door swung open. He looked up and saw Lisa, who had obviously been listening. "What did they say?" she asked. "DeRosa's gone," Ben said, his voice shaking. "He's denying he ever met me." "Then that's it." "It's over," Lisa said, leaning on the doorframe. "Are you going to go to the press?" "I don't know about the press, but I have to tell someone." "You should tell Hollis." "Maybe," Ben said as his mind worked through all the consequences. "I was thinking that I should also put my story in writing. That way, no matter what happens, it'll all be documented." "I wouldn't be so worried about the writing part," Lisa said. "Before you face the world, you have to face your roommates." At 7:30 that evening, Ben braved the late January chill and sat on one of the few concrete visitor benches surrounding the Jefferson Memorial. Unable to sit still, he repeatedly shifted his weight, searching for a comfortable position. As he stared blankly at the waterfront walkway leading to the memorial, his eyes danced across the landscape, focusing on nothing in particular while looking at everything. 15 minutes later, he was checking his watch at 30-second intervals, impatiently waiting for the arrival of his roommates. Slowly becoming convinced that they wouldn't show, he looked up at Jefferson's ebony silhouette and wondered why he'd let Lisa talk him into this. "Why the hell did we have to come out here?" he suddenly heard from the western side of the monument. "It's freezing." As Eric and Nathan approached Ben, Eric stared at the giant bronze rendering of the country's third president. "Let me say, meeting like this? Late at night at one of the world's most famous monuments? I feel like I'm in an overblown spy movie." "I'm so glad you're amused," Nathan said indignantly. "Listen, I know you're upset," Ben said. "We're all upset. It's been a bad week. So let's start over and—" "No offense, but I'm not in the mood for touchy-feely right now," Nathan said. "Give him a chance, tight ass," Eric interrupted. "He called you down here to talk. The least you can do is listen." "I came here to find out one thing," Nathan said, crossing his arms. "Are you going to turn yourself in?" Ben ignored the question. "Where's Ober?" "He said he'd be late," Eric explained. "He was on the phone with his mother when we were leaving." "I don't know what you want me to do," Ober said, struggling to fight back his tears. "What kind of question is that?" Barbara Oberman asked. "I want you to get that job back." "Mom, I can't get it back. They fired me. They didn't like my work and they fired me." "Don't give me that. Go back and tell them you'll change your ways. Tell them you'll work for less money and that you'll double your hours. It doesn't matter how you do it, but get that job back. What's so important about my old job? What's so important? Get this through your head, William. You need that job. It was the only place that ever promoted you, the only place that ever respected you, the only place that didn't fire you within the first 6 months. You've spent over 4 years failing at everything else you've tried, and now you've turned this into a disaster as well. I'll find a new job, Ober said. Ben and Nathan said they'd help me look for one. Forget Ben and Nathan. You're always obsessed with Ben and Nathan. I don't want to hear about them. For Ben and Nathan, finding a job is simple. Employers love them. Their college professors loved them. The high school principal loved them. Their kindergarten teachers loved them. For them, finding a job is simple. But you're going to have a harder time. But they said, I don't care what they said, she interrupted. They're not you. What makes you think they'll be so eager for a job search? They're my friends. Big deal, they're your friends. They don't know what a job search entails. They've never lived in the real world. Looking for a job requires hours and hours of legwork. You remember how hard it was to find the position with Senator Stevens? Yeah, but nothing. You said it yourself a few months ago. The 3 of them are always at work. They don't have the time to find you a job. Yeah, but Ben helped me find this job. Maybe He can't do anything for you, she said. You have to learn to do things for yourself. They may be your friends, but they're certainly not your equals. When it comes to finding a job, like everything else in this world, you have to suck it up and do it yourself. Now hang up this phone and think about what I've said. I don't want to hear from you again until you have that job back. I asked you a question, Nathan said, his breath lingering in the cold air. Are you going to turn yourself in or not? I'll get to that, Ben said. He pointed to the empty spaces on his bench. How about taking a seat first? I'm fine standing, Nathan said as Eric sat down. Fine, stand, Ben said as he glanced over his shoulder. What are you so nervous about? Nathan asked. What do you think? Can you both shut up? Eric asked. Stop fighting and relax for a second. Pointing at Ben, he added, Talk. Thank you, Ben said, lowering his voice. I didn't want to say this on the phone, but tomorrow morning I'm turning myself in. Since the decision affects all of us, I wanted to discuss it with you first. I don't need to discuss it, Nathan said. I made my decision the moment I heard about Ober. Good for you, Ben said. Eric, any thoughts? It's your call. I just hope you can handle the consequences. I don't see what choice I have, Ben said. What happened to Ober ripped my heart out. I got him fired. I put the rest of you in jeopardy. I have to end it. That's real noble of you, Nathan said. But I'm warning you, you better end it tomorrow. Or what? Ben asked defensively. You'll do it for me? You're damn right I will, Nathan shot back. And I won't feel a single bit of guilt doing it. In fact, you're lucky my boss doesn't work weekends or I'd have turned you in today. Why don't you relax a second? Eric said. Why don't you shut up? Nathan said. No matter how hard you stick up for Ben, he still isn't going to forgive you completely. What's wrong with you? Ben asked. What's wrong with me? Nathan replied, forcing a laugh. Let's see. My friend got fired yesterday. It was all your fault. My job's on the line, and I don't trust you or Eric. Other than that, I'm peachy. Listen, you You listen for once, Nathan yelled as the wind whistled through the monument. You have to get over this golden boy complex. For once in your perfect life, you screwed up. You blew it. You choked. You made a big mistake, and now you have to take responsibility for it. If you were the only one at risk, I'd say do whatever you want. But if you think I'm going to stand around with my career on the line while you continue your futile hunt for Rick, you're out of your head. Face facts, Ben. You're outsmarted. You lost. Give up. Shut the hell up. Ben flew from the bench and grabbed Nathan by the front of his jacket. Immediately, Eric pulled the two roommates apart. Ben, relax a second. Calm down. As Eric attempted to keep Ben at bay, Ben yelled at Nathan, "If you'd shut your damn mouth for a second, you'd realize that I didn't come here to plot against Rick. I came here to talk to my friends." Ober walked into the living room and placed a pile of books on the coffee table. 4 high school yearbooks and 1 overstuffed scrapbook. Picking up the 9th grade yearbook first, Ober flipped to his roommate's class portraits and smiled at the furry block that was Nathan's hair. When he reached Ben's picture, he laughed out loud. It had been at least 4 years since he'd last opened his yearbook and looked at the messy-haired, brace-faced, gawky nerd named Ben Addison. Turning to Eric's picture, Ober remembered his desire to sleep over at Eric's house, inspired primarily by the fact that Eric's brother had the largest collection of pornographic playing cards in the neighborhood. When he opened the 10th grade yearbook, Ober again skipped to the class portraits. He remembered the year they got their driver's licenses. Eric was not only the first to drive, he was also the first to crash, directly into Nathan's mother's car as she pulled out of her driveway. Thumbing through the 11th grade book, Ober remembered their first college party at Boston University. He laughed as he thought about Ben, who spent the whole night trying to convince the ladies he was Ben Addison, professor of love. Opening his personal scrapbook, Ober was proud he had so thoroughly documented his friend's achievements. He had the articles that appeared in the Boston Globe when Nathan was photographed with the Secretary of State and when Ben received his Supreme Court clerkship. He had the first news story Eric wrote for the high school newspaper, as well as his first stories for Washington Life and the Washington Herald. He had the Herald's first word jumble, as well as Eric's article about a leak at the Supreme Court. He even had Ben and Lisa's engagement announcement. Everyone's famous, he thought, closing the book. They're all superstars. Don't act like you're the victim here, Nathan said, straightening the front of his jacket. That's the last thing you should... I never said I was the victim, Ben retorted as Eric kept him away from Nathan. I know I screwed up. I admit it. It's my fault Ober lost his job. What else can I say? There's your problem, Nathan said in a soft and slow voice. You think you're only responsible for Ober losing his job. But you have to realize that you're responsible for much more than that. It's your fault this whole thing started, Ben. And more important, it's your fault it's still going on. You think I don't know that? Ben's voice cracked. It kills me that I... Oh, so now you feel guilty. I've felt guilty since the first day I met with Rick. What else do you want me to say? This thing's been eating away at me for months. It should be, Nathan said. And I hope... We get the picture, Eric interrupted. Now can you let up a little? No, I can't, Nathan said. I want to make sure he knows how I feel about this. I know how you feel, Ben began. No, you don't, Nathan insisted, his voice growing louder. If you did, we wouldn't be fighting right now. Since the day we got those letters from Rick, you knew this might happen. At that moment, you should have had the decency to turn yourself in. If not for your own sake, then certainly for ours. The fact that you let it come to this tells me one thing. That I'm an evil person with no redeeming qualities? Ben asked. No, Nathan said, regaining his composure. that I want nothing more to do with you. Ever. As Ben and Eric fell silent, Nathan continued, "This isn't high school anymore. We can't always be on your side. And don't think this is about me being selfish. You let Ober take the beating for your mistake. That's something I can never forgive you for. He's your friend, and you owe him more than that." "I know," Ben said despairingly, "and I'll deal with him." "You better," Nathan said. "This is bigger than some dumb slip-up with CMI or Grinnell or—" "Can you keep your voice down?" Ben interrupted. "What's wrong?" Nathan asked. "You're still worried Rick is listening in on us? That he's making tapes of our conversations?" "Shut up," Ben said. Nathan ran to the edge of the monument. "Hey, Rick! Are you listening? I hope you can hear this." "Shut the fuck up," Ben screamed. "Because this is your last warning. Stay the hell out of my life. If you knew Ben was scared of going to the authorities, you should also know that I'm not." "Nathan, stop it," Eric yelled. "We get the point." Nathan turned back toward Ben and pointed a finger at him. "I'm not joking about what I said before. I don't care what you do. I'm going to my boss Monday morning." "You do that," Ben said, staring intently at the statue of President Jefferson. "Don't be mad at me," Nathan said. "This one's not my fault." He wiped his forehead with the sleeve of his jacket. "Eric, you ready to go?" "I'm going back with Ben." "He doesn't have a car," Nathan pointed out. "We'll take a cab." "Suit yourself." Nathan walked down the stairs and headed toward the parking lot. As Nathan's car pulled into the driveway, Ben and Eric's taxi pulled up to the house. "That made a lot of sense," Nathan said as the three roommates headed for the door. Ignoring the comment, Ben opened the front door and stepped inside. "You should tell Ober what's going on," Eric suggested. "I know," Ben said, "but I don't want to say anything in the house." He noticed the yearbooks on the coffee table. What was he doing tonight? "Probably reminiscing about better times," Nathan said. "I wasn't asking you," Ben said. Atop a pile of yearbooks, Ben saw a single sheet of white paper and picked it up. "Dear Ben, Nathan, and Eric," he read to himself. "I'm so sorry. I can't possibly explain my actions to you, but I didn't know what else to do. You'll probably think this is another stupid Ober idea, but please understand that there's no other way I'd be happy. For as long as I can remember, you have carried me forward, and I have held you back. Tell my mother she can go to hell, and tell Rick that I hope he drops dead. Also, tell my boss that I wasn't trying to advance my career. I really want her to know that. If I can ask you one last favor, please take it easy on each other. I will miss you more than you'll ever know. You're my best friends, and I love you. Ober." "Oh my God," Ben said, running toward the stairs. "Ober!" he screamed. Instinctively, Nathan and Eric followed. "Ober, are you in there?" Ben screamed, pounding on the locked door to Ober's room. Ben turned to Eric and Nathan. "I think I found a suicide note." "Ober! Open up!" Nathan screamed, pounding on the door. "Break it down," Ben said frantically. "Move out of the way." Nathan took a couple of steps back, then threw all his weight against the door. "Again," Ben said. Once again, Nathan rammed his body into the door. "Kick it!" Eric shouted. "Hurry!" Nathan rammed his foot into the door, and the door frame buckled. He rammed it again, and the door flew open. They all ran inside. Ober was dangling against the closet door, a belt taut around his neck. "Oh my God," Eric said. "Oh my God, oh my God." "Help me get him down," Ben said as he and Nathan grabbed Ober's legs and struggled to support his body. "Eric, open the door." Eric was hysterically crying. With his hands shaking and the tears rolling down his face, he didn't even hear Nathan's request. All he could see was Ober. "He's dead. "Open the damn door!" Nathan screamed. Eric pulled open the closet door, and Ober's body slumped forward and fell to the floor. Instantly, Nathan rolled Ober on his back and started CPR. "Hurry," Ben said as Nathan pinched Ober's nose. Taking a deep breath, Nathan tried to breathe life back into his friend. "Look at his eyes," Eric said, unnerved by the blank stare on Ober's face. "He's dead." Nathan shut Ober's eyes and looked at Ben. "Get Eric the hell out of here." "Eric, go downstairs," Ben said. "Call an ambulance." As Eric ran out of the room, Nathan pumped Ober's chest and then listened for a heartbeat. "There's no pulse," Ben said, holding Ober's wrist. "He's all white," Nathan said, looking at Ober's pallid complexion. "Keep trying," Ben demanded. "Do it again." Futilely filling Ober's lungs with air, Nathan continued to administer CPR. "Don't stop," Ben screamed, reading the disheartened look on Nathan's face. "Do it again." Once again, Nathan tried to bring back his friend. He pumped against Ober's chest with his full strength and did everything he could to elicit any sign of life. He listened closely for a heartbeat, but eventually pulled away. "Forget it. It's over." "Let me try," Ben said, pushing Nathan aside. "Ben, it's over." "Help me take him downstairs," Ben demanded, lifting Ober's feet. "Maybe the ambulance can revive him. They have that shock machine." "It won't do any good," Nathan said, sitting on the floor and leaning against Ober's bed. "He's gone." As the paramedics rolled the stretcher out of the house, Ben gave the suicide note and the leather belt to the policeman assigned to the scene. After interviewing the 3 roommates, one of the officers gave Ben his card. "I'd like to talk to you more about this." "We'll come down tomorrow," Ben said. He felt emotionally drained. Shutting his eyes, hoping to somehow shut out reality, Ben attempted to quell the throbbing pain at the back of his neck. "I'm really sorry about your friend," the other officer said. "Thanks," Ben said, walking the 2 officers to the door. When the police car and the ambulance pulled away from the house, Ben shut the door. Collapsing on the floor, he rolled on his back and tried his best to think clearly. A minute later, he turned toward Nathan, who was sitting at the glass table in the dining room. "Where's Eric?" Ben asked. Nathan peered through the glass, staring at his feet. "He's in his room, talking to his mom." "Is he okay?" "Under the circumstances," Nathan said. "When he gets off the phone, you should call Ober's parents." "I have to call?" Ben asked. "I can't do that." "Oh, yes, you can." Nathan got out of his seat and headed for the stairs. "Why me?" Ben asked, following his roommate. "You're the one responsible," Nathan said curtly. "Don't you dare say that," Ben warned. Nathan turned from the stairs and looked at Ben in disbelief. "You're not responsible?" he asked, approaching Ben. "Whose fault is it, then?" Nathan stood face to face with Ben in the living room. "Is it Ober's fault?" "Oh, it can't be Ober's fault. Maybe it's Rick's fault. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe it's Senator Stevens' fault." "It's nobody's fault," Ben interrupted. "So no one's to blame?" Nathan asked. "This is something that just happened out of the blue?" "Obviously, it didn't just happen. And if it weren't for me, Ober would probably still be alive. But that doesn't mean I killed him." "No, you just put the belt around his neck." An angry silence filled the room. "You can really be a bastard, you know that?" "I just want to make sure that you—" "That I what?" Ben interrupted, his eyes filled with tears. "That I blame myself? That I think it's my fault? Don't worry. I do. I hold myself 100% responsible. I'm the one that put this whole thing in motion, and it'll haunt me for the rest of my life. Until the day I die, there won't be a single day that I don't feel guilty about this." "You should feel guilty." "Don't tell me how I should feel," Ben said, his voice shaking. Ober was my best friend. I would have done anything to save him." "You could have saved him," Nathan said. "All you had to do was open your mouth." "What the hell is wrong with you?" Ben lashed out. "How can you be so callous? I was going to the authorities. That's what tonight was all about. I didn't know Ober'd kill himself. I didn't know he was suicidal. And I don't know what you expect me to say. Do you think that just because you admit it's your fault I'll absolve you of your sins? It doesn't work like that. You killed him. Now you have to deal with it." Enraged, Ben punched Nathan in the stomach. "I didn't kill him." Bent over in pain, Nathan struggled to catch his breath. "I didn't kill him," Ben repeated. "He killed himself." Still heaving, Nathan ran toward Ben, tackling him and sending them both crashing into the coffee table. The homemade table splintered in two, the yearbooks and the scrapbooks sliding onto Nathan and Ben. Sitting on top of Ben, Nathan grabbed him by the shirt. "Why did you let this happen?" he screamed. Ben pushed Nathan back and staggered to his feet. "I never wanted this to happen." "Then why didn't you—" "I wish I could have done a million things," Ben yelled. "You didn't have to do a million things," Nathan said. "All you had to do was one. I swear I was going to turn myself in tomorrow." "Who cares what you were going to do?" Nathan screamed, tears streaming down his cheeks. "Ober died tonight. He's gone, Ben. We'll never see him again. Because of you, he's dead. Ober is dead." "Nathan, I don't want to hear it," Nathan said, storming toward the stairs. "Enough of your damn excuses. No matter what you say, I know you killed him. And I hope that thought haunts you forever." "I told you already," Richard Claremont told Rick. "I never touched him. I spent the whole night watching the other three at the Jefferson Memorial." "If you're lying, the police will find you," Rick warned. "They dusted the entire place for fingerprints." "I'm not lying. I didn't know he killed himself until I got back here." Taking off his coat, Claremont asked, "And since when are you so concerned about what happens to these guys?" "I'm not concerned when one of them loses his job, but I am concerned when one of them winds up dead." "I don't know why you're so shaken by this," Claremont said, sitting on the plush hotel sofa. "You put them in an impossible scenario. You should have expected one of them to snap." "I never meant for this to happen," Rick shouted. "But you should have known." "Don't tell me what I should have known," Rick interrupted. "You can't anticipate something like this." "But I don't want to hear it," Rick said. "Drop it." "Consider it dropped," Claremont said. "Now what are we going to do about the decision?" "I've been thinking about that." Rick pulled a miniature bottle of white wine from the hotel refrigerator. "I'm afraid Ben's no longer running in the maze." "You don't think he's going to meet us tomorrow?" "Not a chance," Rick said, opening the wine. "He'll be talking to the authorities by noon." "But if he—" "Don't worry about it," Rick reassured his colleague. "He'll never get there." Wrapped, Ben put on his coat and picked up his briefcase. Still reeling from Ober's death, he tried not to think about the unnerving silence that now filled the house. Instead, he turned around and walked out the front door. A new layer of snow blanketed the neighborhood. He stepped outside, carefully maneuvering into the footprints left behind by Eric and Nathan. As he headed toward the metro station, he periodically looked over his shoulder. After the events of the past few nights, Ben's watchfulness had become instinctive. When he rounded the corner, he saw a man in a navy winter coat and a brown fedora coming toward him. He was bothered that the brim of the hat blocked the man's face. In the street, a gray car pulled up and stopped. Ben immediately recognized it as Eric's. "How are you doing?" Eric asked, rolling down his window. Okay, I guess, Ben said unconvincingly. He stepped into the street and leaned in the window. I slept about 5 minutes last night. Me too, Eric said. I can't get him out of my head. Just the thought of him dangling there. Please, let's not talk about it, Ben said, his gloved hands gripping the metal doorframe. Did you tell Lisa? I called her late last night. Before I finished my first sentence, she was crying. I never heard her like that. She offered to help with the eulogy. That was nice of her. Noticing the briefcase in Ben's hand, Eric asked, Where are you headed now? The U.S. Attorney's office? So this is it? I hope so, Ben said. By this time tomorrow, I should be done with this nonsense. I know I didn't say this last night, but I think you're doing the right thing. Thanks, Ben said as the stranger in the navy coat passed behind him. Ben turned around to watch him walk down the block. Does that guy look suspicious to you? Not really. Why? He looked a little weird to me. I wouldn't worry, Eric said. I'm sure he's no one. Yeah, Ben said, pulling out of the window. Do you want a ride to the metro? Eric asked. I'd prefer a ride downtown. No time. I have to do some quick edits at the house, then I need to get back to work. The metro is as good as it gets. Don't worry about it, Ben said, heading back to the sidewalk. I think I can handle the 2 blocks. Your choice, Eric said, rolling up his window. See you tonight. I hope, Ben said. If you don't hear from me by dinner, it means I'm still in the middle of my plea bargain. As the car pulled away, Ben continued his walk up the block. When he reached the commercial section of the neighborhood, his eyes darted everywhere. At the old man pulling his grocery cart along the snow-covered sidewalk, at the undeterred athlete jogging with her black Labrador, at the supermarket employee shoveling the sidewalk, at the overweight woman struggling to keep her footing. Still jumpy, Ben reached his favorite bakery. I really have to calm down, he told himself as he stepped inside. There's no one following me. After a quick bagel and a fresh banana, Ben wiped his mouth, zipped his coat, and stepped back into the cold. Immediately he saw that the only thing between him and the metro station was the man in the navy coat and the brown fedora. Cautiously, Ben inched up the block, trying to identify the approaching stranger. The man appeared to be Rick's height, but heavier. But then it was a heavy coat, Ben thought. As his heartbeat accelerated, Ben tried to convince himself that it was just his imagination. Relax, he told himself. There's no reason to get crazy. When they were 10 feet apart, Ben pulled off his right-hand glove and made a tight fist, determined to swing if the man made a suspicious move. When he was 5 feet away, Ben was sweating furiously. As they were about to pass each other, Ben was frantic, his mind preparing for every possible scenario. Holding his breath as the man walked by him, Ben fought the urge to turn around. It wasn't until he was well past the stranger that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. All that perspiration for nothing, Ben told himself, forcing a laugh. As he was about to turn to get one last look at the man, Ben's neck snapped back as he was grabbed from behind. He felt an arm wrapped firmly around his neck, while a hand in a navy coat sleeve shoved a pungent handkerchief into his face. Instinctively, Ben threw his head back, slamming it into his attacker's nose. "Son of a bitch!" the man yelled, releasing Ben and grabbing his bleeding nose. Coughing as he ran up the block, Ben struggled to catch his breath. As he passed the supermarket, he looked back and saw that his attacker was in pursuit. Ben dropped his briefcase and grabbed the snow shovel from the hands of the supermarket employee. As the man approached him, Ben swung the shovel wildly. "Stay the hell away from me." "Calm down," the man said. "I'm not here to hurt you." As the man tried to keep Ben's attention, Rick turned the corner and was slowly sneaking up behind Ben. "Who are you?" Ben asked. "Who sent you?" "I'm on your side," the man said. "I swear. I'm from the Justice Department." His eyes were locked over Ben's shoulder. Following the man's gaze, Ben spun around, swinging the shovel blindly as he turned. To his surprise, the flat side of the shovel connected with Rick, who would have otherwise grabbed him. "I don't believe it," Ben said. When Rick fell to the ground, Ben took the shovel and hit Rick once more in the head. "Who the hell do you think you are?" Ben screamed. "This is my life." Ben yelled at the supermarket employee. "Call the police." "We are the police," Rick's accomplice said to the employee. "Don't call anyone." "Grab him already, Claremont," Rick yelled, holding his ear, which was covered in blood. Throwing the shovel at Claremont, Ben turned around and ran down the block. "Follow him," Rick yelled, even though Claremont was already in motion. Faster and more athletic than either of his attackers, Ben ran back toward the residential part of his neighborhood. Hopping fences and racing through backyards, Ben crisscrossed between houses so his pursuers never had him in sight for longer than a few seconds. He turned down one driveway, made a left when he reached the backyard, hopped over a fence into the next-door neighbor's garden, ran to the back of the garden, hopped over a fence that put him in a connecting backyard, and ran back out another driveway. Weaving through the neighborhood, Ben knew that the only house he had to avoid was his own. If his two attackers had split up, one of them would definitely be waiting there. As the cold air packed his lungs, he worked his way back toward the supermarket, staying off the main streets and navigating through the garbage-filled alleys. Hoping he had lost his pursuers, he ran toward Booson's bar, the only place he knew that had a payphone and, more important, a back door. He took one last look around and then entered the bar. Ben headed directly for the back of the bar. He shoved open the door to the men's restroom, entered a stall, and locked it. He bent over and tried to catch his breath. As the warmth of the bathroom replaced the cold of the outdoors, Ben felt like he was burning up. He pulled off his jacket, then lifted the toilet seat and vomited the banana and bagel he had just eaten. When his stomach was empty, he convulsed with dry heaves as his body reacted to the panic that flooded his mind. He flushed the toilet and sat down, shaking. "I can't believe this," he thought, his elbows resting on his knees. "What the hell is happening?" As he dabbed his forehead with toilet paper, Ben's body temperature eventually returned to normal and the color slowly returned to his face. 20 minutes later, convinced that Rick and his colleague were long gone, Ben left the restroom. He searched his pockets for change and pulled out a few coins, which he inserted into the payphone. As he dialed Lisa's number, his eyes darted through the bar, which was filled with a few basketball fans who were eating breakfast before the first game of the day. "Hello?" Lisa answered. "You will not believe what just happened to me," Ben said, his voice racing. "I just got attacked by Rick and some other guy. They jumped me and tried to kidnap me. I slammed them in the head with a shovel and ran for—" "Whoa, whoa, whoa," Lisa said. "One thing at a time. Start over." After hearing his explanation of the past half hour, she said, "I don't believe it." "Believe it," Ben said. "Did you get a good look at Rick's partner?" "Not really. My mind was running at full speed. All I remember is that he was trying to tell me that he was from the Justice Department." "Do you think he was?" "Of course not," Ben said. "The Justice Department doesn't attack people with chloroform. He just didn't want them to call the cops." "Who was he then?" Ben's eyes were focused on the front door of the bar. "Either Rick's lackey or the guy Rick's using to make money on American Steel." "Why would Rick need a new person? American Steel is a public company. Rick can buy all the stock he wants." "But you need money to buy stock, and presumably Rick was wiped out from Grinnell. He needs someone who already has a lot of American Steel stock or who's willing to put up the funds. Otherwise, he's—" Ben looked at his coat on the floor. "Damn," he said. "I just realized I left my briefcase by the supermarket. I'm sure they grabbed it." "You didn't leave the decision in there, did you?" "Of course not. But the letter I was working on is in there, which means they know that I'm turning myself in." "They knew that the moment you didn't show up at the museum yesterday," Lisa said. "Meanwhile, have you called Nathan and Eric?" "Not yet. Why?" "Call them," Lisa demanded. "If Rick's running around your neighborhood, the first place he's going to check is your house. Are they still home?" "Nathan's at work. but Eric might be. Ben hung up and searched his pockets for more change. He was a nickel short. Undeterred, he anxiously entered his calling card number into the payphone. As his fingers danced across the buttons, he realized he'd misdialed the number. "Damn," he said, hanging up. He picked up the receiver and frantically re-entered his calling card number. Come on," he said as he waited for the tone. He heard it and entered his home number, praying Eric had finished his editing and left the house. "Hello?" Eric said. "Eric, it's me. Get out of the house. Rick and that guy in the navy coat." "Have you spoken to Lisa?" Eric interrupted. "Don't worry about Lisa," Ben said. "You have to—" "Shut up a second," Eric insisted. "Rick called here looking for you. He said it was an emergency, and he wanted me to tell you that he was going over to Lisa's." Ben's heart sank. "How long ago did he call?" "About a half hour ago. Do you need any—" Ben hung up the phone, re-entered his calling card, and dialed Lisa's number. Shit, he said as the phone rang 5 times without an answer. Finally, Lisa picked up. "Hello?" "Get out of your apartment," Ben said. "Rick's on his way over." "Or maybe I'm already here," Rick said. "How are you doing, Ben? Long time no see." "Oh my God." "Why so sad?" Rick asked. "It's just me." "If you hurt her, I swear I'll—" "Spare me the threats," Rick demanded, his voice growing suddenly serious. "I now have both Lisa and Nathan." "Nathan?" "Shut up and listen for once," Rick said. "I have both of them, and I'm sick and tired of playing games. Now tell me where you are." Ben was silent. "This is no time to be stupid," Rick said. "You already lost one friend this weekend. Do you want to go for 2? Getting no response, he added, "How about 3? "I'm at Booson's bar," Ben finally said. "It's on New Hampshire." "I know where it is," Rick said. "I expect you to be standing outside in 10 minutes. And if you happen to feel the urge to call the authorities, your parents, Eric, or anyone else, I will be extremely upset with you. Do you understand?" "Yes," Ben said, fighting his rage. "Good. Now one last question," Rick said. "What's the outcome of American Steel?" Again, Ben was silent. "I asked a question," Rick said. Still, silence. "This is just about money," Rick warned. "Don't turn it into anything that requires violence." "American Steel wins," Ben snapped. "Are you happy? Now you can go make your millions." "I'm extremely happy." "That's exactly the same answer Lisa gave us," Rick said. "We'll see you outside in 10 minutes. After hearing Rick hang up, Ben exploded. He grabbed the receiver and slammed it against the payphone. The few patrons who were in the bar looked up when they heard the crashing noise. Again, Ben banged the receiver against the metal base of the phone, and again and again. Suddenly, someone grabbed him from behind. "What the hell is wrong with you?" the bartender asked, pulling the receiver from Ben's hand. "Get off me!" Ben screamed, struggling against the bartender. The bartender dragged him to the front door and pushed him outside. "If you're going to be a psycho, go someplace else." Waiting outside of Booson's, Ben teemed with anger. With his hands shoved deep into his jacket pockets, he despondently kicked at a small pile of snow next to the building. Within 10 minutes, a red Jeep pulled up to the curb. The only person in it was Claremont. "Wait right there," Claremont said as he got out of the Jeep and approached Ben. Now that Claremont was no longer wearing his brown fedora, Ben studied his attacker's features. With a round face that was highlighted by a worn, flowery complexion, Claremont looked much older than Ben had expected. "Take off your jacket," Claremont said, pointing with thick, stubby fingers. When Ben obliged, Claremont patted him down. "Still worried about microphones?" Ben asked. "I'm told you have a habit of wearing them." After establishing that Ben was clean, Claremont opened the door for Ben. "All aboard," he said. 35 minutes later, the Jeep pulled into the back parking lot of the Palm Hotel in Bethesda. "Follow me," Claremont said as he walked toward the back entrance of the building. "And if you say one word to anyone—" "I get the picture," Ben said. They took the elevator to the 24th floor and walked down the hallway to room 2427. Claremont slid his coded card into the electronic lock, pushed open the door, and entered the lavishly decorated suite. The main room was empty. "Where is everyone?" Ben asked. "Shut up and follow," Claremont said. He led the way through the bedroom and opened the door that connected the suite to the one next door. They walked through the second suite and reached a door that connected that suite to a third. Finally, they entered the largest of the three suites, where Rick, Lisa, and Nathan were waiting. When Ben and Claremont entered the room, Rick got up from his seat on the sofa. "Well, well, the gang's all here," he said. "Lisa, Nathan, I believe you know Ben. Ben, this is Lisa and Nathan." Ben was surprised to see Nathan and Lisa sitting calmly at the large glass dining room table. Looking through the glass tabletop, he noticed that they were both handcuffed to their chairs. A swollen black eye colored the left side of Nathan's face. "Are you okay?" Ben asked. "Fuck off," Nathan said, turning away. "Children," Rick scolded. "No fighting." "You didn't have to hit him," Ben said. "Yes, we did," Rick said glibly. "Otherwise, he wouldn't have come with us." Looking at Lisa, Ben asked, "They didn't hit you, did they?" "Are you kidding?" Rick interjected, showing off the scratch marks on the side of his neck. "She did more damage than you." When he approached the small mahogany desk in the corner of the room, Rick reached into his briefcase, pulled out 2 sets of handcuffs, and threw them to Claremont. Claremont pushed Ben toward the large wooden chair next to Nathan. "Take a seat." "Let them go first," Ben demanded. "And let them run to the police?" Rick laughed. "Take a seat, Ben. You're in no position to argue." When Ben sat down, Claremont used both sets of handcuffs to fasten Ben's arms to the chair. "And if you're thinking about screaming," Rick said, "you can save your lungs the wear and tear. We have most of this floor, and the manager promised us complete privacy. You can buy just about anything these days." "I don't know why you're so smug," Ben said. "Eric's still out there. When we don't come home tonight, he'll head straight to the police." "No, he won't," Rick said coldly. Lisa looked at Ben. "Nathan called Eric and told him that he was working late tonight. And then I called him and told him that we were both okay, that the phone call from Rick was just a fake threat." Seeing the bewildered look on Ben's face, she added, "Rick said he would kill you if we didn't make the calls." Surprised by the gravity of Rick's threat, Ben looked up at his captor. "Satisfied?" Rick asked. "Are you going to stop the decision?" Fisk asked, sitting impatiently in Lungan's office. "I don't see how," Lungan said. "We have no more proof than we did on Friday. Ben and Lisa haven't been in all weekend." "I knew we should have staked out his house," Fisk said, pointing at Lungan. "Now we have no idea where he is. For all we know, he's out shopping. I still say we pull the plug on the decision. Tell the justices we don't want it announced until we find Ben." "Will you listen to what you're saying?" Lungan demanded. "You want me to hold up the Supreme Court of the United States because one of their clerks didn't work this weekend? Do you know how fast we'll be standing on the unemployment line? What if he doesn't show up tomorrow?" "It doesn't matter," Lungan said. "Until we have all the facts, and I mean every last detail, we cannot bring this court to a screeching halt. Believe me, when we have the information, Ben Addison's ass is mine. But until that point, we just sit and wait." "And listen," Fisk said, turning up the speaker on Lungan's desk. Ben's arms were growing stiff from being restrained. "You made a mistake taking only 3 of us." "Oh, we did?" Rick sat on the plush sofa and flipped through the paperwork laid out on the coffee table. I mean it, Ben said. Eric won't believe those stories. I bet he's talking to the police right now. That's a pretty crappy theory, Rick said, his eyes still focused on his paperwork. And why's that? You expect Eric to run to the police? Rick asked, looking up at his captives. Is this the same Eric who told you to avoid the authorities at all cost? The same Eric who said you could catch me all by yourself? This is the person who's going to blow this wide open? Even Ober was more resourceful. Ben's jaw tightened. Hit a raw nerve, huh? If it wasn't for you, he'd still be alive, Ben said. I'll kill you for that. Sure you will. And if you believe that, I can see why you think Eric's coming to your rescue. Making himself comfortable on the sofa, Rick added, I hate to break it to you, but you're on your own this time. Sitting at his desk in the political bureau, Eric was annoyed. For the past 3 hours, he had tried to locate his roommates. Nathan wasn't at work, Ben wasn't at the court, and Lisa wasn't at home. Those phone calls had to be a setup, Eric thought, as the crumbs of his late lunch fell into his computer keyboard. Wiping his hands on his jeans, he flipped through his Rolodex. No more playing around, Eric thought, as he dialed the number of the marshal's office at the Supreme Court. I need real help. U.S. Marshal's office, a man answered. This is Carl Lungen. Mr. Lungen, this is Eric Stroman, Ben Addison's roommate. How'd you get my private line? Lungen asked, sounding annoyed. I stole it from Ben's Rolodex. You never know when you're going to need a marshal, Eric explained. I'm only calling because it's an emergency. I think Ben's in trouble. I'm listening. Well, without getting into the whole story, Ben was being blackmailed by this guy named Rick. A few hours ago, I got a call from Ben telling me to get out of my house because Rick was after us. A half hour after that, Lisa called and told me everything was okay. Maybe I'm just being neurotic, but I think something happened to them. Eric, I'm very glad you called, Lungen said. Now start from the beginning and tell me the whole story. At 10 o'clock that evening, Rick and Claremont sat in the center suite, picking at the remains of their room service dinner. Only 12 more hours, Rick said, nibbling on a French fry. We're almost there. You promise we'll cash in the options by noon? Claremont asked. How many times do you need to hear it? Rick asked. It'll all be done by noon. Don't look at me like that, Claremont said. If you were in my position, you'd be just as concerned. It'll only take a few hours before the SEC realizes that an American Steel executive cashed in all of his stock and risked it all on a long-shot bet. This deal is going to raise one hell of a lot of eyebrows over there. We'll be long gone by the time they put it together, Rick said. Don't get crazy over it. I'll just be happy when it's over, Claremont said. You'll be more than happy, Rick said. You'll be rich. Those options will be worth millions. What if Ben's lying and Steele actually loses? Don't worry, Rick said. After what happened with Grinnell, I'm not putting $1 down unless I know he's telling the truth. Nathan, will you stop it already? Ben begged. Talk to me. Leave him alone, Lisa said. He'll talk when he's ready. Silence doesn't help anyone at this point, Ben said. Get over it. Get over it, Nathan asked, looking up and facing Ben. Ober is dead. That's not something I'll just get over. Not today, not tomorrow. Never. Enough with the fighting, Lisa interrupted, pulling on her restraints. Leaning to her left, she peered over the armrest and saw that her handcuffs were attached to the wooden supports that connected the front and back legs of the antique chair. I say we focus on getting out of here. Let me guess, Nathan said. You have a bobby pin in your hair and you're a master lockpick. I wish, Lisa said, tipping her chair forward until she could stand. Hunched over, she shuffled toward Ben. She then lowered her chair, sitting in front of him. "See those supports?" she asked. "I bet if you kick them hard enough, they'll break in half." Ben looked at the width of the supports. "There's no way," he said. "It'll never—" "Don't give me that," Lisa demanded. "Try. Kick the shit out of it. Just don't kick my hand." Ben jerked his chair into position and prepared to kick the support. "Hold on a second," Lisa said, waving her handcuffed hand. "Give me your other foot." "Why?" "Because if you don't, the moment you kick this chair, you'll go flying backward." Nodding, Ben let Lisa get a good handhold on his left ankle. With his right leg primed for impact, he counted 1, 2, 3, and slammed his foot against the support. "Again," Lisa said as Ben hit the support. "Keep going." Wildly kicking over a dozen times, Ben felt the wooden support start to splinter. "You're almost there," Lisa said. After one more blow, the support snapped, allowing Lisa to slide the handcuff off the chair. With one arm still tied down, she turned her chair around. "Do the other one." "Quietly," Nathan warned, carefully watching the door that connected to the other suite. When Ben had kicked through the other support, Lisa was free. With the handcuffs still dangling from her wrists, she walked to Ben's chair and prepared to start kicking. "Screw the chair," Ben said. "Run and get help." "No way," Lisa said. "Don't argue. Just go," Ben said as the handcuffs pulled against his wrists. "There's no way we'll all get free without them hearing." "They didn't hear you, did they?" Lisa asked. "Besides, if I leave and they find out I'm gone, who knows what they'll do to you?" "We'll be fine," Ben said. "Go get help." "I'm not going," Lisa said. She started kicking at Ben's supports. "I don't need your death on my head." "They won't kill us," Ben said. Lisa stopped to look Ben in the eye. "Are you kidding me? You think they'd beat us, kidnap us, and chain us up but not kill us?" "Go get help," Ben said. "Nathan?" Lisa asked. "Kick the chair," Nathan said. "I watched them dance on my face. Rick enjoyed it." Standing on one leg, Lisa slammed her foot against the support. It refused to buckle. "Damn." "Get out of here," Ben said. "Shut up," Lisa said, pounding the support. Slowly, it began to fracture. After 6 more kicks, it broke in 2. Lisa ran to the other side of the chair. "Hurry," Ben said. "What do you think I'm doing?" she asked as she started working on the other side. Within a minute, the second support broke. Quickly running to Nathan's chair, the 2 clerks each took a side and kicked the old wood. Nathan's adrenaline was pumping. "It'll give," he said. "It'll definitely give." Her legs tired from the attack, Lisa stopped to catch her breath. "Keep kicking," Nathan said. "You're almost there." As Ben shattered the wood on his side, Nathan pulled his arm free. Running around to help Lisa, Ben heard a quiet click. They all looked up. "Shit," Nathan said. "Why do you even bother?" Rick asked. Standing in the corner of the room, he pointed a gun at the 3 friends. "I want them separated," Rick demanded as he and Claremont walked toward the large glass table. He pointed the gun at Lisa. "Put her in the bathroom. Lock the cuffs to the pipes under the sink." As Claremont grasped her left handcuff, Lisa swung her right one through the air, smashing him in the side of the head. Gripping both her hands in one of his, Claremont smacked Lisa in the face and sent her flying to the floor. "I'll kill you," Ben screamed, racing toward Claremont. Rick pointed his gun at Ben. "Don't move." Suddenly frozen in fear, Ben stared down the barrel of Rick's gun. Just then the door that connected to the second suite crashed open. "Everybody freeze! U.S. Marshal!" Carl Lungen screamed as he ran into the room, erratically pointing his gun in every direction. Ben's mouth dropped open. "You're all under arrest!" Lungen yelled. "Where the hell have you been?" Rick asked, unfazed by the entrance. "You were supposed to be here hours ago." Lowering his gun, Lungen looked over at Ben and started laughing. Oh, man, you should see your face, he said. You really thought I was coming to your rescue, didn't you? Help us tie them up, Claremont said. They almost got out. How does it feel to be the fool, Addison? Lungin asked, pointing his gun at Ben. Now get your hands up. What the hell is going on? Ben asked, raising his hands in the air. You're working for him? With his gun in Ben's back, Lungin led Ben to a chair that wasn't broken. Don't take it personally, Lungin said. Money's money. Was Fisk in on it as well? Ben asked as Lungin handcuffed him to the chair. I should be so lucky, Lungin said. He turned toward Rick and added, That's where I was all day. Sorry I couldn't help you bring these three in. Fisk giving you a hard time? Rick asked. Are you kidding? It's taken every excuse I can think of to keep him from rushing in and arresting everyone. He's more anxious than a virgin on prom night. Rick smirked as he watched the shock on Ben's face. Will he stay quiet? Rick asked. He seems okay now, but I'm worried he'll go nuts when Ben doesn't show up for work tomorrow. He won't do anything, Rick said. From what you've told me, Fisk won't take a crap without your permission. I don't believe this, Ben said as Lungin turned his attention to Nathan. Lungin reattached Nathan's loose handcuff to the armrest on Nathan's chair. Come on, Ben, Lungin said. Did you really think you were that good? Without me, Fisk would have bugged your office weeks ago instead of days ago. And that lie detector test. He would have never passed without my help. The way I see it, you should thank me. I don't get it, Ben said. Fisk administered that test. But who do you think rigged the machine? Lungin asked, sitting on the couch next to Rick. You couldn't fail that test if you tried. And you thought your roommate gave you placebos and you passed anyway, Rick said. Ben turned toward Nathan. I never thought. It's okay, Nathan whispered, his voice trembling. It doesn't matter anymore. Oh, man, Lungin laughed, slapping Rick's knee. Did you see their faces when I ran in here? They thought it was all over. It will be, Rick said, in less than 11 hours. By 4 a.m, all but one of the lights in the suite had been turned off, and an eerie silence pervaded the darkened room. A small tabletop lamp next to the sofa provided just enough reading light for Lungin to see his newspaper. In the bathroom, Lisa was asleep on the tile floor, her fear overwhelmed by sheer exhaustion. In the living room, Nathan struggled to keep his eyes open, even as his head bobbed down with sleep. Ben was wide awake in the corner of the room, his eyes blazing as he stared at Lungin. Sitting on the sofa and flipping through his newspaper, Lungin stood guard over the three friends. When he looked over his shoulder, he caught sight of Ben. If you're going to stare like that, you might as well say something, Lungin said. Getting no response, he added, Why don't you just go to sleep? I'm not tired. Fine, stay awake, Lungin said, turning back to his paper. Like I care. I hope the money's good. The money's great. How much does integrity go for these days? Ben asked. $1 million? $2 million? Lungin folded up his paper and turned back toward Ben. I don't need morality lessons from you. That's fine, Ben said. But I hope you realize you'll be a fugitive for the rest of your life. What are you talking about? Lungin asked. This isn't some rinky-dink operation. When this is over, I'm going right back to my job. And when I walk in with Ben and Lisa, the two most wanted clerks in America, I'll probably get a promotion. Sure you will, Ben said. Believe what you want, Lungin said. But by tomorrow night, Ben Addison is going to be a wanted man. When the SEC traces our stock sales, guess whose name will be attached to the transfer? And that bank account Rick opened for you during CMI? Don't think that baby's not getting another big deposit. When you put that together with a tape of you giving out the decision, there's not a person in the world who will believe your story. You don't have a prayer. I won't need one, Lungin said. Who do you think America is going to believe? The clerk with the $1 million bank account or the marshal who brought him in? And if you try to finger Rick, what proof do you have? At this point, you can't even prove he exists. Ben was silent. As his shoulders tensed, the handcuffs pulled against his wrists. No matter what you say, Rick is out for himself. And that means he doesn't give a damn about you. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if some of his information points a finger at the marshal's office. If I were in your position, I'd get out now. Come on, Ben. Do you really think you can trick me into switching sides? I'm not some simple-minded, misunderstood lackey. I'm fully aware of every possible consequence. Rick and I planned this a long time ago, and I plan to see it through to the end. So you've been in on this since CMI? How do you think Rick knew so much about the court? Lungin asked. Without an inside man, it'd be impossible to pull this off. As the door in the corner of the room opened, the bright light of the connecting suite cut through the darkened room. Rick followed. Are you two bonding? Rick asked as he walked toward the center of the room. Absolutely. Lungin got up from the sofa and moved toward the second suite. Ben convinced me to switch sides. I've realized what a fool I've been, and now I'm going to turn us all in. That's great, Rick said, patting Lungin on the back as he passed him. Just make sure to get some sleep first. We have a busy day tomorrow. Stopping as he reached the door to the connecting suite, Lungin turned around. Have a good night, Ben. I hope you choke in your sleep, Ben said as the door slammed shut. It looks like it's just the two of us, Rick said, noting that Nathan was fast asleep. So what? Ben snapped, trying to look over his shoulder. Standing behind Ben, Rick slowly tipped back Ben's chair. What are you doing? Ben asked. Rick didn't answer. Dragging the chair to the center of the room, Rick made sure that Ben faced the sofa. With a better view of his most resourceful captive, Rick took a seat. Don't pout, Rick said. Every game has to have a winner and loser. You just happen to be the loser in this one. And you're the winner? I am, Rick said. You could have been a winner, too. The offer was there from the beginning. You simply refused to accept it. There was no offer, Ben said. You didn't ask me. You just manipulated my trust. So sue me. Would you have given me the information otherwise? Ben said nothing. Exactly. Well, then I guess that's it. You must know everything about me. Ben, do you have any idea what the main difference is between us? Besides the fact you're a psycho? I'm serious, Rick said. It's a subtle difference, but an all-important one. Oh, I get it, Ben said. This is where you tell me some cheesy story, like how we're opposite sides of the same coin or something. Not at all. We may have similar qualities, but as far as I'm concerned, we're not even part of the same currency. And it all stems from our one major difference. You think society's right, while I think society's a joke. Aren't you the maverick? Think about what I'm saying and you'll understand I'm right, Rick said. You scheme and lie and manipulate just as much as I do. But you love the way society's set up. You stick to the rules. Work hard, get the perfect job, find the perfect wife, buy the perfect house, lease the perfect car. You'll be chasing that carrot for the rest of your life. As long as you follow that path, no matter how smart you are, you'll always be the predictable pragmatist, and I'll always have the advantage. And that's the real reason I picked you. You don't know me at all, Ben said coldly. Really? Rick asked. Then let me ask you the question I've always held back on. How about being my partner? What? I'm not joking, Rick said, his tone deadly serious. We become partners. I let you go. You go back to the court. You finish out your term, and you feed me all the lucrative decisions. By summer, we'll be swimming in money. You'll never have to worry again. Are you serious? Rick smiled. No, not at all. Do I look that stupid? Ben swung his right leg forward and kicked Rick in the shin. You're an asshole. I sure am, Rick responded. With a swift shove, Rick kicked Ben's chair. As the chair fell backward, Ben struggled against his handcuffs. Unable to stop the momentum, he braced for impact. With a loud crash, the chair fell back, slamming Ben's head against the floor. Lying on his back, Ben kept his eyes closed, refusing to show any sign of pain. Get a good night's sleep, Rick said, leaning back on the sofa. Tomorrow's a big day. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Rick shouted out at 8:45 the following morning. Jarred awake when she heard Rick bang on the bathroom door, Lisa jumped and slammed her head against the pipes directly above her head. Groggy as she sat on the floor and leaned against the bathtub, she rotated her wrists to encourage circulation to her pale white hands. In the living room, Nathan slowly rotated his neck. Still lying on his back, Ben had slept the best of the three friends. He licked the morning film from his teeth. I have to go to the bathroom. Hold it in, Rick said, lifting Ben's chair and setting it upright. You two look terrible, Claremont said to Ben and Nathan, who had matching bags under their eyes. Where's Lungan? Ben asked, glancing around the room. At work, Rick said as he walked toward Nathan, placating Fisk. When are you going to call the broker? Claremont asked impatiently. It's almost 9. I'll call him in a minute. Rick tipped back Nathan's chair and dragged him to the center of the room. What's going on? Nathan asked. What are you doing? Testing a theory, Rick said, letting the chair down. Turning to Ben, who was now facing Nathan's side, Rick asked, Do you have a clear view of your friend? Don't touch him, Ben warned. I told you the decision. You also told me the Grinnell decision, Rick said as he rolled up the sleeves of his white button-down shirt. And look where that got me. Rick pulled his arm back and cracked Nathan in the side of the face. Stop! Ben screamed. Does American Steel really win? Rick asked as Claremont looked on. It wins, I swear. Rick smashed Nathan in the jaw. Are you sure that's the right outcome? Stop it, Ben yelled. It's right. As blood dripped from Nathan's mouth, Claremont said, He's telling the truth. We'll see, Rick said, walking toward the bathroom. He dragged Lisa out by the handcuffs. Don't you dare, Ben yelled, seething. Shut up, Rick said. Claremont pulled Nathan's chair away and brought an empty one to the center of the room. Lisa kicked and fought furiously against Rick. Get the hell off me, she screamed. I'll kill you. Quiet, Rick said as the two men forced her into place. When they had handcuffed her to the armrests of the chair, Rick stepped back to watch Ben's expression. Ben exploded as he felt his face turn a bright crimson. Stay the hell away from her. I told you the damn decision. My, Rick said. I didn't realize you were so attached. Hurry up, Claremont said, looking at his watch. We don't have time for this. Believe me, Rick said, if we don't have the right decision, all the time in the world won't mean a thing. Turning back toward Ben, he continued, Now, Ben, Does American Steel really win? Don't tell him, Lisa said. Rick punched Lisa in the face. No one asked you. A red patch blossomed around her left eye. Now you and Nathan match each other. Get away from her, Ben screamed, his arms struggling against his handcuffs and his body convulsing in a rabid rage. I'll kill you. I asked a question, Rick said as he hit her again. As blood and saliva flew from Lisa's mouth, Ben fought uncontrollably to break free. I'll fucking kill you. That's not the answer, Rick said. He slapped Lisa across the face. Her head flew sideways. Enraged and screaming, Ben couldn't contain himself. In a mad frenzy, he fought against his restraints. It's the truth, he shouted as tears rolled down his face. What else do you want to know? What's the vote? Rick asked. 5-4, Ben said. Dryburgh's the swing vote. Rick pulled out his gun and pointed it at Lisa. Are you sure? Come on, Rick, that's enough, Claremont interrupted. Shut up, Rick said. Holding Lisa by the hair, Rick shoved the barrel of the gun in her mouth and repeated his question. Are you sure? I swear, Ben pleaded. On my life. As he pulled back the hammer, Rick put his finger on the trigger. I'm not joking. I'll do it. I swear it's true, Ben said, his body tensed. Steel wins. Rick paused, searching Ben's face for a glimmer of deceit. Fine, he said, removing the gun from Lisa's mouth. I believe you. Rick walked to the desk in the corner of the room and picked up his cellular phone. Quickly dialing a number, he said, Hello, Noah? It's me. Here's the story. The moment the market opens, I want you to liquidate all those preferred stock certificates I gave you. Then take the proceeds and buy every American Steel option you can find. Listening for a moment, he continued, Exactly. I'm positive. Then, at noon, I want all the proceeds cashed in and sent to my usual account. Exactly. You got it. Rick hung up the phone and turned to Claremont. Now all we have to do is wait. Spitting blood all over the carpet, Lisa struggled to stop the room from spinning. Lisa, Ben called. Over here. She's coming around, Nathan said. Give her a second. What the hell happened? Lisa asked. My face feels like a balloon. Are you okay? Ben asked. Talk to me. I'm fine, she said, shutting her eyes tightly to stop the vertigo. Let me catch my breath. She remained quiet for a minute, then asked, Does my eye look as bad as it feels? It's just a black eye, Ben said. I know what it is, Lisa snapped. Tell me how it looks. It looks pretty bad. Did Rick do all the damage, or did Claremont take some shots also? It was Rick, Ben said. He's a dead man when I get out of these handcuffs. Lisa looked over her shoulder and saw Nathan. How are you doing? I'm fine, Nathan said, his voice barely above a whisper. Does my eye look as bad as his? Lisa asked Ben, pointing her chin at Nathan. It will in a few hours, Ben said. Great, Lisa said. Hey, Rick, Ben yelled across the room. Can we at least get some ice over here? No, Rick said, pulling his laptop computer from his briefcase. A few minutes before 10, Rick hooked up his cellular phone to his laptop and logged on to the Westlaw Supreme Court database. Looking over Rick's shoulder, Claremont asked, We can watch the decision from here? No, Rick said sarcastically. We're going to take a field trip to the court so we can all see it in person. His fingers pounded the keyboard. The moment it's announced, the information office releases the decision and Westlaw puts it online. Across the room, Ben asked Lisa, Are you sure you're okay? For the 10th time, I'm fine, Lisa said as the area surrounding her eye continued to swell and darken. I get punched in the face all the time. Nathan? Ben asked. How's your eye?" "It's fine," Nathan said. "Stop asking about it." "All of you shut up," Rick said, turning toward his 3 captives. At exactly 10 o'clock, the court-martial banged his gavel, and every person in the room stood at attention. "The Honorable, the Chief Justice, and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States," the marshal announced. Immediately, the 9 justices stepped out from behind the burgundy velvet curtain and moved to their respective chairs. "Oyez, oyez, oyez," the marshal announced. "All persons having business before the Honorable, the Supreme Court of the United States, are admonished to draw near and give their attention, for the court is now sitting. God save the United States and this honorable court." Again the gavel fell and everyone took their seats. "Today we will be ruling on 3 decisions," Osterman said to the packed courtroom. "Alvarez v. City of Gibsonia, Katz and Company v. Nevada, and Richard Rubin v. American Steel. Justice Veit will be reading our first 2 decisions, while Justice Dryburgh will read the 3rd. "What's taking so long?" Claremont asked, staring at Rick's blank computer screen. "It's almost 1:15. "Relax," Rick said. "They have 3 decisions to get through. It'll be here." "Does it come out the moment it's announced, or do they wait until they're done with all 3? Claremont asked. "I said it'll be here," Rick said. "Now shut up." "Is constitutional under the First Amendment. Therefore, in the case of Katz and Company v. Nevada, we find for the defendant and uphold the Supreme Court of Nevada." "Thank you, Justice Veit," Osterman said. "Justice Dryburgh will announce our final decision." "Why don't you let us go?" Ben asked from across the room. "You have your decision." Rick stared intently at his laptop. "I'll believe it when I see it." "What if he was lying?" Claremont asked. "We could have bet on the wrong outcome." "Pull it together," Rick demanded. "He was telling the truth." "How do you know?" "Because if he didn't, he knows I'll kill him." "Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice," Dryburgh announced, leaning forward on both elbows as she spoke into the microphone. In a slow, monotone voice, she read, "In the case of Richard Rubin v. American Steel, we find that American Steel's board of directors was not required to seek the approval of its minority shareholders before its merger proceeded. The shareholders' claim is, therefore, insufficient to establish a private cause of action under the Securities Exchange Act. We find for the respondent and affirm the Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit." "Did we win?" Claremont asked. Rick's eyes skimmed through the decision as it scrolled up his computer screen. "Hold on. It's coming." He paused. "Looks like American Steel just won itself a huge lawsuit. Congratulations, Addison. You finally did something right." After he shut his laptop and unhooked his phone, Rick walked over to the couch and placed both items in his briefcase. "What do we do now?" Claremont asked, elated. "Where are we meeting Lungen? When do we leave?" "One thing at a time," Rick said. He pulled a key from his pocket and moved toward Ben. "Help me uncuff these 3. Then we can get out of here." "Where are we going?" Ben asked as Rick unlocked his handcuffs. Rick didn't answer. Instead, he pulled Ben out of the chair and pushed him toward Claremont. "Lock them up again," Rick said to Claremont. "Stick your hands out straight," Claremont said. When Ben obliged, he handcuffed him. Lisa was unlocked and recuffed in turn. Holding their shoulders, Claremont continued to watch over the 2 clerks as Rick approached Nathan. "Don't move until I say," Claremont warned. Glaring at Ben until she got his attention, Lisa motioned toward Claremont with her eyes while subtly pointing to her crotch. Ben leaned backward. "I'm not feeling so good," he moaned. "I think I'm going to faint." Claremont let go of Lisa to catch Ben as he fell. Lisa spun toward Claremont and slammed her knee into his groin. As Claremont and Ben fell to the floor, Lisa rushed to the door. Realizing what was happening, Rick turned away from Nathan, pulled his gun, and started shooting. 2 bullets had ripped through the door by the time Lisa grabbed the doorknob. "Don't move," Rick screamed. The door slightly ajar. Lisa stood there motionless, her hands still cuffed. "I'll do it. I'm not kidding. I'll kill them all," Rick threatened. Lisa knew this was her last chance to escape. She darted into the hallway. 3 more bullets plowed through the door. Lisa headed straight for the emergency exit, but when she opened the stairwell door, she was surprised to see 2 other doors, one leading upstairs and one leading down. Opening the heavy metal door with her still handcuffed hands, Lisa opted to run downstairs. "Get her!" Rick screamed to Claremont, who was already staggering to the bullet-ridden door. Rick pointed his gun at Ben. "If you leave this room, I swear you'll have 2 dead roommates to deal with." Ben looked over at Nathan, who was still handcuffed to his chair. "I'm not going anywhere," Ben said. "I swear." Seconds later, Rick was out the door. Thrown off balance by her handcuffs, Lisa had trouble navigating the first flight of stairs. Searching for a less awkward running position, she realized it was easier to move when she held her elbows close to her body. When she reached the 23rd floor, she found another door blocking the stairway that led to the 22nd floor. "Damn," she said. Pulling open that door, she heard Rick and Claremont following her. Racing down the stairs, her hands clenched and her elbows tight against her, Lisa fought with a door on every floor. As she grew fatigued, each door was heavier to open, and each staircase took longer to descend. At every landing, she was tempted to run back into the hallway, but fear and skepticism kept her to the stairs. As she opened the door to the 6th floor, she wondered how quickly Rick and Claremont were gaining on her. When Lisa reached the 5th floor, she was exhausted. The lack of sleep combined with her circular descent caused a return of her morning vertigo. Refusing to surrender, though, she gritted her teeth against lightheadedness and plowed forward. "Only 4 more," she told herself. "Once I'm in the lobby, I'll scream like a banshee." By the time she reached the door that led to the 4th floor staircase, the dizziness had returned and her body was covered in a fearful, fatigued sweat. Off balance, she lurched for the doorknob. It was locked. Looking up, she saw a stenciled sign painted on the door. "To reach lobby level, please use south stairwell." "No, not now," she thought, wildly kicking the door. Grabbing the doorknob again and putting her foot against the wall, she desperately pulled on the door. She heard the pounding of Rick's and Claremont's footsteps closing in on her. Turning toward the door that led to the hallway, Lisa yanked it open and left the stairwell. In the sudden calm of the carpeted hallway, she looked through the plate glass window on her right and caught a glimpse of a crystal blue indoor swimming pool below. She ran down the corridor, banging on every door with her cuffed hands. "Fire! Everybody out! Fire!" she screamed. Not a single door opened. When she reached the elevators, she repeatedly pounded the down button with her fists. The digital display above the elevator doors showed one at the 19th floor and the other at the 26th. Too long to wait, she thought as she continued running. Heading toward the far end of the hallway, she saw a small sign marked South Stairwell, Lobby Level. Praying for an escape, she grabbed the doorknob. Once again, it was locked. "Son of a bitch!" she screamed. From the north stairwell door, Lisa heard Claremont shouting back to Rick. Their voices were loud. Lisa knew they couldn't be more than a few floors away. As she raced back to the elevators, Lisa could barely catch her breath. Furiously, she punched both call buttons. "Come on, you piece of crap. Get here." One elevator was now on the 17th floor and the other was still at the 26th. They had barely moved. Convinced that Claremont and Rick would be there in seconds, she looked down the hall and remembered the swimming pool outside the window. She took a deep breath. It's only 4 stories, she calculated. I can probably make it if I go through fast enough. Before she could talk herself out of it, Lisa tucked her elbows in tight and ran full speed, barreling down the hallway toward the huge window next to the stairwell. Shoulder first, shoulder first, shoulder first, she repeated to herself as she raced toward her target. Lisa hurled her body against the glass just as Claremont emerged from the stairwell. He grabbed the chain of Lisa's handcuffs even as the glass started to shatter. Propelled forward by her momentum, Lisa cleared the threshold of the window as thousands of tiny glass shards rained down on her. The weight of her fall had brought Claremont down flat on his stomach and dragged him to the edge of the window. But something had stopped his slide. Rick. "Are you okay?" Rick asked, holding Claremont by the belt. Looking over the edge, Claremont struggled to hold on to Lisa, who was dangling outside the window. Yeah, Claremont said. No, don't, Lisa screamed as her hands grabbed Claremont's wrist. Her face and arms were covered in hundreds of tiny, bleeding cuts. Please don't drop me. Without the momentum to reach the pool, Lisa would fall directly onto the tiled atrium, where a crowd had already started to gather. Drop her, Rick said. What? Claremont asked. Please don't, Lisa screamed. Don't drop me. Drop her and let's get out of here, Rick said. I've had enough of this nonsense. Still, Claremont held on to Lisa's handcuffs, his arm tensing from the weight. I said, drop her, Rick demanded. What's wrong with you? We were going to kill them anyway. With all his strength, Claremont held tight. Rick pulled his gun from his waist and pointed it at Claremont's head. You're not Richard Claremont. Who the hell are you? Lifting his arm, Claremont started to pull Lisa to safety. Rick pulled back the hammer on his gun and pressed the gun against Claremont's head. You have 3 seconds to tell me who you are. At the end of 3, you're both going out this window. 1, 2. Ben! Lisa screamed. Rick spun around to a blast of white foam. As Rick rubbed his burning eyes, Ben ran into the corridor wielding a fire extinguisher. With his wrists still handcuffed, Ben swung the fire extinguisher like a baseball bat and slammed Rick in the side of the head. Rick stumbled backward and fell to the floor. He fired his gun, and a jagged pain ripped through Ben's left shoulder. He'd been shot. Staggering forward, Ben swung the fire extinguisher again, this time knocking the gun out of Rick's hands. Ben struggled to swing the fire extinguisher one more time, but the pain in his shoulder was impossible to ignore. Seeing the blood that rushed down his arm, he felt faint and dropped the extinguisher. Hurts like a bitch, doesn't it? Rick asked, stumbling to his feet. The next one's going in your head. Holding his shoulder, Ben looked down the hallway and saw Rick's gun lying on the floor by the elevators. He looked back at Rick, who was almost standing. Get the gun! Claremont screamed, pulling Lisa to safety. Ignoring the gun, Ben raced toward Rick. Grasping his hands together, Ben swung wildly at Rick's head. When his handcuffs struck Rick's face, Rick staggered backward. As Ben moved in to hit him again, Rick slammed his fist into Ben's gunshot wound. Ben screamed, clutching his shoulder. Rick looked down the hallway at the gun. Fighting the urge to collapse, Ben saw Rick move toward the gun. Once again, he ran at Rick, plowing into him from behind and knocking him to the floor. Rick turned on his back and tried to fight his way free, but Ben stayed on top of him. Ben grabbed Rick by the throat and pinned him against the floor. You greedy bastard, Ben screamed as Rick thrashed wildly. You killed Ober. He killed himself, Rick coughed. No, Ben screamed, banging Rick's head against the floor. You killed him. Ben tightened his grip around Rick's throat. You want to see how Ober felt? You want to feel how he died? Rick swung at Ben's head, attempting to remove his attacker. Ben wouldn't budge. Rick punched at Ben's bloody shoulder. Ben didn't move. The more Rick fought, the tighter Ben's grip. Eventually, the coughing stopped and the struggling ceased. Rick was finally unconscious, but Ben didn't let go of Rick's throat. "You killed my friend," Ben sobbed as rage slowly erupted into tears. "I'll kill you for that." As tears rolled off Ben's cheeks, Rick's face turned beet red. Ben clenched even harder. With Rick's life in his hands, Ben remembered his last conversation with him. "You want to see me break the rules?" Ben growled as blood continued to flush Rick's face. "Here's what I think of your damn rules." Holding fast to Rick's throat, Ben remembered Rick's boasting, and Nathan's beating, and Lisa's bleeding, and Ober's hanging. Ben sobbed, and staring down at Rick's swollen face, he let go. "Ober, I'm so sorry." A small cough emerged from Rick's lips. Mentally and physically exhausted, Ben collapsed on the floor, his ragged breathing punctuated by sobs. It was finally over. As Ben lay on the floor holding his shoulder, the elevator arrived. When the doors opened, Alex DeRosa got out with half a dozen armed U.S. Marshals. "Everybody out," DeRosa yelled as his men fanned into the hallway. 2 of them handcuffed Rick, while 2 others ran to check on Lisa and Claremont. "Are you okay?" DeRosa asked Ben, helping him to his feet. "What the hell is this?" Ben asked, confused. "You were here all along?" "Sorry about that," DeRosa said as he unlocked Ben's handcuffs. "Rick was watching you full-time this whole week. We didn't want to risk anything." "Risk anything?" Ben yelled, rubbing his wrists. "We were almost killed. You lied to my face." "I didn't lie," DeRosa said. "I needed you to act normally." DeRosa put his hand on Ben's shoulder. "It was the only way." "Don't touch me," Ben yelled, pulling away from DeRosa's hand. "You lied and put all of our lives at risk. Who the hell do you think you are?" "Ben, I couldn't get through to you. Rick was always watching." "That's bullshit," Ben snapped. "You could have passed me a note on the subway. You could have passed me something at the Jefferson Memorial. At the very least, you should have passed me something when Ober died." "I'm sorry about that." "I don't want to hear it," Ben yelled, walking past DeRosa. Holding his shoulder, he headed up the hallway. Ben approached Lisa and Claremont. "Thanks for the save," Claremont said. "Fuck you," Ben said, pushing Claremont aside to get to Lisa, who was collapsed against the wall. He grabbed her bloodied hand and looked at her battered face. "How are you doing?" he asked. "I've had better days," she said. "Did you get pushed through the window?" "No way," Lisa said with a pained smile. "This was by choice." "Great idea, huh?" "One of your best," Ben said. "Let's get them both to a hospital," one of the marshals said. "They're pretty banged up." "Did you really get shot?" Lisa asked, looking at Ben's shoulder. "No way," Ben smiled back. "This was by choice." Chapter 19. Holding a bag of ice to his eye, Nathan waited inside a small room that connected to DeRosa's office. For 2 hours, Nathan hadn't moved, sitting in the same hard chair and leaning on the same small conference table. Throughout the ride to DeRosa's office, the marshals wouldn't say a word to him. When Nathan asked questions, they wouldn't respond. When he threatened them, they weren't fazed. All they would tell him was that Ben and Lisa were safe. Finally, the door to DeRosa's office opened. Taking his bag of ice with him, Nathan walked inside. Ben sat in one of 2 chairs that faced DeRosa. A sling held Ben's left arm in place. Nathan pulled the bag of ice from his eye and scowled at his roommate. "This is why I've been locked up for 2 hours?" Nathan asked. "So you could interrogate Prince Charming over here?" "Take a seat," DeRosa said, pointing to the chair next to Ben. "I'd rather stand," Nathan replied shortly. Whatever you want, DeRosa said. How are you doing? Ben asked. How am I doing? Nathan asked sarcastically. Let's see, my eye is a melon, my head is ringing, and no one's told me a damn thing. Other than that, I'm superb. What was the last thing you saw at the hotel? DeRosa asked. The last thing I saw was a dozen marshals busting into the room. They confiscated all of Rick's equipment, shouted about tracing Rick's cellular phone, and then they unlocked me. Obviously their lowest priority. Then you come over, introduce yourself, and disappear. A medic checks me out and gives me some ice and some aspirin, and the next thing I know, 2 of your Secret Service wannabes drive me here and lock me in that little room. I'm sorry I had to leave, DeRosa explained, scribbling notes as he spoke. Now what happened before that? Before Nathan could respond, the door to DeRosa's office opened and Claremont walked into the room. Carrying a cup of coffee, he sat in an empty chair near the window. Staring at his former captor, Nathan was enraged. Who's he? And what the hell is he doing here? Nathan asked. That's Michael Burke, DeRosa said, pointing to Claremont. He's a U.S. Marshal. You're a cop? Nathan asked. I'm a marshal, Burke said. You're a marshal? But you let Rick beat the shit out of us? Sorry about that, Burke said. We wanted to wait until Rick bought the stock before we did anything. Then where were you after he bought the stock? Nathan asked, his voice growing louder. Don't blame me for that, Burke said. That was your fault. We were ready to storm in, but Lisa bolted out the door. Oh, and that's my fault? Nathan laughed. He walked to the empty chair next to Ben and sat down. How the hell were we supposed to know you guys were out there? Ben and Lisa knew, Burke said. You knew? Nathan turned to Ben. I swear I didn't know, Ben insisted. I thought they gave up on me. Hold on a second, Nathan said. I thought I was about to die a few hours ago. Now what the hell is going on? Here's what Ben began. I want the full story, Nathan demanded. From the beginning. Drop that tone and shut up, DeRosa ordered. Nathan put his ice back on his eye. Ben then took a deep breath and explained how he'd initially approached DeRosa and how he thought he'd been abandoned by the marshal's office. Are you telling me they could have grabbed Rick weeks ago? Nathan asked in disbelief. He looked back at DeRosa. Why did you wait until now? We wanted to get everyone Rick was involved with, DeRosa explained. From his broker to everyone else on his payroll. And we wanted to catch Carl Lungen, Burke added. Nathan stared coldly at Burke. He then turned back to Ben. Did you know he was a marshal? Not at all, Ben explained. That's why I smashed him in the face. I didn't know he was on our side until he saved Lisa. What about Ober getting fired? Nathan asked. Did anyone know? We didn't know Rick was going to get Ober fired, DeRosa said. And if it makes you feel any better, Burke added, I didn't know Rick was going to kidnap you. He decided that at the last minute when he thought Ben was turning himself in. Remember, we were counting on Ben handing over the decision early yesterday morning. The kidnapping thing really messed us up, DeRosa said. We didn't think... No, you didn't think, Nathan interrupted. The moment Rick grabbed us, you should have blown the whistle. Instead, I got my face kicked in for no reason. There was nothing I could do, Burke said. That's bullshit, Nathan said. You could have revealed who you were. That would have forced everyone to rush in the room and save us all. I couldn't do that, Burke said. It would have jeopardized all of our lives. I didn't know where the backup was hiding. I just knew they would be there if things got out of control. You don't call this out of control? Nathan yelled, pointing to his black eye. And what about when Rick put a gun in Lisa's mouth? That wasn't out of control enough for you? Ben put his hand on Nathan's shoulder. Nathan, calm down, he said. If everyone came charging in at that moment, Rick would have blown Lisa's head off. As it is, we should consider ourselves lucky nothing else happened. Nathan pulled away from Ben and stood up. What else could possibly happen? This was the worst weekend of my life. Ben reached over to calm him, but Nathan continued to pull away. Eventually, Nathan was standing in the middle of DeRosa's office. When Ober lost his job, they already had Rick in their hands. And you didn't say a word. You could have blown the whistle on all of this. You could have... I did what I thought was best for everyone, Ben said. If I had blown the whistle early, Rick would have disappeared. The only way to deal with Rick permanently was to catch him. As his fists tightened, Nathan could no longer contain his rage. You self-centered son of a bitch! The only thing you dealt with permanently was Ober. By keeping your mouth shut, you killed him. Blindly, Nathan threw his ice pack across the room, sending it flying toward DeRosa's neatly organized desk. As it landed on the desk, the ice bag sent a stack of papers crashing to the floor. I understand you're upset, Burke said, but you have to look at the big picture. Screw the big picture, Nathan yelled. My life isn't there for you guys to play with. You used us, and Ober paid the price for it. That's enough, DeRosa interrupted, his voice booming through the office. Ober acted on his own. And if suicide was his best solution, he had more problems than the ones Ben gave him. As for you, you should be thrilled you're alive. If you're not, you can drop a note in the suggestion box on your way out. Silent as DeRosa picked up his papers, Nathan remained motionless in the center of the room. Nathan, I'm so sorry, Ben said. I tried my best to... I don't want to hear it, Nathan interrupted. Walking over to DeRosa, he added, I guess you knew about the blackmail letters Rick sent us. All about them, DeRosa said. Don't worry. We'll let your office know that your participation in this case was invaluable. There's no way they'll fire you after I'm done with them. Great. Fine, Nathan said, walking to the door of DeRosa's office. Burke followed Nathan to the door. You're not going anywhere, Burke growled. We still have questions for you to... Nathan opened the door and stormed out. Let him go, DeRosa said. It's been a long day. When the door closed, DeRosa turned to Ben, who looked exhausted. Well, that's one battle lost. You ready for Hollis? Sitting outside of Hollis's private office, Ben anxiously waited for the door to open. What's taking so long, he wondered. Restlessly, he fidgeted with the sling on his left arm. Not since his first day on the job had he been this nervous about an encounter with Hollis. 20 minutes later, the thick mahogany door opened and Lisa walked out. How'd it go? Ben asked. What did he say? He's ready to see you, Lisa said. But how'd... Go in and talk to him, Lisa said. He's the boss, not me. Uneasy as he stepped inside, Ben forced a smile and took his usual seat in front of Hollis's desk. Nice to see you, Ben said. With eyes that had watched the evolution of the law for more than 30 years, Justice Mason Hollis was the most accessible of the 9. The oldest of 7 children and the father of 5, he radiated a paternal presence. As a college baseball player at Yale, he was rumored to strike out on purpose when he felt the other team was losing by too wide a margin, and as a judge on the D.C. Circuit, he'd once granted an extension so that counsel could get some sleep. According to the employees of the court, Hollis was the one justice no one feared. At this moment, however, Ben Addison was terrified. How are you doing? Hollis asked. As his hand slid over his sparse white hair, his fingers brushed against the numerous liver spots that dotted his head. I'm fine, Ben said, unable to look his boss in the face. Sounds like you're lucky to be alive, yes? I suppose. Hollis picked up a pencil and started nibbling on the eraser. "Don't be so downcast," he said. "You should be proud of yourself. Quick thinking and all that." Getting no reaction, he added, "A lesser person would have been beaten by this. I'm just glad it's finally over." Hollis smiled at Ben. "I have to tell you, when I hired you and Lisa, I knew you'd be a lively team. I didn't expect you to be this lively. But that's neither here nor there." Tapping his foot against the thick burgundy carpet, Ben wished Hollis would get to the point. He wanted to know Hollis's decision. "Can I ask you a question?" he blurted. "Do I get to keep my job?" "Ben, since I helped catch Rick, I'm not going to be criminally charged," Ben said, his voice shaking. "The marshals said my record would stay completely clean, and they want to give me a commendation for helping them catch Lungin. They arrested him early this morning." "Ben, I'm sorry. They said I could—" "Ben, listen to me," Hollis demanded. "Theoretically, you may be innocent, but you still violated the code of ethics of this court. I have no choice but to let you go." At 8:30 that evening, Ben returned home. Eric was in the dining room, hunched over a small canvas. Flicking drops of red, blue, yellow, and green paint from his fingers, Eric was trying to recreate the splatter painting that he had done directly on the wall. It was Eric's fourth attempt to duplicate his earlier work. Only a close match would be suitable to go in Ober's coffin. Seeing Ben walk through the door, Eric rubbed his fingers with a turpentine-covered rag and headed toward the living room, rattling off questions. "What happened? Are you okay? How's your shoulder? What did they say? What took so long?" Ben took off his coat and put it in the closet. He then turned toward Eric and gave a single answer. "I was fired." "What?" Eric asked as Ben moved into the kitchen. "I don't believe it. Tell me what happened." Ben poured himself a tall glass of water. "There's nothing to tell. They fired me. I told my story to Hollis. He listened. He tried to soften the blow. He fired me. Then he took me to see Osterman. After a long lecture, they let me leave. That's it. I no longer work at the Supreme Court." Ben drank the entire glass of water. "What else did they say?" Ben ignored Eric's question. "Where's Nathan?" "He drove back to Boston. Ober's funeral is tomorrow." Slowly rotating his shoulder, Ben felt a heavy ache setting in. "Did he say anything?" "He told me the story about Rick, packed up his stuff and left." "Was he still mad?" "I wouldn't call him until we get to Boston. He's pretty pissed off." "I understand," Ben said. Pulling a small vial from his pants pocket, he read the directions for his pain medication. Ben poured some more water and took one of the tiny pink pills. "So tell me what happened," Eric demanded. "I just saw the story on the news." "Great," Ben said sarcastically. "Did they mention my name?" "No. It was just a short clip. They said someone named—" "Mark Wexler," Ben said as Eric struggled to remember the name. "That's it. Mark Wexler," Eric repeated. "They said he was arrested for insider trading using confidential Supreme Court decisions. They didn't have much information, so I wasn't sure." "Mark Wexler is Rick's real name," Ben explained, turning back to the living room. "Apparently, he used to work in a high-powered Seattle law firm that did high-tech legal work for CMI and Charles Maxwell. About a year ago, he was fired for ethics violations. They thought he was buying stock in one of the cases he was working on." "So he has a criminal record," Eric said as he sat on the small couch. "No, he's clean," Ben explained. "The law firm could never prove anything. Whatever Rick was doing, he was good about keeping it secret. Even though they couldn't find proof, the firm asked him to leave. It looks like he moved to New York after that, and he's been living there ever since. When he needed to do business in D.C., he was only a shuttle away. Amazing, Eric said. I really don't want to talk about him anymore, Ben said. He's been the topic of conversation all afternoon. Well, at least tell me what happened with Hollis. There's nothing to tell. Since the story was going to be announced to the public, they couldn't just turn their backs on the whole thing. And if they let me stay, I'd be a stigma on the court. I violated the code of ethics. If I wasn't asked to step down, no one would take it seriously. But you weren't fired, Eric clarified. They asked you to step down. There's no difference, Ben said. Was Hollis at least nice about it? He couldn't have been nicer. He told me how much he appreciated my work for him, and how he hoped we'd stay in touch. He said he'd write me a recommendation for my next job. He even said he was impressed with how we caught Rick. But it didn't change his decision. What's going to happen to Lisa? Nothing, Ben said. I made sure she was left out of it. As far as anyone's concerned, she's the co-clerk who designed the plan and helped me through the hard times. Otherwise, she had nothing to do with the original leak. Ben rested his arm on one of the couch's pillows and wondered how long it would be before the pain medication kicked in. What did Osterman say? Eric asked. He was a typical jackass. He gave me a big lecture about the aims and ideals of the court and how they could never be compromised. I really wanted to reach over and mess up his pathetic comb-over. I don't know why they brought me to see him. Hollis had already fired me. You should have grabbed the comb-over, Eric said. What's the worst thing he could have done? Fired you again? I guess, Ben said, distracted. One last question, Eric said, unable to shake his reporter's instincts. How did Burke convince Rick that he was Claremont? After Grinnell, Lisa and I knew that Rick was going to try to get his money back. So we isolated all the cases on the court's docket that he could potentially make money on. How many cases were there? Eric asked, intrigued. There were only 4 involving major dollars. So how'd Burke find Rick? He didn't, Ben said. Rick picks his own partners, so we had to figure out a way to make Rick find Burke. We staked out. You staked out? Eric asked. Actually, the marshals did all of the legwork, but Lisa came up with the idea, Ben explained. The marshal's office watched the top executives at all 4 corporations. But there are hundreds of executives at each one, Eric pointed out. Not when you're only looking at the ones with criminal records, Ben said. We figured that if Rick was going to look at 100 executives and pick one, he'd probably go for the one who was most likely to break the law. So they watched every executive until Rick made his move? Eric asked. Better, Ben said. The marshals replaced every executive until Rick made his move. Burke stood in for Richard Claremont, American Steel's executive vice president of marketing, who was previously convicted of tax evasion. How many executives did they replace? They couldn't afford to do everyone, Ben explained, especially if they wanted to keep it quiet. So we picked the 20 most likely candidates and we waited. Wasn't the real Claremont's life disrupted? All they did was take over his phone line. The real Claremont didn't even change offices. The only difference was that his calls were routed to Burke. If it was a real client, he passed the call back to Claremont. If it was Rick, he kept it. And you weren't sure any of this was going on? Eric asked. We didn't know a thing, Ben said, distracted by the throbbing pain that ran down his arm. Lisa and I gave DeRosa the plan and the list of corporate suspects, but we never knew if it was implemented. I didn't know how it played out until the car ride over here. Unreal, Eric said, leaning back on the couch. Noticing the vacant look on Ben's face, he asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm just feeling a little out of it. Between the pain and the medication, you look like hell. Maybe you should get some sleep." "I feel like hell," Ben said, rising from the couch. "Cheer up. You had a huge victory today." Ben slowly made his way to the stairs. "Doesn't feel like it." Eric pulled his notepad from his back pocket. "Ben, can I ask you one last favor? I don't mean to be inconsiderate or obnoxious, but would you care if I wrote the story on this?" He looked at his watch and added, "I can probably make page 1 if I hurry." "Eric, go fuck yourself," Ben said, climbing the stairs. "And you can quote me on that." Epilogue. 2 weeks later, on Saturday night, Ben walked into Lisa's building. "Nice to see you," the doorman said enthusiastically. "You too," Ben said, trying not to make eye contact. "Nice job with that whole thing," the doorman added. "You've become quite the celebrity." "Thanks," Ben said, stepping inside a waiting elevator. Getting out at the 4th floor, Ben went down the hallway to Lisa's apartment and rang her doorbell. "Who is it?" Lisa asked, peeking through the eye hole. "It's me," Ben said. "Wait a minute. Aren't you that guy I saw on the news? That genius legal clerk who redeemed himself by catching the criminal mastermind?" "Just open the door," Ben pleaded. When Lisa opened the door, Ben saw that most of the cuts on Lisa's face and hands had fully healed. All that remained were a few thin pink scars in the places where the glass cut deepest. "Nice to see you," she said. As Lisa leaned in to give Ben a kiss, she was surprised when he turned his cheek. "That's what I get? A peck on the cheek?" Ben walked inside and sat on Lisa's couch. "Please don't start," he begged. "What's wrong?" Lisa asked. "Nathan's definitely moving out. He found an apartment and he's leaving this week." Lisa pulled out her desk chair and sat down. "I don't know why you're surprised. He said he was moving out when he got back from Boston." "I know," Ben said, "but I thought he'd get past it. I figured—" "You figured what?" Lisa interrupted. "That he'd forget about the fact that Ober's dead? That he'd forgive you for almost getting him killed? That he'd eventually look back and laugh about the whole thing? This was a big deal, Ben. It's been all over the news for the past 2 weeks. It's not something that just goes away. But I can still be upset when he leaves. He's one of my closest friends, and he won't talk to me." "You should be upset," Lisa said. "But you should also give him some space. If you're that close, he may eventually come around." "I don't know," Ben said. "I really think I've lost him." That's the problem with competitive friendships. They shatter at the slightest impact. I don't think this impact was slight. This was more like a freight train running over us. "Either way, it's going to take a long time to put back together," Lisa said. "How is Eric reacting? Is he taking sides?" "He could care less," Ben said. "You've seen what's happened to him. He's in his glory. As far as his boss is concerned, he broke this story wide open." "Are you still mad he used your quotes?" "I'm not thrilled he quoted our private conversation, but what am I going to do? Besides, if it wasn't for the slant Eric put on the original story, I don't know if everything would have worked out as well. He's the one who first called me the king of the court." "King of the court," Lisa repeated, shuddering. "Is that the stupidest thing you ever heard?" "It makes me sound noble and honorable," Ben said, sticking his chest out. "It makes you sound like an overhyped basketball star. Make fun if you want, but that corny title has served me well. The media loves it." "Whatever you say, your lordship." Smiling, Ben asked, "How's everything at the court?" "It's fine," Lisa said. "Same as yesterday. The new clerk sucks. He's about as exciting as sawdust." "He can't be that bad." Trust me, he's that bad. I brought him a sesame seed bagel from the cafeteria last week, and he said he couldn't eat it because he has a gap in his back teeth. He said the seeds would get caught. I don't believe it, Ben said. And you didn't kick his ass right there? I'm serious, Lisa said. You try and spend the day with someone who's allergic to cheese. The guy's a loser. Is he smart? Academically, yeah. He's brilliant. But he can't operate in the real world. He wouldn't recognize a daring thought if it got lodged in his back teeth. If he's so drab, why'd Hollis pick him? I think it's because he was so drab. After you, they couldn't afford another dynamic personality. They needed someone safe and allergic to cheese. Well, at least he has the job, Ben said. Don't give me that. Who cares about the job? I care. You, of all people, should not care. The only reason you worked there was to be in the position you currently occupy. Every clerk wishes they were in your shoes. You're the talk of the entire town, the center of every legal circle. Wayne and Portnoy offered you another extra $10,000 even though you told their recruiting chair to drop dead. Every damn lawyer in America wishes they had the savvy of Ben Addison. What could you possibly miss about the court? I miss working with you, Ben said matter-of-factly. Surprised by Ben's comment, Lisa asked, You really miss me? Of course I miss you, Ben replied. I miss you. I miss Ober. I miss his lottery stories. I miss... Lisa raised an eyebrow. Ben, Ober's gone, and there's nothing you can do to change that. And Nathan's gone, and Eric's not worth keeping. I know it's hard, Lisa said, but you have to focus on the future. You're starting a job at the U.S. Attorney's Office, filling a position that usually requires at least 2 years' experience. You jumped ahead of every damn applicant and got one of the best jobs in D.C. You're going to be a prosecutor. You'll be going after guys like Rick full-time. Isn't that what you told me when you accepted the job? That you were thrilled because you loved to be in the chase? Now you'll be in the chase every day. And I'm still thrilled about that, Ben agreed. Considering everything I went through, I could be in a lot worse shape. But I can't help it. I miss them. You still have me, Lisa said. I know, Ben said warmly. And that's the luckiest thing that's happened to me. I'll tell you why you're lucky, Lisa said. You're lucky I never told anyone who really designed the secret Addison plan. Ben laughed. Don't bring that up now. I'm serious, Lisa said. You know I was the one who thought up that entire... I know, Ben interrupted. You came up with the plan. You were the one who said to go to the marshals. You were the one who said it was my only hope. You were the one who said we should replace the executives. You were the one who said to isolate the criminal records. I was the one who said you should be proactive. Absolutely, Ben agreed. You were the aggressive one. You had the idea. I was cocky about Grinnell, and you're the one who wound up saving my ass. Yet we had to share the credit, Lisa said. Are you going to bring this up every time we get together? Ben asked. Pretty much. I never said I designed the plan, Ben pleaded. All I said was that I wrote it up for DeRosa. Based on my idea. Based on your idea, Ben repeated. I told them that. What else do you want me to say? I want you to say, Lisa deserves all the credit. I'm just her meek and lowly servant. You know, there are worse things than sharing the spotlight. I mean, it's not like you've been completely ignored. I have too been ignored. How many job offers did you receive this week? A dozen? 14, actually. And the New York Times is doing a profile that runs next Sunday. But that doesn't mean I don't feel slighted. The way I see it, you shouldn't have opened your mouth in the first place. Ben grabbed a nearby pillow and whipped it at Lisa's head. Don't give me that. Eric was the one who screwed up. He was the one who gave both of us credit for designing it, and when the rest of the press picked up on it, you couldn't deny it. I tried to deny it, Ben laughed. But at that point, it was too late. The king of the court was born. Don't say those words in front of me, Lisa warned. If it makes you feel better, you can call me sovereign. I should call you court jester. Fine, call me jester. Whatever makes you happy, Ben said. But if you have to know the truth, I really am sorry. And grateful. I know you are. I just want you to learn your lesson. Pleased to see Ben smiling, Lisa said, You know, I like you much better when you're happy. Me too, Ben said. The way I see it, though, there are two types of people in this world. Don't start, Lisa begged. I'm serious. There are two types of people in this world. Winners and losers. Let me guess which one you are. In this situation, I'm both, Ben explained. That's the only way to look at it. Lisa paused for a moment. That's fair. I'll agree with that. Thank you, Ben said. Lisa jumped from her seat and walked toward the couch. Now that we've heard your wonderful analysis, can we get out of here? You said we'd have fun tonight. I don't want to have fun, Ben said with a smile. I'd rather stay in. So you want to have a different kind of fun? She asked, sitting down next to him. No, Ben said, pulling away. I just want to sit here and mope. Trust me, it'll be tons of fun. Moping is not an option. Get it out of your mind. Is sulking an option? Because I can just as easily sulk if I can't mope. You're not doing either. Slowly, Lisa moved closer to Ben on the couch. Then what are we going to do? Pout? Brood? Fret? Let me put it to you this way, Lisa said. In my mind, there are two types of people in this world. Those who will sleep with me, and those who won't. Relax. I'm not in the mood. Don't give me that. You said when everything calmed down. It hasn't calmed down yet, Ben said. Besides, who says I'd even want to sleep with you? Oh, that's funny, Lisa said. But that game doesn't work anymore. I saw you crying when Rick was slapping me around. You were worried about me. Those tears had nothing to do with you. They were tears of anger. They were angry, hateful tears. Sure they were, Lisa said, inching closer to Ben. I'm serious, Ben said. Anyway, I can't do it now. I have a lot on my mind. You saw me before. I'm depressed. You're not depressed. I am depressed. It's going to take me a long time to get over it. How long? Lisa asked. A very long time. A long, long time. So, when are we going to fool around? I'm not sure. Maybe never. Ben, Lisa warned. Fine, you talked me into it. But I want you to know I'm not going to like it. You'll like it. Fine, I'll like it. But the moment we're done, this relationship is over. I've had enough of this nonsense. Whatever you say, Lisa agreed. She kissed Ben's neck. You're in control.
This has been The 10th Justice, written by Brad Meltzer and read by Scott Brick. Produced and directed by Dennis Kao. Production supervised by Michelle McGonigal. Text copyright 1998 by Brad Meltzer. Audio production copyright and published 2008 by Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Except as permitted under the U.S. Copyright Act of 1976, no part of this production may be reproduced, distributed, or transmitted in any form or by any means, or stored in a database or retrieval system without the prior written permission of the publisher. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events or locales is entirely coincidental.